democracy, 11% say immigration, and 9% say healthcare.
Back here, one person is dead after a late night crash in the Steel Creek area. It happened around midnight at the intersection of Steel Creek Road and Shopton Road West. Details are limited, but medic says the victim was pronounced dead at the scene. We'll, of course, keep an eye on this and bring you the latest as we learn more, both on air and online at qcnews.com.
North Carolina lawmakers will hear directly from Mecklenburg County leaders next week about the death of a 6-year-old who was found living in unsanitary conditions with broken bones and burns all over her body. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell spoke with a lawmaker and one of the victim's family members, who both hope the hearing leads to changes.
The home on Gwynn Hill Road in East Charlotte, where police say 6-year-old Dominique Moody endured months of brutal abuse and neglect at the hands of her caretakers, is no longer there. But her uncle tells us he hopes what happened to his innocent niece is never forgotten.
What they did to this child was unconscionable.
Peterson is a funeral home director in Fayetteville and says preparing the little girl's body for her service is an image he can't get out of his head.
The average person would not be able to withstand what we saw. I've been in this business for a while, and I absolutely cried for 2 weeks.
Peterson says even in the pain, he's pleased with the North Carolina House Oversight Committee calling on Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, CMPD Chief Estella Patterson, Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden, and 2 social services directors to testify in Raleigh next week about what went wrong in the Moody case.
The system has blood on its hands. Were it not for the system, were it not for the situation that she was in, she'd be here today.
Nash County State Representative Alan Chesser will be chairing that hearing.
We know that when it comes to protecting our children, time is not on our side. We must act quickly, or there will be more victims. There will be more children that fall to tragedy.
Chesser claims the hearing won't be political, but will be about getting answers, especially on how glaring signs of abuse before Moody's murder were missed.
We just need information so that we can make sure that there is not a larger systematic failure that we can address on a statewide level.
A state DHHS investigation into the Moody case found multiple failures by the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services and is requiring the county to develop a corrective action plan. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Chesser and Moody's uncle both tell us that they are in support of the Dominique Moody Safety Act filed by Mecklenburg County State Representative Carla Cunningham. It would create new child welfare escalation teams when there are major allegations of abuse. A judge is dismissing a woman's request to drop a wrongful death lawsuit. This is all tied to the 2022 death of Shanquilla Robinson, a Charlotte woman who died while vacationing in Mexico. Her mother filed a wrongful death suit against the 6 people Robinson traveled with. One of the group members tried to get the case tossed, but a judge rejected that request. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes spoke about that decision.
This is saying that they have failed to state a claim which relief can be sought, and the court is not actually weighing the evidence. It's not trying to determine who's telling the truth. They're only saying, hey, inside of your complaint, in the 4 corners of this document, have you drafted this complaint in a way that connects with the law, and is it a complaint where we can give you some type of relief? If the answer is no, they're going to dismiss the complaint. If the answer is yes, then ultimately the court will deny it and the case will continue to go forward.
That full conversation with Khalif is on our website. Just go to qcnews.com. Robinson's mother is also pushing back against a request to pause any proceedings so that the case can be taken up in Mexico instead. A hearing on that is set for July 22nd.
Newly released arrest warrants show the woman accused of shooting 2 attorneys outside the Wake County Courthouse had previously threatened a medical facility. Police say Gwendolyn White left court after getting upset during a civil hearing Friday, got a gun from her car, and then shot the lawyers. The warrant states White was believed to have been experiencing a, quote, severe mental crisis. White is facing 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein and state prison leaders are pushing lawmakers to extend double-digit pay raises to more than just correctional officers. As Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh reports, state prisons are currently operating with about half of the officers they actually need.
We need the legislators to get the deal done. Every day without a budget is another day that correctional officers will keep scraping by.
State prison leaders say they're losing staff faster than they can replace them.
With a 24% turnover rate among correctional officers, retention continues to be our greatest challenge.
Republicans in the General Assembly are proposing 15% raises for correctional officers in their budget framework. But the Secretary of Adult Corrections says it doesn't go far enough.
Making sure that we have the money to not only ensure that the compression for our sergeants, captains, lieutenants is there, but also for all of our other staff who keep our facilities running every single day.
Captain Derek Simmons has worked in corrections for 28 years.
10 years ago, it was routine to have about 28 officers and 5 sergeants on shift. At lineup today, we may see 7 or 8 officers and 3 sergeants on shift.
He says staff shortages are making prisons more dangerous.
Things that you would not want to go on, they happen. Assaults increase. There's more extortion amongst offenders. In general, violence increases.
We are responsible for almost 33,000 incarcerated individuals. That is more than it has been in many, many years. And so just the sheer number of additional individuals causes our operating budget to grow and increase.
Now, the state started a pilot program at 3 prisons to speed up hiring and allow officers to work while getting required certifications, but officials say pay remains the biggest reason people leave. North Carolina ranks 49th in our country for correctional officer pay. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Ted Fain here on your Thursday morning. Ted, as far as rain chances, we had a rainy week so far. Today, a little drier.
A little drier. Now, we still hold on to the pop-up shower and storm chance through the peak heating hours of the day. I just think this is going to be more widely scattered, more dry than wet for folks. So most people are going to miss it. If you take an afternoon nap, you might wake up and say, hey, what happened? Why are my flowers wet? Don't worry, Mother Nature watered your flowers for you. Right now, area of low pressure off to the northeast. We're swinging that cold front south over parts of Kentucky into the Carolinas. That's going to squeeze that moisture through the Carolinas, giving us more of the flood potential through our Gulf states and eventually heading even further south, heading into your Friday. So not too concerned about the downpours or the heavy rain for today. Water vapor satellite imagery shows the moisture funneling north, but that dry air to our north starting to come through the Ohio Valley region into Kentucky and West Virginia, approaching the Carolinas. We're about 2 hours away from an update in our drought conditions. Level 4 and 5 out of 5, that dark red shading is the exceptional drought, this extreme drought in the red shading. So we need the rainfall that we're currently not getting. Radar showing some light showers here across the Tennessee border. Some of the rain focused over southeast Georgia. Not seeing that over uptown or anywhere around your major thoroughfares as of right now. So your commute's looking dry, good to go. I'll break down more of what's on tap for us heading into the weekend coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Ted. Let's step outside at 612. Take a look at our pinpoint traffic. Volume is light this morning. Good looking shot here from NCDOT, looking right at the John Belk Freeway. Those are the lanes coming straight at us. The overpass there going over I-77 north and south, right near uptown. As that sun's coming up, things are looking good. Overall, as we look around the crown, things aren't too bad. All right, we've got a couple of small issues that might be affecting folks on the west side of the city. 45 inner, we've got a lane blocked. This is right near Wilkinson Boulevard, backed up to West Boulevard. So maybe it'll slow you down about 5 minutes. Hopefully they can get that cleared up by 6:30 or 7, and it won't cause any slowdowns this morning. As we look at some of the major interstates, I-77, I-85, those stretches, whether you're coming up from Fort Mill, down from the Lake Norman area, or in from Gastonia, all stretches looking green right now. We like it. Things are looking good. From the other side of town, as we take a look here, coming in from Concord, Albemarle, Monroe, you guys are looking good. Here's a quick look at the intersection of 485 and I-85 in the northeast part of the city. If you're headed up towards Greensboro or Concord, that stretch is also looking good. And if you're headed to the airport, now is the best time to get on out there. Check with your airlines, the app, make sure you don't have any delays. As far as the traffic, no delays. Everything under half an hour. Just don't be distracted today. We'll give you another update coming up at 6:30. Julian?
All right, thanks, Jason. Questions about conditions at an immigration center arise as detainees call it inhumane. The push for answers and the response from federal leaders. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Detainees at a New Jersey immigration detention center are reportedly taking part in a hunger strike over claims of low-quality food, weak medical care, and overcrowding. DHS is denying all those claims. The strike is happening inside the Delaney Hall ICE facility. Protesters have been gathering outside the center since late last week. The facility is a privately owned detention center with room for 1,000 detainees. Right now, DHS says about 300 men and women are being held there. According to DHS, some people detained are accused of serious crimes, including homicide, aggravated assault, and a history of sex offenses against children. But families, advocates, and some New Jersey lawmakers say many people inside don't have criminal records. Meanwhile, some state and local leaders claim they've been denied access to the facility.
We came Sunday night because we had heard one of our constituents, they attempted to remove him earlier in the day. And he's been one of the individuals who is, leading the efforts on the hunger strike to raise awareness about what's happening inside, who these individuals are, what their stories are.
DHS denies a hunger strike, calling the claims a smear campaign. The private company that operates Delaney Hall says it has worked with ICE for 40 years and conditions inside are monitored.
The most recent data from the Federal Trade Commission says in 2024, almost 100,000 military consumers reported fraud attempts. Veterans are more likely targets for scammers because they have access to benefits that the general public doesn't. Isabel Cleary spoke with a cybersecurity expert who shares the red flags to look out for and what you can do to protect your information.
The federal dollars behind those programs, a lot of the scams are targeting people for the sake of getting to their entitlements, the things that they've earned.
Common scams targeting veterans include false claims, fraudulent attempts to access pension funds, pretending to be with the VA, and fraudulent overpayment notifications.
And then, of course, any kind of VA loan mortgage scam, trying to get the money set aside to help folks get into the housing that they want for them and their families.
Cybersecurity expert Jared Brennan says as soon as someone starts asking for money, that should set off your internal alarm.
As soon as you have something that gets your spidey sense tingling and makes you think, wait a minute, maybe this isn't legit, you could ask to speak to a supervisor.
He says you can also ask for their website. Legitimate companies would have one.
As long as you're calm and question whether or not you think that this is a necessary thing to do immediately, even giving yourself just a bit of time to slow down and process what's going on, it makes it much less likely that you'll be caught up in their trap.
And that was Isabel Cleary reporting. Now, there are some ways to make yourself less of a target. One is freezing your credit. Another is using websites to delete personal information off the internet. Time coming up, almost 6:20 on this Thursday morning. Ted, whew, hot, sticky outside.
Yeah, not quite yet. It's warm and sticky. Warm and
outside.
Sticky. We will be hot and sticky. That's where we're headed. West-southwest winds coming in at 5 miles per hour, 71 degrees temperature-wise. Dew points at 70 degrees. Thank you. It was at the beginning. I knew I wasn't going to hold it the whole 2 minutes, so I figured just to get it out the way. 72 degrees around the Queen City, upper 60s I-40 corridor, low to mid-60s Boone and Jefferson, holding on to a little bit of that warm, mild start. Upper 80s near 90 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day. That's where the heat settles in. Mid-70s Boone and Jefferson for our mountain counties. A cold front coming out of the north as high pressure builds over Canada. That's going to give us a little bit of that moisture squeezing south, playing into more of those dry conditions for the end of the work week, but still can't rule out a pop-up shower or two for your Thursday afternoon. That heat will pop some of that moisture in the atmosphere. I expect the showers to be widely scattered and isolated. Our flood concerns on Friday will focus in the red shading south of the Queen City over our Gulf states into parts of Tennessee and Arkansas. So looking at clouds and radar, cold front dips south. We will hold on to more of those showers exiting out of Tennessee into North Carolina. A little bit of the low end rain chance for this afternoon. This is 3 o'clock, a pop-up shower isolated thunderstorm relatively short and quick, then exiting to our south before clear skies settle in overnight, heading into your early morning hours. I'm looking at what will be a mostly dry and sunny Friday to finish off the work week. Cloud cover returns on Saturday with a few spotty showers. Heading into your evening, could see a few storms roll through, and then quiet, though, as we head into the second half of the weekend. Overnight lows bottom out in the 60s, 50s in our mountain counties. That 7-day forecast will show 70s by Sunday, gradually warming back up into the 80s through the first half of next week. Annie?
All right, Ted. Thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. It is crunch time for a U.S. and Mexico trade deal, and more airstrikes in the Middle East are sending stocks lower today. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning. Happy Thursday.
Annie, happy Thursday to you too. And kind of a total opposite setup today from where we were yesterday, and very dependent on what's happening in the Middle East. Reports of more strikes by and against Iran. And so stocks pointing lower this morning. Oil is back up again. So total opposite of what we saw for stocks and oil yesterday. Well, the U.S. and Mexico are negotiating a trade deal with so far no mention of Canada. So Canada's been a part of these North American trade deals for decades now. Reuters reports that the U.S. trade rep has sessions set for negotiations this week with Mexico, as well as June and July. And the U.S. is aiming to maintain many tariffs on Mexico. Well, storing renewable energy is a key part of making green energy work. And a new report finds U.S. energy storage installations hit a record earlier this year. And in fact, energy storage is up 32% year over year. Annie?
Oh boy. I mean, I know that our energy needs are increasing so much, especially with AI, data centers, what have you. So that number not too surprising, Jane.
That's right. Yeah, I'm probably going to see that continue for a few years, actually.
I think that is true. All right, Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Okay. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
The United States launches attacks on Iran. What a U.S. official is saying about those attacks and how Iran is responding.
A group of former and current lawmakers say they should be paid more after years of lawmakers voting to freeze salaries. Why a recent court ruling is strengthening their argument.
And parents outraged after disabled children were left out of a North Carolina high school yearbook. What they want the school district to do to make things right. Coming up on 6:30, happy Thursday, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Yeah, happy Thursday, everyone. Tomorrow is Friday, Ted. In case you didn't know, it's coming up the next day on the calendar. That's it. Listen, as we start to plan our weekend activities, what do we need to know? All indoors, all outdoors?
I'd say
a mixture.
Outdoors.
All outdoors.
All outdoors. Now,
wow.
Saturday does have a rain and storm chance, but you know what? I'm feeling frisky. I'm feeling risky.
What?
Wow.
Is about to jump.
So Saturday, do you need the UNC sweat rag? You know what I'm talking about? The UNC sweat rag.
You need the UNC sweat rag today. You'll probably need it tomorrow too.
Oh no!
Might as well just hold on.
Keep that thing on you.
Keep it on you, because listen, those dew points still touching 70 degrees right now. Low 70s temperature-wise. West-southwest winds at 5 miles per hour. The real ones know what we're talking about with that little sweat rag, the little rag that you hold on to that when you have to wipe that sweat as you get into the peak heating hours of the day. Anywhere from 2 to 3 degrees warmer from where we were this time yesterday. So we have a bit of a warmer start. Those dew points sitting at 70 degrees also gives you that feel with those low 70s, even upper 60s through the I-40 corridor. I'm looking at low to mid 60s, Boone and Jefferson this morning, holding on to a relatively warm start to your day. Ramping up temperature-wise, low 80s move in by lunchtime. Can't rule out an isolated thunderstorm or a pop-up shower for the peak heating hours of the day, early afternoon into the mid-afternoon hours. As we get into the upper 80s, that's where the moisture in the atmosphere could even pop into some showers, but widely scattered, only a 20% chance as we see more of the isolated impacts, more dry than wet, with north-northwest winds coming in anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. So we'll have partly cloudy skies, upper 80s on tap. Lows will settle into what will be the mid-60s heading into your early morning hours on Friday. Rebounding into the mid-80s Friday, low 80s Saturday. Average highs this time of year typically land in the low 80s. We'll be below that here for the second half of the weekend on Sunday. Back into the upper 70s, low 80s heading into the first half of next week. We'll continue to watch that forecast here heading into the weekend, a bit of an unsettled pattern moving in. I'll break down what you could expect with another check here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you, Ted. Appreciate that. We are 28 minutes from official rush hour, normally around 7 o'clock. Of course, give and take a little bit every day, but right now, sun is coming up over the Queen City. Look at this, John Belk Freeway right there at I-77 underneath, and just looking good over uptown, courtesy of NCDOT. Overall, things are looking pretty good right now. We're grateful where things are sitting. We have one issue out west on 485 not too far from the airport, where we're seeing a little bit of slowdowns. Nothing major, though, but this is one of the inner lanes is blocked. Back to, if you're coming up 485 trying to get maybe to the airport, it's going to be backed up to West Boulevard. So if you're trying to get off near the Wilkinson Boulevard exit to get to the airport, might slow you down. Hopefully that'll all be cleared and off to the shoulder before we get to 7 o'clock. Right now, a little bit slow coming in 85 from Gaston County. That's typical for this time of day. No accidents reported. You're looking good. Up and down 77 from Mooresville down to Rock Hill. That is some good news. Here is a little closer to the airport. This is I-85 north and south traffic going under Billy Graham Parkway this morning. So everything's looking good so far in that stretch of town. Let's take you to 45 and 85, the northeast part of the city. Maybe if you're headed up to Greensboro or Concord, that kind of area up near the Speedway. Things are looking good as the sun's coming up. Near Huntersville, we're looking at 77 south traffic at Sanford Road. A good-looking stretch so far. We'll give you another update at the top of the hour.
Breaking overnight, a U.S. airbase in the Middle East is the latest target of an attack from Iran. That's according to Iranian military leaders. Iran's Revolutionary Guard claims that it was all in response to U.S. strikes near a key military site in the southern part of the country.
The U.S. hitting Iranian drones and launch facilities near the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian leaders are also threatening a repeat of U.S. strikes that would lead to a, quote, more decisive response. U.S. leaders have not yet confirmed or commented on those reports.
Now, this comes after President Trump said Wednesday he is not satisfied yet with the terms of the deal being negotiated with Iran. He said the U.S. is willing to ramp up strikes again if a deal isn't reached soon. Despite that, the fragile ceasefire remains in place between the two countries. News Nation's Kristen Eskow has the latest on those negotiations.
They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
During a cabinet meeting Wednesday, President Trump said he's not letting this year's elections rush him into making a deal with Iran.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job.
There's an agreement to be made. We want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made.
President Trump says sanctions relief for Iran isn't being discussed in the negotiations.
We're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing.
But one key sticking point in the talks is the future of the Strait of Hormuz, a major shipping channel for oil that remains largely closed. President Trump made a warning to Oman, a U.S. ally, saying he wouldn't allow Oman and Iran to manage the strait together.
Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that.
U.S. Supreme Court justices are preparing for their final month of their term and the release of some key rulings. Some of the pending cases include President Trump's challenge to the constitutional right of birthright citizenship. The justices will also decide whether the Constitution allows states to require sports participants to compete based on biological sex instead of gender identity. They're also expected to rule on the president's authority to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook.
6:36 the time. You're looking live at the U.S. Capitol in Washington. There's a long-standing debate on Capitol Hill over whether the pay for members of Congress should rise to keep up with inflation. Those talks are heating up again as prices rise and lawmakers' salaries have been frozen for the last 15 years. Margaret Chadbourne looks into the hot-button issue.
Prices are so high that for the first time in years, they've wiped out the wage growth that Americans have earned.
Both parties recognize there's a widespread cost of living crunch.
When Republicans took over last year, we set out to address cost of living issues and put more money in Americans' pockets.
But what about members of Congress themselves? Congressional salaries have been locked in at $174,000 a year since 2009. Every year since then, lawmakers have voted against automatic cost of living increases, worried about the political fallout of giving themselves a raise.
This isn't left and right. This is about optics.
Now a federal judge has ruled lawmakers may have violated the Constitution by repeatedly blocking those inflation-based pay increases. The 27th Amendment says any adjustment to congressional compensation cannot apply until after an intervening election.
Instead of keeping parity with inflation, a member of Congress's pay has significantly fallen behind.
Congress has voted more than 20 times to block the automatic raises, even as some lawmakers argue higher pay could help attract more qualified candidates and reduce the pressure to seek opportunities in the private sector.
We don't think that members of Congress should be paid extravagantly, far from it. But we want their incentives to be aligned with serving the American people.
Daniel Schuman of the American Governance Institute says the ruling doesn't mean members of Congress are about to get bigger paychecks. Instead, the bipartisan group of past and current lawmakers who brought the lawsuit are seeking back pay for years of missed salary increases. Margaret Chadbourne, News Nation, Washington.
Governor Josh Stein wants double-digit pay raises for more than just correctional officers as the state continues to work towards a new budget. Prison leaders say recruitment and retention remains a large problem for their personnel. They call the raises a step in the right direction, but officials also warn many workers who help keep correctional facilities running aren't included in the budget framework.
Our folks have been hearing for a long time, we promised that there are raises coming, right? We are going to try to take care of you, and it has not happened. And so I think that folks who have not had a significant increase in pay for some time are getting tired of that.
North Carolina ranks 49th in the country for correctional officers' pay.
Some North Carolina parents are outraged after their students with disabilities were not included in the school yearbook. One mom says that her two children with autism brought home the Chapel Hill High School yearbook last week. She couldn't find one photo or reference to her children or the more than dozen other special needs students. Parents say representation matters, and now they're calling on the district to reprint the yearbook to include all students.
And the response has not really been helpful.
What has the response been?
The first response was almost as if it was just a clerical error and they're blaming it on their systems. They said, we did make a mistake. Can we offer peel and stick to put in? And I said that would not be acceptable.
District officials say that they're now working on a plan to ensure that they make things right for the students and their families who were left out of the yearbook. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District leaders encourage parents to prepare for next school year early. The district launched its Intent to Ride campaign, which helps families make sure that their child is accounted for when assigning bus routes for next school year. CMS wants families to complete the process to register by next Friday, June the 5th. The link to register is on our website. Just go to qcnews.com.
Well, it was over before it even started. How the Hurricanes dominated across the border to inch closer to a return to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time in 20 years. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
The Carolina Hurricanes are once again celebrating a major win.
And a Charlotte Hornet is getting some much-deserved love.
Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald is following those stories in your morning sports.
Well, the Carolina Hurricanes were back across the border on Wednesday night looking to take a commanding lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Fresh off that thrilling overtime win on Monday, looking to take control of the series before heading back to Raleigh. Heading back north of the border for potentially the final time this series. Canes entered last night with a 2-1 lead over the Canadians. Had the birthday boy, Jacob Dobesh, and Carolina's Frederick Anderson locked and loaded for another battle in net. Now, it'd be rather quiet through most of the first period, but then we saw an avalanche at the end by the Canes. Carolina taking advantage of the power play. Sebastian Aho with a beauty of a one-timer as the Canes strike first. And if you thought Carolina was done, think again. Just over a minute later, an absolute beauty here. Keandre Miller threading the needle and somehow connecting with Jordan Stahl, who just gets it past Dobesh for the goal. Got to run that one back for you. Doesn't get any better than that, folks. A perfect pass to set up the Canes' second goal of the night. But wait, how about one more for good measure to close out the period? Canes with the odd man rush. Logan Stankoven off the feed from Jackson Blake. And it's almost too easy. Carolina with 3 goals in 2 minutes and 47 seconds as they had a commanding 3-0 lead through 20 minutes. Jump all the way to the final frame. Canes looking to put a bow on it. Andrei Svechnikov on the breakaway for the empty netter. And that would have capped the scoring. A dominant performance for the Canes in Montreal on Wednesday as they take a 3-1 series lead after shutting out the Canadians 4-0. Talking football now, as Panthers OTAs have been getting underway this week, it means everyone is getting valuable reps, including the coaches. Offensive coordinator Brad Idzik will be taking over the play calling duties this season for the first time, which gives head coach Dave Canales the ability to step back at practice and give the team a different look. And it also gives Idzik a chance to further prove himself as a young coach in the NFL.
You know, sometimes when you're running drills, like situational drills, you throw a little penalty in there, or you say, hey, he didn't catch that. Like, let's run that back, just to kind of throw a screwball at both the play caller and also the offense, so they can kind of have to react to scenarios. That happened yesterday, and that's great reps for me as a play caller, but that's also great reps for everybody to hit a hard reset, react to a situation. That's real live football. And for Dave to be able to take a step back and kind of incorporate those things into practice, the uncontrolled variables, that's made possible for him, in this new kind of context.
Shifting to hoops now, the NBA Hustle Award honors a player who makes effort plays that go beyond the traditional box score and are oftentimes larger than individual stats and are more focused on helping drive team success. And this season, it was given to Hornets center Moussa Diabate. With some Hornets teammates in attendance, along with Charles Lee and Jeff Peterson, the organization celebrated Diabate on Wednesday for not only being awarded by the NBA for his hustle stats, but for the hustle he puts into the team on a day-to-day basis. Moussa shared how grateful he was for the honor as he preached about the significance of how much the little things matter in the NBA, while his teammate Con Knipple nodded his head in agreement.
Those guys around that, do the little things, how impactful are they, and, how important that is to the day-to-day of, whether it's practices or in the games. Like, this impact matters so much, and I feel like as players, sometimes we kind of forget it. And, we're just looking at the stats of, man, we got to score 30 points, we got to do this and that. But, man, it changed so much, and it brings so much to the team and, to the organization, period.
That type of work ethic becomes contagious. I think that everyone's kind of touched on. It's something that can't be quantified with the numbers. It's just his work ethic.
And coming up tonight on Carolina Sports Live, we'll talk some more Panthers as they continue OTAs with their final practice of this week's session coming up tomorrow. And also, we're going to hear from Rod Brindamore and company as the Carolina Hurricanes look to clinch the series and advance to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time since 2006. We'll hear from him and all the players ahead of tomorrow night's Game 5. That and more tonight at 11 o'clock on CSL.
All right, that is exciting. Gabe, thank you very much. We could see DJT at MSG. We're talking President Donald J. Trump. He says he might attend the NBA Finals in New York City. That's according to the New York Times. The Knicks will be home for Games 3 and 4 of the series on June the 8th and 10th. President Trump has made several appearances at major sporting events over the past year, including the Daytona 500, the U.S. Open, a Yankee game, and several UFC fights. If he goes to the Garden, he'll be the first sitting U.S. president to attend an NBA Finals game.
You're looking live at Nashville, where stock car racing is taking center stage this weekend. The Cracker Barrel 400 returns to the Music City this weekend, but before the main event, Both the Truck and O'Reilly Auto Parts Series will run. Truck racing takes place tomorrow with the Allegiance 200 held under the Friday night lights of Nashville Superspeedway. Then Saturday, watch the pros from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series take part in the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250, I should say. And finally, the main event, the Cracker Barrel 400 on Sunday. You can catch all the latest racing action highlights on Carolina Sports Live.
All right, it is 6:48. Let's get a check of our weather with meteorologist Ted Fate, and that's what Ted likes to talk about, right? Live look
Among
over
other things, yeah.
among so many other things.
Yeah.
He's multifaceted, but for our purposes right now, Ted, it is a warm, not hot, but sticky start to our day.
Yeah, a little warm, a little sticky, but don't worry if you're looking for those hot conditions. We'll get there. We're heading into the right direction as we have a live look over our Dallas camera out of Gaston County. Some good sunshine breaking through the cloud cover. How about that for your morning view? Some good sunshine. We've been cloudy every morning here throughout the week, but Thursday ushering in sunshine breaking through the clouds, and those west-southwest winds coming in at 5 miles per hour. Now, we will ramp up those temperatures into the 80s, but right now, 72 degrees from Monroe, 73 degrees Wadesboro, upper 60s, low 70s, I-40 corridor with low to mid 60s in our mountain counties. Today's highs will be hot, landing in the upper 80s, near 90 degrees around the Queen City, mid 70s Boone and Jefferson. Our clouds and radar holds on to that high pressure building out of the Great Lakes and continuing to push that cold front south, which will usher in some of the partly cloudy skies from Tennessee into North Carolina, squeezing that moisture out of our area, giving us more of those dry conditions here as we approach your Friday. So Friday still sees the flood potential over our Gulf states from eastern Louisiana into parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, panhandle of Florida. Will be mostly dry here for the Queen City, but still looking at what will be a little bit of that heat sticking around mid-80s for the end of the work week. So taking a look, clouds and radar pulls that cold front south with a few isolated showers and isolated downpours setting up, relatively short-lived. So if you get a storm or a rain set up over your area, shouldn't last too long before we dry out heading into your overnight hours. Friday, sunny to start, sunny to finish. Will be mostly dry through the afternoon and evening. Saturday will usher in a little bit more cloud cover, some moisture returns. I'm thinking rain and storm chances stay south of I-85 for the extent of your Friday, or your Saturday rather. Overnight lows bottom out in the low to mid 60s heading into your early morning hours, low to mid 50s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecasts will continue to hold on to what will be those 80s through your Friday and Saturday, 70s on Sunday, less humid with those temperatures rebounding into the upper 70s, low 80s by the time we hit early next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, the U.S. Mint is rolling out a new coin for America's 250th anniversary. The Mint says it will begin shipping out their new 2026 quarter, honoring the Declaration of Independence on June 1st. This is the third of 5 new quarter designs for 2026, and it depicts the Liberty Bell on one side and Thomas Jefferson, who penned the Declaration of Independence, on the other. The U.S. Mint says the new designs, quote, celebrate America's defining ideals of liberty.
A former employee at a California-based toy company has now been charged with stealing more than $1 million worth of model car collectibles. 55-year-old Louis Tanahara worked for MGA Entertainment. Prosecutors say that he stole car-tuned collectibles from a shipping container back in February, then loaded them into his car. Investigators searched his home a few weeks later and found the collectibles inside. He was released from custody in order to stay away from his former workplace. Now, if convicted, Tanahara could face up to 6 years in state prison.
Can we get the lasers? So you see how big
He's
this guy
tiny.
is? Yeah. Can we come out when they get set up?
Aw, he's cute. All right, check out this never-before-seen video. This is a new species of an octopus. It was taken during a 2015 expedition near the Galapagos Islands off the coast of Ecuador. That's about 5,800 feet below sea level. This blue octopus, it's about the size of a golf ball. It's believed to be the smallest in the world. Scientists have officially recovered the octopus, preserved it, and now sent it to a museum in Chicago to be studied. The discovery was only recently reported in a science journal. I mean, look at that. We're in 2026, still making discoveries around the world and under the ocean. Phenomenal. All right, good morning to the folks in Monroe. We're going to take a break and be right back.
Toyota is recalling tens of thousands of trucks over a problem that could cause some serious engine trouble. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says about 43,000 2024 Toyota Tundra trucks are being called back because debris left behind during the manufacturing process could contaminate the engine, causing the main bearing to fail. That could then lead to engine knocking, rough running, stalling, or a failure to start altogether. The recall expands to 2 previous recalls issued That was in May 2024 and November 2025. No crashes, injuries, or deaths have been connected to the issue, so that's some good news. Owners of affected vehicles are expected to get letters by July 6th. Toyota is finalizing a repair solution, and owners will be able to get that issue fixed for free. Drivers for rideshare apps like Uber and Lyft are celebrating after Massachusetts became the first state to recognize their union. The decision is a milestone in larger efforts to organize independent contractors under federal labor law. Drivers say they hope the union will bring better pay, stronger protections against sudden deactivations, and increased stability for drivers. Both Uber and Lyft have agreed to work with the new bargaining framework as negotiations move forward. However, Uber says it plans to preserve, quote, driver flexibility and hard-earned benefits, and Lyft says it hopes to keep rideshare services affordable and dependable. All right, time is 6:59. Stay with us as we head right into our 7 o'clock hour.
Drugs, guns, and a motel seized after an FBI raid in Charlotte. The dramatic conclusion to a 6-month-long investigation.
Plus, increasing concerns over the rise of prediction markets, how North Carolina's governor hopes to keep state workers out of them.
And we're turning up the heat today as those temperatures ramp up into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees. When do we cool down, and what do rain chances look like? We'll have those answers with a look at your forecast.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. The sun is up. It is warming up. Welcome into our 7 o'clock hour of Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Amy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your pinpoint weather forecast. A little muggy right now, still warm, but it's going to get hot later this afternoon.
Oh.
Okay. What about our shower chances? Do we still have to keep the umbrella handy, or
Shower
is today...
chance should be very high with the humidity. I'm just saying.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I see what
You're going to look like a
A
shower.
little bit.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
But it's
I
also
almost
like-
took 2 showers yesterday.
Yeah.
I was
That's
so close.
But the thing is, like,
it's so sticky.
When you come in from outside and then you take a shower, but you're still sweating.
Still,
after
it's the worst. It's the worst.
Oh my gosh. Well, that might be some of the situation we come into play today. To answer your question directly, Annie, we still hold on to some rain and storm chances for the afternoon. Very limited, though, not as widespread as what we've seen throughout the week. So highs aiming for those upper 80s. We are much cooler to start this morning, but still warm with low 70s, nice calm winds for the most part. Dew points, though, very high up there in the 70s, which is enough for us to start feeling that moisture in the atmosphere. So a little muggy and warm. Temperatures 2 to 4 degrees warmer than where they were yesterday. So we feel that difference heading out the door. 72 degrees Charlotte into Monroe, Lancaster, Rock Hill, 60s, Boone and Jefferson, with your afternoon highs ramping up into what will be the low to mid 80s peak heating hours of the day. Upper 80s near 90 degrees with the low end rain and storm chance coming into play for your afternoon. I'll break down more of your overall forecast here with another check of what to expect coming up in the next 10 minutes, guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Breaking overnight, a U.S. airbase in the Middle East is the latest target of an attack from Iran. That's according to Iranian military leaders. Iran's Revolutionary Guard claims that it's all in response to U.S. strikes near a key military site in the southern part of the country.
The U.S. hitting Iranian drones and launch facilities near the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian leaders also threatened a repeat of U.S. strikes would lead to a, quote, more decisive response. U.S. leaders have not yet commented on those reports.
And this comes after President Trump said Wednesday that he is, quote, not satisfied yet with the terms of the deal being negotiated with Iran. He said the U.S. is willing to ramp up strikes again if a deal is not reached soon. Despite that, the fragile ceasefire remains in place between the two countries.
And back here at home, one person is dead after a late night crash in the Steel Creek area. It happened around midnight at the intersection of Steel Creek Road and Shopton Road West. Details are limited, but medic does say that victim was pronounced dead at the scene. We'll bring you the very latest as we learn more throughout the morning here on air and online at QCnews.com.
A raid involving FBI agents and Charlotte-Mecklenburg police targeting a motel in the city's northeast side leads to 10 arrests and the seizure of drugs, guns, and the business itself.
Officials say that it's just the start of their efforts to clean up the Sugar Creek corridor. Federal and local authorities say the 6-month investigation that led to yesterday's bust is aimed at clearing out drugs, guns, prostitution, and other crimes.
Around 8:30 yesterday morning, police and agents swarmed the Charlotte Garden Inn and Suites on Reagan Drive, just west of Sugar Creek Road. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer has more on the effort to crack down on illegal activity in that neighborhood.
The U.S. Attorney referred to the entire Sugar Creek corridor as an open-air drug market. He gave a warning to other hotel operators nearby, saying if they're cooperating with criminals and not cops, law enforcement will seize their properties just like they did at the Garden Inn on Wednesday.
We cannot let pockets of Charlotte become safe for criminals and not safe for anyone else. We cannot do it.
It's an area that's long been on Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers and city leaders' radars. In fact, at the Garden Inn alone, officers received 590 calls for service and made 47 arrests from the beginning of January 2024 to May 18th of this year.
This is a long day in the making for the residents along the Sugar Creek corridor and Reagan Drive.
Charlotte City Council member Dante Anderson represents the area. She says within weeks of Police Chief Estella Patterson taking her role, she called her to find out what could be done about the persistent crime on the Sugar Creek corridor.
This area has been plagued for years. I want to say that. It's not just a couple of years. It's been a very long time. And so it's going to take time to dismantle that behavior that has been accepted.
Wednesday's sting at the hotel investigators are calling a hub for drug and gun trafficking is step one of the cleanup process. It involved hundreds of FBI agents and CMPD officers who arrested nearly a dozen people and took 11 guns and 1,700 grams of narcotics.
It is because of this strong team that you see we are moving closer to making sure that Charlotte is a safe city.
Chief Patterson says she'll keep working with these federal partners to bring a sense of security to the area because they see the corridor's potential.
It is a part of Charlotte that should be thriving. It is a part of Charlotte that is affordable, but it is a part of Charlotte that is not safe. And we're going to use every federal tool we have to make sure it is safe for those who are using it innocently to get to work and to get to education.
Investigators did say for this particular case at the Garden Inn, more charges and arrests could be on the way for other people potentially involved. In Northeast Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
The area of yesterday's raid is one of the 6 Charlotte corridors of opportunity city leaders are working to improve on. They're working with corporate partners and the federal government to invest in those corridors to fight crime, improve curb appeal, and to bring in new jobs, businesses, and attractions. Other corridors include Albemarle and Central, Freedom Drive and Wilkinson Boulevard, and West Boulevard.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners today will begin their 2-day session of reviewing the county manager's recommended 2027 budget. They'll hold straw votes on elements of the $2.6 billion operating plan and decide what changes should be made. The Commission's final vote on the budget will be next Tuesday. Now, oversight for the Charlotte area transit system is shifting hands after nearly 3 decades. The Metropolitan Transit Commission held its final meeting this week. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live in north of Uptown following the transition of CATS management. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Julian. We know that this changeover was outlined back in the PAVE Act, which voters approved here this past fall, and it's going to create a little bit more separation from city government and the oversight of CATS. So the MTC will effectively dissolve July 1st when the PAVE Act takes effect, and in its place, the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority is going in effect. Now, the MPTA, this is the 27-member board with representatives from area cities, counties, and 2 state appointees, and they've been meeting since the beginning of this year. Now, in the MTC's final meeting, commissioners voted to approve some fare enforcement changes for CATS system. This has been a top priority for CATS officials during a security overhaul launched in the wake of the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska last fall. However, modernization of payment methods, that's been discussed and been getting public feedback for about the last 2 years. Upgrades will include offering riders new ways to pay, implementing contactless payment options, and expanding the existing electronic fare validation system. Currently, many of that is done by hand with newly hired fare enforcement security teams. Now, officials believe these changes would be ready by 2027 into 2028, and they'll do public outreach ahead of its launch so everyone knows the new ways to pay. This payment option would apply to all modes of CATS transportation. Now, also in the meeting, they wanted to expand some of the opportunities that people have for discounted rides. So the eligibility for reduced fare programs is something that they would like the MPTA to take a look at, making sure more people have access to transit. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is issuing an executive order aimed at keeping state employees out of prediction markets. Those are sites like Kalshi and Polymarket where people can place money on the outcome of future events, ranging from sporting events to political contests, even government decisions. But there's little regulation over the sites that many liken to gambling to keep people from trying to rig the system.
A combination between the stock market and sports betting. There is really a tension there between what we're thinking about from the perspective of the benefits to society of these sorts of markets versus some of the legal and ethical issues that people might be individually facing.
Governor Stein's executive order bans state employees from using insider information to participate in and profit from online prediction markets. He says he's not aware of any state employees actually doing this, but adds the executive order is meant to increase public confidence in government.
People need to have faith that their public servants are working on their behalf, not leveraging their knowledge unfairly to win a bet and make money.
Stein says activity on prediction markets skyrocketed 300% between 2024 and 2025. 7:10, let's get another check of our forecast. Ted, all week long we've been dodging the rain. When's it going to happen? Is it going to be a long situation? Is it going to just pop up? So what are we talking about today?
Right now we're talking about just a low-end rain chance for your afternoon and evening. I think most folks will stay dry, but we do have the potential for a pop-up storm in a few spots, widely isolated in nature, relatively short-lived. Be on the lookout for that around that 2 to 5 o'clock hour. I think earlier in the afternoon is a time to watch. Cold front dipping south. Not going to do much to cool us down today. We still ramp up into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees in some spots, but we will have a cooler evening. Most of your heavy rain and flood concerns will be south of that cold front over parts of Tennessee, but through our Gulf states, Alabama, Georgia, into Mississippi, panhandle of Florida, and back through Louisiana. So we get lucky with that cold front dipping south just in time to keep us mostly dry, with the exception of those low end and pop-up showers and isolated thunderstorms. Water vapor satellite imagery shows that dry air pulling south, starting to infiltrate the Ohio Valley region into Kentucky and West Virginia. That's what's going to help give us a nice dry Friday, as we're about an hour or so away from our drought condition updates. Right now, still level 4 and 5 out of 5, so the extreme and the exceptional drought taking hold. Hope to see some improvements with today's update. We'll break down what that looks like, and again, a glimpse at what we have in store for the weekend, coming up with another check in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you, Ted. Let's step outside. We told you rush hour would kick off officially at 7. It did 12 minutes ago. New shot here from NCDOT. Beautiful camera. Look at the sun shining on the Queen City. We are looking straight down the pipe of I-77 southbound just before Oaklawn. Some of the overpasses there, and you can look under the overpass. That might even be a pedestrian bridge there. But we've got someone pulled over. We've got some blinking lights right there between the toll lanes and the active lanes. So as always, as you can, give them plenty of room, move over when you see them. As far as accidents go, things aren't too bad. We've got about 5 or 6 incidents on the board. Not all of these are causing major delays. Some are just slow ramp traffic, secondary roads. We still have one of the inner lanes at 485 and Wilkinson. So a little bit slow if you're trying to get to the airport to get off at the exit there, backed up to West Boulevard, but not causing major delays because you got 3 or 4 lanes going right there. Let's give you a quick drive time. If you're coming in 85 from Gaston County, still under half an hour. Same can be said coming down 77 from Lake Norman. Up from Rock Hill, you're good. You're under 15 minutes. Let's take you outside our studios in West Charlotte. Here's I-85 north and south traffic. At Sam Wilson Road, we are looking towards the airport. right at the 485 split. That's kind of the center right of your screen there, splitting off onto 485. Let's take it 85 a little further up. 85 at Billy Graham Parkway, looking good. All 8 lanes across in both directions. Look at this shot. The sun shining on Lake Norman. This is north and south I-77 traffic right around Mooresville and Davidson. That stretch is looking nice this morning. And then here's inbound Independence on the right-hand side. I love it. Just don't be distracted. Put that phone away. We'll give you another update coming up at 7:30. Annie?
Some White House staffers could be forced to sign an NDA or risk losing their jobs. The latest from an information crackdown in Washington. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. The Trump administration is now proposing having federal employees sign a non-disclosure agreement. Leaders say it would prevent workers from sharing a wide scope of so-called confidential government information. Those unauthorized leaks include immigration enforcement plans, operational details, and the personal data of thousands of ICE employees. The administration says the push comes after a series of high-profile leaks referencing reporting by the New York Times and Washington Post about the U.S. operation in Venezuela. The Hill also reports the administration highlighted leaks involving DHS and FBI employees connected to ICE operations. The Office of Personnel Management argues some of these disclosures to the media have put troops, intelligence agents, and government operations at risk. But critics say it could hinder reporters from developing sources inside the government. Last fall, dozens of Pentagon reporters actually gave up their press badges rather than agree to new reporting restrictions imposed by the War Department. The proposal will go into a 30-day public comment window. It says signing the NDA would be voluntary, but failure to do so could also lead to job loss. After that, it is up to individual agencies to decide whether they want to require an NDA.
All right, we want to show you doorbell camera video from the Buffalo, New York area. Look at this, of a bright streak falling towards the earth yesterday. Oh, there it goes. There it is. Yeah, that's just the latest meteor seen by people across the U.S. Scientists say 2026 is already a record year for these kinds of fireball sightings, and they're not really sure why. Trina Catterson spoke with an expert about what might have been falling from the sky.
Oh, I'm pretty stoked that I experienced that for sure. It was really kind of a unique thing, to see.
For a few bright seconds early Wednesday morning, Western New Yorkers got an unexpected wake-up call from the sky.
There was this huge, boom, like an explosion type boom. We thought maybe an explosion, like a propane tank, something like that.
Video sent in by News 4 viewers from across the region shows a bright fireball streaking through the dark sky, leaving many wondering, did anyone else just see that?
I'm coming off of transit at the curve hitting Millersport, and I look up and I see a flash of a big ball of yellow light, and I was like, oh my God, what is that? I was like, maybe it was this shooting star, but I was like, no, that's kind of big for a shooting star. So yeah, my mind started to wonder.
So no, it wasn't an explosion or a shooting star, but instead something called a bolide.
Essentially, it's a piece of rock or metal that was flying around in space and came to Earth. Same thing as a meteor that you would see, like a streak of light, but a little bit bigger.
That yellow-green color, experts say it came from the fireball racing through the sky.
10 to 20,000 miles an hour. And as they're coming through the atmosphere, they're heating up the atmosphere, and that can cause different gases to glow different colors, kind of like the Northern Lights.
As for the noise,
because they're traveling so fast, they break the sound barrier, and when they're large enough like this, you do hear that sonic boom.
Definitely interesting. You never know what you'll see.
No word yet if anything made it to the ground, but for many across Western New York, it was a morning they'll never forget.
Time right now, 7:20, and your morning off to a warm start. Dew point 70 degrees, winds are calm, temperatures in the low 70s with more sunshine than what we've seen really any other morning this week. We've had cloudy skies to start your morning, so a little bit of a brighter start here heading into your Thursday. We're still in the upper 60s, low 70s. Temperatures really haven't budged too much. Now that the sun's been up for over an hour, we could see these temperatures really start to move here. Mid 60s, Boone and Jefferson. That moisture in the atmosphere just makes the sun work a little harder to change these temperatures, only looking at almost a 20-degree difference from how you start to how you finish, getting into the upper 80s through the peak heating hours of the day. We're looking at mid 70s for our mountain counties, nice and warm for the high elevation, starting off pleasant. We have that cold front dipping south. It's not going to do much to bring those temperatures down. Again, just squeezing that moisture out of the Carolinas. Could see a few isolated showers. Isolated in nature, widely scattered, and short-lived if you have any of that rain or the storm activity set up where you are. Friday still brings the flood potential over our Gulf states. I'm looking at parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, southern Tennessee, eastern Arkansas. Still looking at high pressure well off the southeast coast, which is going to give us some of the winds shifting from the south to that cold front pushing south, giving us those north winds and those pop-up storms through your mid-afternoon. I'm thinking 3 to 4 o'clock. Be on the lookout, maybe a little earlier than that in some spots. But again, drying out quickly overnight, looking at those clear skies. Sunshine on Friday, dry through the end of the work week. Saturday starts to bring in a low-end rain chance south of I-85, but I think we'll be dry by Sunday to finish off your weekend. Cooling down as well from today into your weekend. Overnight lows in the mid-60s, 50s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecast will host more of those 80s Thursday, Friday into your Saturday. Then we're looking at those upper 70s turning into the low 80s for the first half of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
You're looking live at Nashville, where stock car racing is taking center stage this weekend. The Cracker Barrel 400 returns to Music City this weekend. But before the main event, both the Truck and O'Reilly Auto Parts Series will run. Truck racing takes place tomorrow, with the Allegiance 200 held under the Friday night lights of Nashville Superspeedway then Saturday. Watch the pros from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series take part in the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250. And finally, the main event, the Cracker Barrel 400 on Sunday. You can catch all the latest racing action on Carolina Sports Live.
All right, you got to see this. A fitness class outside Chicago is going viral for mixing fitness with firearms. The class is called Pistols and Pilates. It's designed for women only. They start with a core workout, then head to the shooting range for firearms safety and target practice. Organizers at Eagle Sports Range say it's all about building confidence, learning self-defense, and making gun safety less intimidating. Participants call it empowering, while others question whether fitness and firearms belong together.
Genius.
There you go. Annie,
Genius.
I'm going to offer this up to you since it's for women only.
Okay.
Would you do this class?
I would do this.
Yeah.
What?
I
I've
think
never
it's
done
great.
Pilates before, so I'm always up for a new workout. I know. I've done some things that are Pilates adjacent.
You were an A1 gymnast. You can
I know.
handle
So
Pilates.
I know I can do it. I just haven't formally done
All
it.
right,
But I
Silverflex,
think
calm down.
getting the instruction, I think a lot of people in general, not just women, are afraid or they're cautious around firearms, which we all should be, but getting the right training is important if that is something that you would like to explore.
Yeah.
So
important to clarify too. Doesn't look like they're doing the guns and the Pilates at the same time.
No.
I think that was really obvious. I thought
that could get messy.
But it's all
separated.
in one area. So I think that if something you are interested in exploring, it makes it more approachable, right? And you get the safety training and a good workout.
That's it.
I like
it.
We did have a suggestion if they thought about ever changing the name to, what was it, Guns and Buns or something? Guns and Poses. Well, the other one still works now that I think about it, right?
It sure does.
Glocks and blocks. I mean, there's a lot that we could just keep doing this all day long.
Oh, look at the time.
I think they're playing us out, Jason.
Look at that. We're
There
here
you
till
go.
10. Yep, we'll be back after this.
Leaders in Mecklenburg County summoned to testify about the disturbing death of a young girl, what lawmakers are hoping to gain from the discussions.
A new ruling in a lawsuit tied to a Charlotte woman's mysterious death in Mexico. What comes next as one defendant tries to get the case thrown out and another pushes for it to be moved out of the country?
Addressing recruitment and retention at North Carolina prisons, the raise is now being proposed for all prison employees across the states. 7:30 on your Thursday morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us on this Thursday. Let's bring in meteorologist Ted Phaeton. A warm, kind of muggy day. We're going to get hotter. I mean, we're looking at Bank of America Stadium. They're Panthers doing OTAs. This is sort of the weather that we expect as we get closer to like summer camp, you know, when it's just that nasty feeling.
Yeah, you really won't really be able to tell the difference when it comes to Mother Nature. You'll be double checking the calendar today as we have the sunshine already this morning. Dew points at 70 degrees, those temperatures in the low 70s, but we'll make a run for those upper 80s, near 90 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Right now, a quiet start. Yesterday made it to the mid 80s. Today, even hotter than that. I'm looking at low 70s to start your morning. Winds are calm. We haven't dipped below 71 degrees, and those dew points have been stubbornly stuck at 70 degrees this morning. Traffic moving at a speed limit pace. There's some good news as sunshine kicks off this Thursday. We're slightly warmer than where we were this time yesterday, 2 to 3 degrees warmer, but with the dew points at 70 degrees, feels a little muggier as you get your morning started. Upper 60s through the I-40 corridor, mid to upper 60s through Boone, Jefferson into Morganton, mid 70s east towards Schwab, but still slowly warming up as that moisture makes the sun work extra hard to change those temperatures around the Carolinas. So we'll hold on to the 70s through most of the morning, low 80s by lunchtime, just a chance of an isolated pop-up shower or a thunderstorm through the peak heating hours of the day as we get into the upper 80s near 90 degrees. North-northwest winds will come in anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Those winds shift from the south to the north as that cold front dips further south through this afternoon. So right now, taking a look at our overnight temperatures settling into what will be the mid 60s heading into your early morning hours. I'm expecting us to have that cool down second half of the work week into your weekend. 80s turn into 70s by Sunday. Average highs typically land in the low 80s. We'll be below that heading into early next week. I'll have another check of that forecast coming up here in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you, Ted. Appreciate that. Let's step outside and look at traffic as it continues to build. It's a beautiful start to the day around the Crown. It really is. Sunshine, no rain. We love it. Traffic moving the way it should. Yeah, we're going to have some slowdowns. That's typical in the size market that we are in. But here's a great shot from NCDOT looking right at Uptown. This is 77 southbound traffic on the right. You can see folks getting off there on the Brookshire Freeway to the right, slowing down. You got the toll lanes right through the center of the screen. Just a really beautiful shot, 77 south right before Oaklawn this morning. Let's show you overall. We've got 6, 7, 8 maybe incidents out there. None of these really causing major delays. A couple of these residual just backups from early this morning. You can see the volume out west coming up 85 from Gastonia through Belmont this morning. Let's go ahead and show you 45 inner. This has been an issue for a while, although I see slowdowns look to be on 45 outer. We had an earlier accident, 45 inner near Wilkinson, so if you're hopping off 485 to get to the airport, a little bit slow this morning. It said it was backed up to West Boulevard, but I'm also seeing some slowdowns of 485 outer. That's typical this time of morning. Drive times all around 30 minutes, whether you're coming in from Gastonia, down from the Lake Norman, Mooresville area, a little bit slow on 77. You're looking good coming up from Rock Hill, though. Let's take you to the other side of town. Here's 77 at Woodlawn, north and south traffic. Northbound is on the right-hand side there. New camera that we just got in this morning. Here's out west, 85 at Sam Wilson, right at the 485 split. All 10 lanes across, looking good in every direction. Little slow at 85 in Billy Graham Parkway, not too far from the airport. Everyone trying to hop off on Billy Graham right there on that exit ramp. Up near Lake Norman, the stretch is between Davidson and Mooresville, looking good this morning. We'll give you another updated traffic and drive times to the airport coming up at the top of the hour.
Breaking overnight, a U.S. airbase in the Middle East is the latest target of an attack from Iran. That's according to Iranian military leaders. The country's Revolutionary Guard claims that it was in response to U.S. strikes near a key military site in the southern part of the country.
The U.S. hitting Iranian drones and launch facilities near the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian leaders also threatened a repeat of U.S. strikes would lead to a, quote, more decisive response. U.S. leaders have not yet confirmed or commented on the reports.
And this all comes after the president said Wednesday that he is not satisfied yet with the terms of the deal being negotiated with Iran. He said the U.S. is willing to ramp up strikes again if the deal's not reached soon. Despite that, the fragile ceasefire remains in place between the two countries. New data released this morning showing more insight into President Trump's handling of the country, top contenders for the 2028 election, and much more.
The polling from Emerson College shows recent turmoil with Iran hasn't had much of an impact on the president's approval rating from April to May.
Right now, just 39% of people approve of the president's handling of the country. That's a drop from 40% in April. Meanwhile, Trump has a 55% disapproval rate. That's also a drop of just 1 percentage point from the month before.
Republican voters were also asked who they would pick for the GOP nomination for the 2028 presidential election. Things have gotten much closer at the top. Vice President J.D. Vance has dropped 18% since February, now sitting with 36% support. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has jumped from 20% to 35% in that same amount of time. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley both sit at 5%. 15% of voters say they are still undecided.
On the Democratic side of things, the top four candidates much closer together. You got former Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg at the top, leading the Democratic primary with 18%, followed by California Governor Gavin Newsom at 16%. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sitting at 11% support, with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro right behind her at 10%. Former Vice President Kamala Harris and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear sit just behind them at 10 and 9%.
Voters were also asked about what they consider the most important issue facing the United States. It comes as no surprise the economy leads the pack, earning over 40% of responses. Nearly 20% say threats to democracy, 11% say immigration, and 9% say health care.
North Carolina lawmakers will be hearing directly from Mecklenburg County leaders next week about the death of a 6-year-old who was found living in unsanitary conditions with broken bones and burns all over her body. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell spoke with a lawmaker and one of the victims' family members who both hope the hearing leads to changes.
The home on Gwynn Hill Road in East Charlotte, where police say 6-year-old Dominique Moody endured months of brutal abuse and neglect at the hands of her caretakers, is no longer there. But her uncle tells us he hopes what happened to his innocent niece is never forgotten.
What they did to this child was unconscionable.
Peterson is a funeral home director in Fayetteville and says preparing the little girl's body for her service is an image he can't get out of his head.
The average person would not be able to withstand what we saw. I've been in this business for a while, and I absolutely cried for 2 weeks.
Peterson says even in the pain, he's pleased with the North Carolina House Oversight Committee calling on Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, CMPD Chief Estella Patterson, Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden, and 2 social services directors to testify in Raleigh next week about what went wrong in the Moody case.
The system has blood on its hands. Were it not for the system, were it not for the situation that she was in, she'd be here today.
Nash County State Representative Alan Chesser will be chairing that hearing.
We know that when it comes to protecting our children, time is not on our side. We must act quickly or there will be more victims. There will be more children that fall to tragedy.
Chesser claims the hearing won't be political, but will be about getting answers, especially on how glaring signs of abuse before Moody's murder were missed.
We just need information so that we can make sure that there is not a larger systematic failure that we can address on a statewide level.
A state DHHS investigation into the Moody case found multiple failures by the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services and is requiring the county to develop a corrective action plan. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Chesser and Moody's uncle both tell us that they are in support of the Dominique Moody Safety Act, filed by Mecklenburg County State Representative Carla Cunningham. This would create new child welfare escalation teams when there are major allegations of abuse. A judge is dismissing a woman's request to drop a wrongful death lawsuit. This is all tied to the 2022 death of Shanquella Robinson, a Charlotte woman who died while vacationing in Mexico. Her mother filed a wrongful death suit against the 6 people that Robinson traveled with. One of the group members tried to get the case tossed, but a judge rejected that request. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes spoke about that decision.
This is saying that they have failed to state a claim which relief can be sought, and the court is not actually weighing the evidence. It's not trying to determine who's telling the truth. They're only saying, hey, inside of your complaint, in the 4 corners of this document, have you drafted this complaint in a way that connects with the law, and is it a complaint where we can give you some type of relief? If the answer is no, they're going to dismiss the complaint. If the answer is yes, then ultimately the court will deny it and the case will continue to go forward.
Now, that full conversation with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. We'll also be speaking with Khalif coming up in our 9 o'clock hour this morning. Robinson's mother is pushing back against a request to pause any proceedings so that the case can be taken up in Mexico instead. A hearing on that is set for July 22nd.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein and state prison leaders are pushing lawmakers to extend double-digit pay raises to more than just correctional officers. As Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh reports, state prisons are currently operating with about half of the officers that they actually need.
We need the legislators to get the deal done. Every day without a budget is another day that correctional officers will keep scraping by.
State prison leaders say they're losing staff faster than they can replace them.
With a 24% turnover rate among correctional officers, retention continues to be our greatest challenge.
Republicans in the General Assembly are proposing 15% raises for correctional officers in their budget framework. But the Secretary of Adult Corrections says it doesn't go far enough.
Making sure that we have the money to not only ensure that the compression for our sergeants, captains, lieutenants is there, but also for all of our other staff who keep our facilities running every single day.
Captain Derek Simmons has worked in corrections for 28 years.
10 years ago, it was routine to have about 28 officers and 5 sergeants on shift. At lineup today, we may see 7 or 8 officers and 3 sergeants on shift.
He says staff shortages are making prisons more dangerous.
Things that you would not want to go on, they happen. Assaults increase. There's more extortion amongst offenders. In general, violence increases.
We are responsible for almost 33,000 incarcerated individuals. That is more than it has been in many, many years. And so just the sheer number of additional individuals causes our operating budget to grow and increase.
The state started a pilot program at 3 prisons to speed up hiring and allow officers to work while getting required certifications, but officials say pay remains the biggest reason people leave. North Carolina ranks 49th in the country for correctional officer pay.
The impact AI is having on mental health is now a major topic of conversation going on in Washington right now. We're speaking with one local mental health expert, friend of the show, Dr. Cerise Johnson, who made the trip to make sure everyone's voice is being heard. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. The impact artificial intelligence is having on mental health is being talked about nationwide, and now those conversations are heading to Capitol Hill.
And one very familiar face from the Queen City made the trip up to the Hill to make sure that everyone's voice is heard and that the federal government supports the resources necessary to help people who might be struggling.
Licensed mental health counselor, author, and much more. Of course, friend of the show, Dr. Cherise Johnson, joining us live from the nation's capital. Cherise, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I want to start right here. Does this kind of signify that they're taking this seriously, AI and mental health, and that we need to put a focus on it?
They're absolutely taking it serious. Over the last 2 days, we've seen leaders all across government, healthcare, technology, workforce strategy, and innovation together to not only focus on how do we make America AI ready because it's here, but also in healthcare and sensitive domains, how do we make sure that people are protected and directed to humans when necessary?
Cherise, we know you speak today. We'll get to that in a moment about your topic and what you're planning to talk about. But as far as what you've been able to absorb, you were telling us during the break, it's like drinking out of a fire hydrant. You got a lot coming at you really fast.
Yeah.
But even in the last 24, 48 hours, what have you been surprised by? What have you kind of just found up there with all these experts coming together?
Yes, one of the most staggering statistics to me was that based on current research, 90% of Americans are still behind the veil when it comes to AI readiness. And so the U.S. Department of Labor actually just launched a readiness course to help people get basic skills on AI. It's free. So you can text the word ready to 20202, and that is definitely something that I want to get out to the community.
And Jason mentioned you are speaking today. So what are the biggest points that you want to get across, especially when it just talks about AI and our mental health? Because as we know, there have been some situations where those lines really get blurred and it can end in tragedy.
Yes, we're looking for ways to make sure that as AI is being built into different organizations or apps, that we are putting in operational frameworks that have escalation pathways so that if someone is in need, it flags it based on their patterns. And so that'll be a big part of the conversation that I have today around why that's important, the gap that we have now, because AI capability has advanced faster than the rules that we have around it. And we want to make sure that everyone is safe and knows the line between when to receive support through a chat GPT or a Claude and when you actually need to speak with a licensed professional.
Cherise, can you touch on that a little bit more? And I'm sure you've talked about it with colleagues there, just the more reticence we have from people now to go to ChatGPT or other, adaptive learning models instead of talking to a person, because you don't have to deal with, maybe you're embarrassed to say it out loud to a real human.
There are a lot of factors. We do know that mental health is one of the fastest growing use cases for AI, which means that millions and millions of people are using it by the day. Sometimes it's due to lack of access, right? Here's something that is free and available. Sometimes it's moments of crisis where it feels very necessary. But the reality is the need for mental health does sometimes outpace the accessibility in terms of insurance. So we're also all working together to determine how do we continue to use it as a tool to help people that may not have access to insurance or therapy. So we're not anti-AI, but we want to make sure that we're using it in a way that helps support people and helps maintain their dignity.
Cherise, I want to go back to something you mentioned a while ago. You said that the Department of Labor is offering this free AI education course. You can text READY to 20202. I think that's great. If you're speaking to whether it's the grandparent generation, maybe parents of teenagers or young kids, like what advice would you give them? Jump head in, learn how to use this on your own so that you can educate those within, your family, or how would you advise going forward?
That was a big part of the conversation. I do think it's important for anyone all across the scope of age to learn as much as they can. And I recognize that everyone has a different level of comfort. and there are resources that are available, such as the one we just mentioned, to help you learn. I will definitely say for parents, it is important that you stay connected to the different AI capabilities and what your students may be using, and have those conversations around, I can't be there all the time, and I know that you will share information. Let's talk about the difference in the information you share to a platform and the information that may need to come to myself or another professional.
Yeah, I think those are some great strategies, especially for parents, since the younger generation really is embracing AI. So Dr. Cherise Johnson, thank you so much, as always, for joining us and making us smarter. And we can't wait to see what you have to say on Capitol Hill today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye, Cherise. All right, 7:51 right now. Let's bring it closer to home to the Queen City. Ted, what do we need to know as far as weather today and through the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, what we need to know is hot, humid this afternoon. Temperatures starting off warm, low 70s. Winds are calm to kick off this Thursday. Dew points at 70 degrees. That's where you start feeling the moisture in the atmosphere. And trust me, once you walk out the door, you're going to feel it. Right now, low 70s for the most part, even through the I-40 corridor. 60s still stubbornly sticking around in our mountain counties. I expect highs to land in the mid-70s for the higher elevations. That's where it will be nice, comfortable, and warm through the peak heating hours of the day. Upper 80s, near 90 degrees around Charlotte and surrounding areas. We will be continuing to hold on to what will be a relatively hot afternoon. So that cold front comes from the north, dipping over the Carolinas into Tennessee. I'm expecting us to squeeze that moisture south, still playing into what could be a pop-up shower or two. Your flood concerns heading into Friday will be focused over the Carolinas here, from parts of Mississippi, Alabama into Georgia, southern Tennessee, seeing some of the rain activity as well. So as we look at clouds and radar, still holding on to what will be partly cloudy skies today. Some good sunshine, though, compared to our previous mornings. And then we'll look at more in the way of those isolated showers and pockets of rain. Could be heavy at times, but widely isolated and scattered. Most people will stay dry, not even see the wet weather for today, as I expect us to finish off the work week. Again, looking at what will be mostly clear conditions on Friday. Temperatures in the mid-80s. Rain chances return Saturday, mainly along I-85 and south for the afternoon, and then we'll look at dry conditions heading into Sunday to finish off the weekend. Overnight lows settle in the low to mid 60s in your overnight hours, early morning, looking at 80s on tap through your Friday into Saturday, calling for those upper 70s into low 80s Monday and into the first half of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. Here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hour. President Trump talking tough about the ongoing negotiations to end the war with Iran. In our 8 o'clock hour, we'll have a live report from Washington talking about what is holding up the talks for peace. Plus, was it a clerical error or something else? Parents are demanding answers after disabled students were left out of a North Carolina high school yearbook. What they say needs to happen right now to make things right. And we brought you this as breaking news Wednesday morning. A huge FBI and police raid in Northeast Charlotte. We saw armored vehicles and several people being taken into custody. And now we know exactly what agents say they found when they swarmed a motel on Reagan Drive. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News starts now.
It is almost 8 o'clock on this Thursday morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News. Boom, there it is, 8 o'clock. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Fayton with your pinpoint weather forecast. Listen, you don't need glasses to see the heat that's heading in our direction. It's going to slap you in the face once you walk out the door.
I was going to say, you're going from the AC to the outside. It's going to fog up.
They are going to fog up.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if it's blue lights, sunglasses, trifocals, any of them.
There it is.
Or the visor for your motorcycle. Once you go outside, it's going to...
Do people wear the motorcycle helmet inside and then go
they
outside?
Might.
If they like the look.
They might.
Okay, you never know.
Take a look.
Some people do wear glasses for the look.
Let's get outside. Looking around the crowd right now, we have those Carolina blue skies breaking through, some of the clouds rolling through. Moisture is out there, so once you head out and about, you will feel some of that warm and mugginess that's kicking off this Thursday morning. We hold on to traffic slowing down a little bit on Independence Boulevard. We'll get to the bottom of that here shortly, but over I-85, we've seen traffic moving at a speed limit pace, and still our tower camera showing a nice quiet start to your morning with those temperatures in the low 70s. We'll warm up here for the afternoon. West-southwest winds 3 miles per hour, near 70 degrees for your dew points. There's the Queen City in the distance. Our temperatures are still starting off anywhere from 2 to 3 to 4 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. I'm looking at low 70s, Charlotte, surrounding areas, mid to upper 60s, Boone and Jefferson. Your day planner will be holding on to partly cloudy skies. Highs making a run for what will be the low 80s by lunchtime, and then we'll definitely ramp up into what will be the upper 80s near 90 degrees heading into the peak heating hours of the day. North-northwest winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour, 20% chance of those showers. Tonight drops down into what will be the mid 60s with partly cloudy skies, and continuing to feel those cool conditions early in the morning before we ramp back up into the mid 80s on Friday. Cooling down, low 80s Saturday, 70s take hold as we head into the second half of the weekend. Average highs this time of year in the low 80s. Will be below that with a slow rebound heading into early next week. So we'll keep a close eye on that for you with a look at your forecast and our rain chances, and likely getting an update in our drought conditions sometime this hour. We'll have another look at your forecast here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. 8 o'clock. Rush hour started an hour ago. We are seeing volume pick up all around the crown. Good looking shot from NCDOT. Look at the sun shining over the crown jewel of North Carolina. We're talking about the skyline right there. This is 77 north and south traffic right near Oaklawn, just north of Uptown. And that stretch is looking really good this morning. Let's give you an overall view. We've got a handful of incidents in the central and in the west part of the city. None of these really causing major delays. We do have a new accident, though, on 77. We've got a lane blocked. This is 77 south at I-277, right at the Brookshire exit. It's backed up to LaSalle Street, so just be aware of that if you're trying to work your way down into the heart of Uptown. You can see a little bit here from the John Belk Freeway. That's the John Belk is the one coming at us. 77's underneath, so a little bit of stop and go traffic because of that accident. We're still dealing with a lane blocked on 45 Inner out near the airport on the west side of the city. 45 Inner, right at the Wilkinson Boulevard exit, backed up to West Boulevard, so just be aware of that. Overall, if you're coming in from Gaston County, that's actually the best stretch, surprisingly. We've improved, though, if you're coming down from Lake Norman on 77, now you're under half an hour. That's good. Coming up from Rock Hill, you're in good shape. Let's take you to 77 north and south near Woodlawn, kind of in the LoSo, the southern part of the city. Out near us, we've got 85 and Sam Wilson on the west side of the city, right at the 485 split. That stretch is looking good. Here's 85 at Billy Graham. It's been kind of slow. Folks trying to get off on Billy Graham, looking a little better there. Let's take you up to Lake Norman. Between Davidson and Mooresville, this stretch of I-77 looking really nice this morning as the sun has been coming up. We'll give you another snapshot of traffic and maybe your drive times to the airport coming up at 8:30.
Well, there may soon be some new ways to pay for public transit in Charlotte.
Transportation officials have settled on a payment plan they believe will increase funds, ridership, and safety.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live north of Uptown with the details of those changes. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Charlotte transportation officials just finalized a new fare enforcement plan that's been in the works for about 2 years. The idea is to simplify the way riders pay for every light rail, bus, and micro transit trip. These changes going in all across the CATS system. Now, some of those upgrades include offering more contactless payment options and expanding the existing electronic fare validation system, so no one's having to check by hand. City commissioners also approved expanding the eligibility for reduced fare programs that would allow more people to qualify for discounted rides. This plan was adopted by the Metropolitan Transit Commission in their final meeting, as governance of the CAT system is going to be transferring to a new board established late last year, the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority. This move creates more separation between the city of Charlotte and the transit system. Now, leaders did take a moment during last night's meeting to recognize the accomplishments that the board has made over the past 25 plus years.
really have brought to Charlotte-Mecklenburg a vision to reality, which will help our residents access affordable housing and jobs and healthcare and healthy food, and help to protect our air and help to protect our quality of life.
And the MPTA will be the ones overseeing the transition into the more contactless fare enforcement options here. That they say it's going to take anywhere between 6 and 18 months. However, they do plan to do more public outreach and education before any major changes are finalized. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. New overnight, a U.S. airbase in the Middle East is the latest target of an attack from Iran. That's according to Iranian military leaders. The country's Revolutionary Guard claims that it was all in response to U.S. strikes near a key military site in the southern part of the country.
The U.S. hitting Iranian drones and launch facilities right near the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian leaders also threatened a repeat of U.S. strikes would lead to a, quote, more decisive response. U.S. leaders have not confirmed or commented on those reports.
Now, this comes after President Trump said Wednesday that he is, quote, not satisfied yet with the terms of the deal being negotiated with Iran. He said the U.S. is willing to ramp up strikes again if a deal isn't reached soon. Despite that, the fragile ceasefire remains in place between the two countries.
News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow joins us live with the very latest. So, Kristen, what have we learned so far about these negotiations?
Well, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says that progress has been made in these talks, but at this point, he and President Trump say there isn't a deal yet that the U.S. is willing to agree to. The president also said that sanctions relief for Iran isn't on the table.
They thought they were going to outweight me, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
During a cabinet meeting Wednesday, President Trump said he's not letting this year's elections rush him into making a deal with Iran.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job.
If there's an agreement to be made, we want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made.
President Trump says sanctions relief for Iran isn't being discussed in the negotiations.
We're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing.
But one key sticking point in the talks is the future of the Strait of Hormuz, a major shipping channel for oil that remains largely closed. President Trump made a warning to Oman, a U.S. ally, saying he wouldn't allow Oman and Iran to manage the strait together.
Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that.
And U.S. Central Command says that missile launch by Iran towards Kuwait is a violation of the ceasefire.
All right, again, Kristen Eskow live in our nation's capital. Kristen, thank you.
U.S. Supreme Court justices are preparing for the final month of their term and the release of some key rulings. Some of the pending cases include President Trump's challenge to the constitutional right of birthright citizenship. The justices will also decide whether the Constitution allows states to require sports participants to compete based on biological sex instead of gender identity. They're also expected to rule on the president's authority to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook.
Governor Josh Stein wants double-digit pay raises for more than just correctional officers as the state continues to work towards a new budget. Prison leaders say recruitment and retention remains a large problem for their personnel. They call the raises a step in the right direction, but officials also warn many workers who help keep correctional facilities running aren't included in the budget framework.
Our folks have been hearing for a long time, we promised that there are raises coming, right? We are going to try to take care of you, and it has not happened. And so I think that folks who have not had a significant increase in pay for some time are getting tired of that.
North Carolina ranks 49th in the country for correctional officers' pay.
Some North Carolina parents are outraged after their students with disabilities were not included in the school yearbook. One mom says her 2 children with autism brought home the Chapel Hill High School yearbook last week. She couldn't find one photo or even a reference to her children or the more than dozen other special needs students. Parents say representation matters, and now they're calling on the district to reprint the yearbook to include all students.
And the response has not really been helpful.
What has the response been?
The first response was almost as if it was just a clerical error and they're blaming it on their systems. They said, we did make a mistake. Can we offer peel and stick to put in? And I said that would not be acceptable.
District officials say that they are now working on a plan to ensure that they make things right for the students and families who were left out of the yearbook. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school district leaders encourage parents to prepare for next school year early. The district launched its Intent to Ride campaign, which helps families make sure their kids are accounted for when assigning bus routes for the next school year. CMS wants families to complete the process to register by next Friday, June the 5th. The link to register is on our website, qcnews.com. Ted, for those headed out to the bus stop this morning, how are we looking?
Yeah, a little warm, a little muggy this morning. Cold front heading in our direction, not to bring down the temperatures today, but to squeeze some of that moisture out of the Carolinas. We'll break down what we look like from the heat and the chance of rain heading into the weekend, coming up with a check of your forecast. You're watching Queen City News Now as we take you live over Independence Boulevard, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. A group of 35 former federal judges are calling for President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS to be reopened. The ex-judges say that the court was deceived and they want the case to be investigated for fraud.
Now, originally, the president, whose two eldest sons in the Trump organization, had filed a lawsuit against the IRS, but they abruptly dropped their suit, reaching a settlement instead. As part of it, the Justice Department announced an almost $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund for allies of the president who have been unfairly targeted by the DOJ. The settlement also shields the president and others from any IRS enforcement regarding their past tax returns.
Joining us this morning, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, good morning. When you look at this, the fraud that they're wanting to kind of break open and try to find, what does it look like to you?
Well, there are a number of moving parts to even get to that argument of what it looks like to me. First, do they have an opportunity to have this case reopened? How do you get there? What's the path forward? It's probably because if they don't even have a path to do this, none of this fraud portion matters. And so you have an opportunity for a number of ways. You can attempt to intervene. You can intervene with this a specific right to motion to intervene under Rule 24. I don't think they'll be able to do that as an intervention of right because they don't have any financial interest in this. They're not parties to the settlements. They have no personal stake. And so I don't think they have that right. So then there would be some permissive intervention. Courts are reluctant to do that after a case has been already resolved. And so I think that may be a hard route to go as well. So then you say, well, is there standing for them to even intervene at all? I think the standing process would be hard. There's no injury in fact. There's no causation. There's no redressability between these judges in the case that happened. And so you can say a couple of things, and this is why they went this Rule 60, this fraud on the court aspect. They're saying that, listen, we're a friend of the court. We're writing this to let the court know that we believe there's this alleged fraud. And so you can take up our motion going that way, or you can do it sua sponte. The judge can do it on their own, rising and addressing this question and concern of the allegation of fraud. For them to open it back up, the judge doesn't have to do a full-fledged investigation or hearing, just say, all right, I'll reopen it. The allegation itself of that there was fraud involved in this settlement and there's some misuse of the court to reach this settlement is enough for the judge to reopen it and then conduct a full investigation.
Okay, so what do you see as being the next steps here, and if they're successful in even moving forward?
I think that third port that I mentioned is the next steps. I think if the court is open to listening to the argument that these judges put forward, was that there was under Rule 60 D3 specifically, that there was fraud on the court, that the conversations between both parties, that they recognized that there was already a settlement in place. And so you got to look at the time frame. They give this settlement to they give this motion to dismiss the case to the court, saying that there's no settlement in talks, there's no settlement negotiated, there's no settlement even mentioned to the judge. And then a day later, there's a settlement reached. A day after that, there's an addendum to the settlement reached. And so the court would at least show on its face that if you reach this settlement with a day after closing this case, that there had already been communications and conversations that there was a settlement in the works. And at the very minimum, that portion should have been communicated to the court to let them know where they were at in this process.
Khalif, the federal judge overseeing this case, Kathleen Williams, said that because they reached the settlement and dropped the case the way they did, that kind of took away her ability to scrutinize the matter. So what is the process when you reach a settlement? Do you have to present that to the court for the court to agree, or is it whatever you and the other party decide?
Typically, a settlement agreement will be presented to the court, and then the court would approve any type of settlement agreement that's in place. And so the manner in which they dismissed this case and then settled after dismissal, it raises a number of questions because it kind of went around the typical process, which is I file a complaint, the other party responds, and then we would go through the discovery process, and either we will settle or we'll go to trial. And then during that settlement process, the court would approve said settlement.
All right, Khalif, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Another topic with Khalif coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Almost 8:19. Let's bring back in our meteorologist, Ted Phaeton, to talk about this warm turning into a hot, muggy day, Ted.
Yeah, we are on our way, ramping up now, 73 degrees. Temperatures are going to slowly climb into what will be the upper 80s, peak heating hours of the day. West-southwest winds, 3 miles per hour. We'll continue to see traffic moving at a speed limit pace now that we're passing that rush hour. Low 70s, Charlotte into Monroe. Low 70s, I-40 corridor, stubbornly still holding on to those 60s for Boone and Jefferson. Now, highs will be near 90 degrees today, so you will feel the heat. 70s, Boone and Jefferson. Still looking at what will be that cold front dipping south, giving us clear conditions through the Ohio Valley region, the Northeast, the Midwest, and then again some of the cloud cover back through our central plains, eastern Texas into Louisiana, seeing some of the heavy rain. I expect our Gulf states to see some of the flood potential heading into your Friday as that cold front becomes a stationary front parked to our south, keeping that moisture from pushing further north and giving us a little bit of a buffer for the end of the work week. So clouds and radar really showing this transition. Cold front dipping south. There's the cloud cover, some of the rain activity that's going to start to come with it heading into your afternoon. Not too concerned about widespread impacts, but we still hold on to the chance of an isolated shower or thunderstorm through your early afternoon into your evening will dry out. Overnight lows settle in the 60s. We'll have clear skies for Friday to finish off the work week. And then again, bring back the cloud cover and some of the moisture heading into your Saturday before our rain chances ramp up Saturday afternoon. Now, lows tonight still bottom out in what will be the mid-60s. Charlotte into Monroe, low to mid-50s. Boone and Jefferson. Our higher elevations will be nice and cool early in the morning. We'll rebound into the mid-80s Friday, low 80s Saturday, 70s turn to those 80s heading into the first half of next week. Jason?
Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. As we go to break, watching the day unfold and get started up in New York City. The Big Apple looking beautiful this morning. Futures don't look so good. The Dow's down 106 points. S&P, NASDAQ, both in the red. We're a good hour before the markets open. We will join Jane King, who's live at the New York Stock Exchange right after this break. It is 8:23. Welcome back, everyone. SpaceX has been ordered to investigate the Starship booster mishap, and automated balls and strikes have officially come to Major League Baseball. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, no curveballs this morning. How are we starting the day?
No. Please no, yeah. So, well, we're starting lower with stocks and oil's back up again. So very dependent on the headlines. You know, the Dow closed at a record high yesterday as oil dropped, but total opposite setup is what we're shaping up for here today. Now, just 5 days after its debut flight, the SpaceX Starship V3 mega rocket has been grounded. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration declared the May 22nd Starship V3 launch a mishap and is now requiring an investigation before the vehicle can take to the skies again. And automated balls and strikes have officially come to Major League Baseball, and 38% of Americans are completely on board. Nearly 4 in 10 respondents think having a computer call balls and strikes is a positive change for the game. The survey was conducted by Talker Research, and it found sound, the change may inspire viewers to check out more games. The results showed 21% said the new system will encourage them to tune into more games than they normally would have otherwise. Jason?
Well, Jane, I'm curious what the other 62% don't like about the new automated. Is it just because it should be a human ump there? Like, I get that, but if you can be accurate and make it a little faster to watch 9 innings plus, hey, I'm all here for it.
Those games can get really long, so I'm supposed to go to Yankees game next week, so we'll see if it's a human or a computer.
It's going to take 3 days to get through 9 innings, so good luck with that, Jane. Appreciate that. We'll join you coming up in a little more than an hour when the opening bell goes off at 9:30. Thanks, Jane. You're watching Queen City News on this Thursday morning. Traffic looking pretty good inbound and outbound on Independence Boulevard. We'll have more traffic and weather coming up after this.
All right, coming up on 8:30 on your Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador, and we are an hour and a half away from the end of the show, which means we're an hour and a half away from Friday. Just saying.
Ooh,
wow.
I like that.
I mean, quick math.
How can I
come on
now?
Nicely done. I'm Jason Harper. That's Ted Payton, who can't focus because now he's thinking about the finish line, which is an hour and a half away. When we do walk outside eventually today, it's going to be warmer than it was when we came in this morning at 3 o'clock or earlier.
Yeah, it will. It will be.
It's amazing, right? See how that works?
Quite the insight.
The sun came up, makes it warmer. I hear how all these things go together.
I think we're just coming out with just like landmark discoveries right here. Hour and a half away from the end of the show.
This is a banger half hour.
This is amazing. just wait. Temperatures are going to continue to ramp up. Just wait until this afternoon when it even gets hot as we head into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees this afternoon. Right now, partly cloudy. We have some good sunshine getting your morning started. There's the Queen City in the distance. We have more of the view of the Queen City than what we had yesterday, as fog is not as much of an issue heading out the door. Now, in terms of your temperatures, we start off in the low 70s, west-southwest winds 3 miles per hour, dew points near 70 degrees here to start your morning. I'm looking at a difference of 2 to 4 degrees on the warmer side. And again, that's giving us a bit of that warm and muggy feel as we head out the door. Mid-70s east of Uptown from Albemarle, Wadesboro into Rockingham. We're still in the mid to upper 60s in our mountain counties with low 70s Morganton into Shelby. So stubbornly holding on to those 60s in our mountain counties, but still will be nice and warm through the afternoon. Uptown and surrounding areas getting to the low 80s come lunchtime. I'm looking at what will likely be those mid 80s heading into your afternoon, your mid-afternoon with a pop-up chance of a shower or thunderstorm here through the peak heating hours of the day. Near 90 degrees for your afternoon highs. North-northwest winds will come in behind that cold front, still anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Overnight lows settle into the 60s heading into your early morning hours on Friday, giving us a little bit of a cooler start and a cooler finish. Mid-80s Friday, below normal for your Saturday, getting into the low 80s, and then 70s take hold Sunday. Heading into the first half of next week, we're looking at those slightly cooler temperatures, but still warm by any stretch. I'll break down more of what our overall setup looks like with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, I appreciate that. Hopefully the AC is working. A good test for summer. That is right around the corner with that heat Ted's talking about. Right now, testing your patience if you're sitting in some traffic, depending on where you are around the Queen City. We're looking at a great shot from NCDOT. This is I-77 north and southbound. Great shot of the skyline there, but that's southbound traffic on the right. You got toll lanes going right through the middle of the city. Just a cool little layout there, just near, this is near Oaklawn Road, but traffic's moving well. Not too bad if you're hopping off on the Brookshire Freeway there. Overall, we've got 7 or 8 different incidents from way out west near Belmont all the way over to Harrisburg and Mint Hill. We've got a new issue on the southeast part of the city, 485 Inner. We'll get to that, but here's some drive times if you're making your way down from Mooresville. You've got the slowest stretch down 77. We'll give you a shot of that in a minute. Coming up from Rock Hill and from Gastonia, you're pretty good. Now let's go to 45 Inner. The left lane is closed, blocked. If you're kind of working your way between Mint Hill and Matthews before you get to Independence Boulevard, you're going to be slowed down to about 15-20 miles an hour. Once you're on Independence Boulevard, you're golden all the way up underneath Sharon Amity Road, all the way around the bend and into Uptown. Here's just south of Uptown, 77 north and south traffic at Woodlawn. Little shaky camera there, but traffic's moving pretty well. Out west, this is 85 and the 485 split right near Sam Wilson Road in the west part of the city, not too far from us outside our windows. Here's further up 85 near Billy Graham Parkway. People are getting off the exit there on the left. You can see that's Billy Graham Parkway. Coming down from Mooresville, Davidson, right across the lake, right across Lake Norman. Great looking shot of I-77 north and south traffic. We will wrap up your traffic, give you drive times to the airport coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Annie?
All right, Jason, thank you. New this morning, we're learning more details about the man arrested for the so-called Sundrop killings that took place in Concord back in 2008.
Yeah, this week,
43-year-old Johnny Talbert was charged with the murders of Donna Barnhart and Darrell Knowles. The two were shot during a 2008 robbery at the former Sundrop Bottling Company in Concord. Talbert was arrested in Port Angeles, Washington, after a tip from Concord police. A detective there says Talbert is well known to police and has been arrested 14 times in Clallam County, Washington since 2011. Talbot remains behind bars in Washington and is awaiting extradition to North Carolina to face those murder charges. Also new this morning, 2 people are dead and 4 others are hurt after a serious crash in Lancaster County, South Carolina. It happened at the intersection of West Rebound Road and Rock Hill Highway. The South Carolina Highway Patrol says a truck and an Audi collided, killing 2 people in the truck. The driver and a passenger from the truck were taken to the hospital along with 2 others. People in the Audi, or with 2 other people in the Audi. Names of the victims have not been released just yet. The crash is under investigation. And new overnight, a U.S. airbase in the Middle East is the latest target of an attack from Iran. That's according to Iranian military leaders. Iran's Revolutionary Guard claims that it was all in response to U.S. strikes near a key military site in the southern part of the country.
Well, the U.S. hitting Iranian drones and launch facilities near the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian leaders also threatened a repeat of U.S. strikes would lead to a, quote, more decisive response. U.S. leaders have not yet confirmed or commented on those reports.
And this comes after the president said Wednesday that he's not satisfied yet with the terms of the deal being negotiated with Iran. He said the U.S. is willing to ramp up strikes again if a deal's not reached soon. Despite that, the fragile ceasefire remains in place between the two countries.
One person is dead after a late-night crash in the Steel Creek area. It happened around midnight at the intersection of Steel Creek Road and Shopton Road West. Details are still limited, but medics says that victim was pronounced dead at the scene. We'll bring you the latest on air here throughout the morning and on our website, qcnews.com.
A raid involving FBI agents and Charlotte-Mecklenburg police targeting a motel on the city's northeast side leads to 10 arrests and a seizure of drugs, guns, and the business itself.
Officials say that it's just the start of their efforts to clean up the Sugar Creek corridor. Federal and local authorities say that the 6-month investigation that led to yesterday's bust is aimed at clearing out drugs, guns, prostitution, and other crimes.
Around 8:30 yesterday morning, police and agents swarmed the Charlotte Garden Inn and Suites on Reagan Drive, just west of Sugar Creek Road. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer has a look at the effort to crack down on illegal activity in that neighborhood.
U.S. Attorney referred to the entire Sugar Creek corridor as an open-air drug market. He gave a warning to other hotel operators nearby, saying if they're cooperating with criminals and not cops, law enforcement will seize their properties just like they did at the Garden Inn on Wednesday.
We cannot let pockets of Charlotte become safe for criminals and not safe for anyone else. We cannot do it.
It's an area that's long been on Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers and city leaders' radars. In fact, at the Garden Inn alone, officers received 590 calls for service and made 47 arrests from the beginning of January 2024 to May 18th of this year.
This is a long day in the making for the residents along the Sugar Creek corridor and Reagan Drive.
Charlotte City Council member Dante Anderson represents the area. She says within weeks of Police Chief Estella Patterson taking her role, she called her to find out what could be done about the persistent crime on the Sugar Creek corridor.
This area has been plagued for years. I want to say that. It's not just a couple of years. It's been a very long time. And so it's going to take time to dismantle that behavior that has been accepted.
Wednesday's sting at the hotel investigators are calling a hub for drug and gun trafficking is step one of the cleanup process. It involved hundreds of FBI agents and CMPD officers who arrested nearly a dozen people and took 11 guns and 1,700 grams of narcotics.
It is because of this strong team that you see we are moving closer to making sure that Charlotte is a safe city.
Chief Patterson says she'll keep working with these federal partners to bring a sense of security to the area because they see the corridor's potential.
It is a part of Charlotte that should be thriving. It is a part of Charlotte that is affordable, but it is a part of Charlotte that is not safe. And we're going to use every federal tool we have to make sure it is safe for those who are using it innocently to get to work and to get to education.
Investigators did say for this particular case at the Garden Inn, more charges and arrests could be on the way for other people potentially involved. In Northeast Charlotte, Caroline Boyer, Queen City News.
The area of yesterday's raid is one of the 6 Charlotte corridors of opportunity city leaders are working on to try to improve. They're working with corporate partners and the federal government to invest in these corridors to fight crime, improve curb appeal, and to bring in new jobs, businesses, and attractions. Other corridors include Albemarle and Central, Freedom Drive and Wilkinson Boulevard, and West Boulevard.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners today will begin their 2-day session of reviewing the county manager's recommended 2027 budget. They'll hold straw votes on elements in the $2.6 billion operating plan and decide what changes should be made. The commission's final vote on the budget will be next Tuesday. The panel that's overseen the Charlotte's mass transit for the past 27 years is headed into the history books. Members of the Metropolitan Transit Commission held their last meeting yesterday. The commission will officially dissolve on July 1st when the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority takes over governance. Since 1999, the Transit Commission has overseen everything from the creation of CATS to the addition of the light rail service to security improvements in the wake of last year's stabbing death of Irina Zarutska. Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles praised the panel's role in the area's growth.
We have over 1 million people in this city, and no matter what we talk about and do, we have to think about them first and foremost. the opportunities that come to each one of us, our cities, our towns, the people that work, it's absolutely the most, I think, exciting thing to ever happen in this community.
July 1st is also when the county's new transit sales tax takes effect, paying for new services and transportation improvements in the area.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is issuing an executive order aimed at keeping state employees out of prediction markets. Those are sites like Kalshi and Pauling Market, where people can place money on the outcome of a future event, ranging from sporting events, political contests, and even government decisions. But there's very little regulation over the sites that many liken to gambling to keep people from trying to rig the system.
A combination between the stock market and sports betting. There is really a tension there between what we're thinking about from the perspective of the benefits to society of these sorts of markets versus some of the legal and ethical issues that people might be individually facing.
Governor Stein's executive order bans state employees from using insider information to participate in and profit from online prediction markets. He says he's not aware of any state employees doing this, but adds the executive order is meant to increase public confidence in government.
People need to have faith that their public servants are working on their behalf, not leveraging their knowledge unfairly to win a bet and make money.
Stein says activity on prediction markets skyrocketed 300% between 2024 and 2025.
The Scripps National Spelling Bee Finals are tonight in Washington, D.C., and one North Carolina middle school student sponsored by the Carolina Panthers is among the finalists. 13-year-old Kushi Gadamukala attends Carnegie Magnet Middle School in Raleigh and placed 41st in the competition last year. The finals begin at 8 tonight. You can watch it on our side channel. That's 46.6.
It was over before it even started. How the Hurricanes dominated across the border to inch closer to a return to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time in 20 years. You're watching Queen City News on this Thursday. We appreciate that. Traffic moving well outside our studios on Interstate 85. We will be right back. Carolina Hurricanes are once again celebrating a major win.
And a Charlotte Hornet is getting some much-deserved love.
Carolina Sports Live's Gabe McDonald is following those stories in our morning sports.
Well, the Carolina Hurricanes were back across the border on Wednesday night looking to take a commanding lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Fresh off that thrilling overtime win on Monday, looking to take control of the series before heading back to Raleigh. Heading back north of the border for potentially the final time this series. Canes entered last night with a 2-1 lead over the Canadians. Had the birthday boy, Jacob Dobesh, and Carolina's Frederick Anderson locked and loaded for another battle in net. Now, it'd be rather quiet through most of the first period, but then we saw an avalanche at the end by the Canes. Carolina taking advantage of the power play. Sebastian Aho with a beauty of a one-timer as the Canes strike first. And if you thought Carolina was done, think again. Just over a minute later, an absolute beauty here. Keandre Miller threading the needle, somehow connecting with Jordan Stahl, who just gets it past Dobesh for the goal. Got to run that one back for you. Doesn't get any better than that, folks. A perfect pass to set up the Canes' second goal of the night. But wait, how about one more for good measure to close out the period? Canes with the odd man rush. Logan Stankoven off the feed from Jackson Blake. And it's almost too easy. Carolina with 3 goals in 2 minutes and 47 seconds as they had a commanding 3-0 lead through 20 minutes. Jump all the way to the final frame. Canes looking to put a bow on it. Andrei Svechnikov on the breakaway for the empty netter. And that would cap the scoring. A dominant performance for the Canes in Montreal on Wednesday as they take a 3-1 series lead after shutting out the Canadians 4-0. Talking football now, as Panthers OTAs have been getting underway this week, it means everyone is getting valuable reps, including the coaches. Offensive coordinator Brad Idzik will be taking over the play calling duties this season for the first time, which gives head coach Dave Canales the ability to step back at practice and give the team a different look. And it also gives Idzik a chance to further prove himself as a young coach in the NFL.
You know, sometimes when you're running drills, like situational drills, you throw a little penalty in there, or you say, hey, he didn't catch that. Like, let's run that back, just to kind of throw a screwball at both the play caller and also the offense, so they can kind of have to react to scenarios. That happened yesterday, and that's great reps for me as a play caller, but that's also great reps for everybody to hit a hard reset, react to a situation. That's real live football. And for Dave to be able to take a step back and kind of incorporate those things into practice, the uncontrolled variables, that's made possible for him, in this new kind of context.
Shifting to hoops now, the NBA Hustle Award honors a player who makes effort plays that go beyond the traditional box score and are oftentimes larger than individual stats and are more focused on helping drive team success. And this season, it was given to Hornets center Moussa Diabate. With some Hornets teammates in attendance, along with Charles Lee and Jeff Peterson, the organization celebrated Diabate on Wednesday for not only being awarded by the NBA for his hustle stats, but for the hustle he puts into the team on a day-to-day basis. Moussa shared how grateful he was for the honor as he preached about the significance of how much the little things matter in the NBA, while his teammate Con Knipple nodded his head in agreement.
Those guys around that, do the little things, how impactful are they, and, how important that is to the day-to-day of, whether it's practices or in the games. Like, this impact matters so much, and I feel like as players, sometimes we kind of forget it. And, we're just looking at the stats of, man, we got to score 30 points, we got to do this and that. But, man, it changed so much, and it brings so much to the team and, to the organization, period.
That type of work ethic becomes contagious. I think that everyone's kind of touched on. It's something that can't be quantified with the numbers. It's just his work ethic.
And coming up tonight on Carolina Sports Live, we'll talk some more Panthers as they continue OTAs with their final practice of this week's session coming up tomorrow. And also, we're going to hear from Rod Brindamore and company as the Carolina Hurricanes look to clinch the series and advance to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time since 2006. We'll hear from him and all the players ahead of tomorrow night's Game 5. That and more tonight at 11 o'clock on CSL.
All right, good stuff, Gabe. Thank you, sir. Let's take you live to Nashville. Stock car racing is going to be taking center stage there this weekend. The Cracker Barrel 400 returning to the Music City. But before that main event, both the Truck and the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series will be running. Truck racing takes place tomorrow with the Allegiance 200 held under the Friday night lights of Nashville Superspeedway. Then on Saturday, you can watch the pros from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series take part in the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250. And then finally, the main event, the Cracker Barrel 400, Sunday afternoon. You can catch all the latest racing action on Carolina Sports Live.
Are you looking live at Bank of America Stadium, where the U.S. men's national team will be taking on Senegal's national team this weekend? This is just one of the pre-World Cup friendlies taking place ahead of the dozens of matches that will take place across the country, Canada, and Mexico. And there are some affordable ticket options for people that want to go this Sunday as Upper Bowl opens for fans. Tickets starting as low as $38. Kickoff against Senegal is this Sunday at 3:30.
Always exciting getting that soccer action in on a weekend. But Ted, the past week we've been dodging showers. It's hard to predict. You have to have your pinpoint weather alert up. It's honestly great. But what are we looking at today and heading into our weekend?
Yeah, today's going to be the hottest of the next few. As we head into the weekend, we'll slowly cool down. Rain chances will be limited this afternoon. Your best chance of rain will come Saturday, but along that I-40 corridor in areas south. Right now, looking at low 70s, west-southwest winds coming in at about 3 miles per hour. Dew points at 70 degrees as that sunshine breaks through the cloud cover. Low to mid 70s around Charlotte, low 70s I-40 corridor, still holding on to those mid to upper 60s through our mountain counties. Now highs set their sights towards the upper 80s near 90 degrees. 89 degrees Charlotte, 90 toward Union County into Monroe, into Rock Hill. Looking at those mid 80s I-40 corridor, 70s for our mountain counties. Should feel nice and warm for the higher elevations heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Now we have a cold front dipping south. That's going to play into some of the cloud cover and some isolated showers possible behind it as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. This cold front won't cool us down too much this afternoon. It's really our overnight lows and your Friday that will see the change in those temperatures. More of that moisture stretching further north towards parts of Nebraska and into through Oklahoma as we head into your afternoon. So right now, Friday, finishing off the week with your flood concerns off to our south in that red shading, including parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Notice that stationary front works as the buffer to block us from the abundant amount of moisture heading in our direction. Still looking at what will be the low-end rain chance for your Thursday, walking you through it. Maybe an isolated shower west of I-77, diminishing really quickly overnight heading into Friday. Mostly dry, sunny skies dominate, and then we'll look at more in the way of cloud cover building as we head into Saturday. And there's your showers south of I-85 Saturday afternoon, and then tapering off by the evening and drying out in time for your Sunday. Overnight lows bottom out in the low to mid 60s, 50s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecast will hold on to what will be those 70s by Sunday into Monday, gradually rebounding into what will be the 80s through the first half of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, as we count down to America 250, it's a golden opportunity to check out a historic gold mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Reed Gold Mine is the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States. Today, many school groups take field trips at the mine where a 17-pound gold nugget was found by a little boy in 1799. Students get a sense of the dark conditions that mine workers had to labor in.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
We saw a small sample of gold fever as kids pan for precious metals. You can watch Spirit of America 250 on Queen City News tonight at 10. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Toyota is recalling tens of thousands of trucks over a problem that could cause serious engine trouble. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says about 43,000 2024 Toyota Tundra trucks are being called back because of debris left behind during the manufacturing process. Officials say that could contaminate the engine, causing the main bearing to fail. That could then lead to engine knocking, rough running, stalling, or just a failure to start altogether. The recall expands on two previous recalls issued in May 2024 and November 2025. No crashes, injuries, or deaths have been connected to the issue. Owners of affected vehicles are expected to get a letter by July 6th. Toyota is finalizing a repair solution, and owners will be able to have that resolved for free. Drivers for rideshare apps like Uber and Lyft are celebrating after Massachusetts became the first state to recognize their union. The decision is a milestone in larger efforts to organize independent contractors under federal labor law. Drivers say they hope the union will bring better pay, stronger protections against sudden deactivations, and increased stability for drivers. Both Uber and Lyft have agreed to work with the new bargaining framework as negotiations move forward. However, Uber says it plans to preserve driver flexibility and hard-earned benefits, and Lyft says it hopes to keep rideshare services affordable and dependable. 8:59, stay with us as we head right into our 9 o'clock hour.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton, still thinking about 1 hour till Friday.
There it is.
Wow.
Ooh, that's what I'm talking
Almost
about.
there.
Now,
Teddy, listen, today, National Hamburger Day, National Brisket Day.
Ooh.
I mean, step out there on the grill if you're brave, because it's already going to be hot this afternoon.
It's going to be hot. It is going to be hot. Might want to fire up the grill early if you're going to be out by the grill. But if you're smoking a brisket, go ahead.
Come on,
leave
it. Forget it.
Yeah, let it do the
let
work.
that thing do the work.
Let it sit.
Started tonight, have it ready for tomorrow, because
There
you're saying
you go.
tomorrow's going to be the best day of the weekend.
As long as you have us come over, it's going to be
That's
the best.
With a
point.
brisket,
Yeah.
there you
Exactly.
go.
Exactly.
Come on.
If you're cooking up the brisket or smoking the brisket, rather, make sure you call us as we have a cool down heading into the weekend. And of course, taking a look right now, Charlotte Motor Speedway out in Concord, still seeing those partly cloudy skies getting your morning started. For the most part, we will be dry for the first half of the day. Looking at a low end rain chance this afternoon. Yesterday made it to 86 degrees. Average highs this time of year typically hit the low 80s. We'll be above that, already hitting those mid 70s now that the sun's getting to work. South-southwest winds 5 miles per hour. Temperature change, we're 4 to 5 degrees warmer than where we were this time yesterday. That's going to be the foundation that we work off of. Mid-70s Charlotte, mid-70s as well through the I-40 corridor. Getting into the upper 60s, Boone and Jefferson. I think we'll hit low 80s by lunchtime. Mid-80s for your early afternoon with those showers and storms possible, but also looking at a high near 90 degrees. Winds coming out of the north-northwest anywhere between 3 to 8 miles per hour. So we will have more of those light winds and those scattered showers despite the sunshine to start your day. We'll break down more of what's on tap for the weekend and a look at your next few days in terms of rain chances coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. New this morning, we're learning more details about the man arrested for the so-called sun drop murders that happened in Concord back in 2008. This week, 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was charged with the murders of Donna Barnhart and Darrell Knowles. The two were shot during a robbery in 2008 at the former Sun Drop Bottling Company in Concord. Talbert was arrested in Port Angeles, Washington after a tip from Concord police. A detective there said that Talbert is well known to police in the area and has been arrested 14 times in Clallam County, Washington since 2011. Talbert remains behind bars in Washington and is awaiting extradition to North Carolina to face murder charges.
Also new this morning, 2 people are dead and 4 others hurt after a serious crash in Lancaster, South Carolina. It happened at the intersection of West Rebound Road and Rock Hill Highway. The South Carolina Highway Patrol says a truck and an Audi collided, killing 2 people in the truck. The driver and a passenger from the truck were taken to the hospital along with 2 other people in the Audi. Names of the victims have not yet been released. That crash remains under investigation this morning. Well, Charlotte transit officials now have a new plan to modernize fare enforcement that's been 2 years in the making.
Public transportation leaders say that it will simplify the way riders pay for any light rail, bus, and microtransit trip.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live north of Uptown to explain why the updated payment plan comes at a pivotal time. Savannah?
That's right, Annie. Oversight of the Charlotte area transit system, that is changing hands for the first time in nearly 3 decades. So as of now, the Metropolitan Transit Commission, they are handing over control of the CAT system to the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority. Now, while those 2 boards sound very similar, there are some key differences between the old leadership and the new leadership here. The MPTA, that was established late last year with the passage of the PAVE Act. It It creates a little bit more separation between just the city government and the CAT system. So the MPTA is a 27-member board with representatives from area cities, local organizations, and 2 state appointees. Now, in the final meeting of the MTC, commissioners voted to approve some fair enforcement changes. This has been a top priority for CATS officials during a security overhaul launched in the wake of the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska last fall. But modernization of payment methods, that's been discussed for about 2 years. Upgrades include offering riders new ways to pay, implementing contactless payment options, and expanding the existing electronic fare validation systems, so it's not all done by hand. Cash payment options will still be available to make sure that riders without a smartphone or credit card still have access to their routes.
Remain committed to education and listening to our customers and community members, and are excited to continue these discussions with different organizations such as International House and Roof Above to ensure everyone has a way to pay for transit.
The MPTA will be overseeing the implementation of these changes, and they say it could take about 6 to 18 months. And they say they will make sure that rider outreach is an important part of the next coming months, so everyone knows the changes as soon as they're finalized. Reporting live just north of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. Coming up on 9:06, new this morning, a federal judge is allowing a President Trump executive order that would create a federal voter list and limit mail-in voting to move forward. This is separate from a 2025 executive order on voting that this was halted by the courts.
The latest order was issued March 31st, and it calls for Homeland Security officials to work with Social Security administrators to create a list of adult U.S. citizens in each state and to send those lists to state election officials. It also calls for the U.S. Postal Service to make lists of eligible voters and to only deliver mail-in ballots to people on those lists. The U.S. Postal Service is a federal agency that is independent of the president's administration.
I want to bring in our chief legal analyst, Conley Rhodes. So the Postal Service, that's one route to get this done. But of course, you know that it's Congress that sets election rules. So how do you move forward with this? What does the path look forward legally?
Oh, well, the path is pretty straightforward. I mean, I'll give you this. Tomatoes, bananas, avocados in court cases all have the same thing in common: ripeness. You need them to be ripe for you to pick it, right? You're not grabbing an avocado that's not ready. You're not grabbing those extra green bananas, or you might, and let them sit at home. And that's what the judge did in this case. He said, I'm not dealing with the constitutionality of the executive order. I'm only looking at ripeness. You guys have talked about a number of times here injunctions. You guys recognize the standard: irreparable harm, likelihood of success in the marriage, balancing of the equities, and this public interest, right? So if we're looking at what this court talked about, ripeness hinders on that irreparable harm. Is there an immediate injury? Is there something that will happen right now if we don't take action? Because an injunction is extraordinary relief. The court doesn't want to do that unless something extraordinary is happening. In this case, the judge says, hey, there may be things that could happen. He even said there are speculation of alleged violations of the Constitution, which you mentioned, how Congress is in charge and states are in charge of elections. But right now, we haven't got to that point. All we have is an executive order without action. Until we get action, it's not right. So because it's not right, sit on your hands and wait.
Khalif, you got supporters that say this is about election integrity. You've got opponents that say that this could block eligible voters. So how do courts look at this and kind of balance security versus those who have access to voting?
Once we get to that ripeness point, the court will go through that analysis, and I think it will be back to Julian's questions. The court will say, well, who's in charge? Who has that decision-making and a power and authority to determine elections? And although President Trump and his supporters will point to election integrity, that question is the second question. The first question is who determines and has a right to dictate how elections are run. And so if the states, and not if, but states and Congress have that authority, the courts will defer to what the Constitution says. And then the second question will be, do you have the authority to do whatever you're asking to do? And what mechanism have you done it? Is that constitutional? But you can't skip over the first question, which is, are you the proper authority, the proper branch, executive, legislative, or judicial? The courts don't want to make the determination, but they want to make sure that the proper branch is doing that. And right now it appears, if this is fully active, if this is implemented in the way that the president lays it out, that it would exceed their authority. Just hasn't exceeded it yet.
What impact do you think, if any, this would have on midterms, right? That's coming in November, but the process to do any sort of legal action or congressional action is very slow. So is there going to be an impact in November?
Just like the wheels of justice turn slow, Congress turns even slower. I do think that this could have some impact on the upcoming elections, just because if there is an implementation of it, then folks would then refile. Once they refile, there could be injunctions, there could be a stay of the executive order, there could be a number of things that would stop this from being implemented, which then could ultimately have an impact. But the things that they're attempting to do with this executive order are going to take place years later. Compiling this list, forcing folks to do this down the road would be something that will have a long-term effect, not an immediate effect.
Well, we know we're on a crash course for a decision, just not yet, as Khalif is talking about. Khalif, thank you. Coming up on 9:10, let's get back over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton here on your Thursday morning. Ted, rain chances, they were abundant during the week. Today, though, we get a little bit of a lighter one.
Yeah, a little bit of a lighter one. We still have the potential and the presence of some rain chances this afternoon through the peak heating hours of the day. 30 to 40% chance between that 2 and 5 o'clock hour. Quick, short-lived, and widely scattered and isolated in nature. Cold front pulling south. That's what's going to squeeze that moisture out of our area, limiting the flood concerns to parts of the panhandle of Florida, Louisiana, into Arkansas, parts of Tennessee, and through our Gulf states and South Carolina. Might see a pop-up storm or two over the Queen City, but again, that's going to be short-lived and pushed south rather quickly. Water vapor satellite imagery showing that dry air dips south over the West Virginia into parts of Kentucky, heading in our direction. That's what's going to help us cool down as we head into our overnight hours. Here's the update in drought conditions I've been advertising all morning, and yes, we have seen the improvements. No longer a level 5 out of 5, still holding on to the extreme drought level 4 out of 5, with the severe drought over the Queen City level 3 out of 5, heading in the right direction. But again, we still need more of the consistent rainfall to climb out of the hole we find ourselves in. It didn't happen overnight, and it won't take just 1 week of rain to get out of the drought conditions that we've found ourselves in. So radar mostly dry, not picking up on showers as of right now, but we are going to look at another chance of rain moving in just for the start of the weekend. I'll break down more of what that looks like here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 10 minutes. Let's get one last check of traffic. Jason?
Let's do it. And I don't mind sharing it with you, Ted, and everyone else this morning, because we're on the backside of rush hour, and some headaches that we had over the last hour or so have cleared up, and we will take it. Right now, we're looking at I-77 north and south traffic. This is courtesy of NCDOT. You're looking at the Brookshire Freeway exit there. That's really the only backup, but a great looking shot as we look around the crown. The 485 inner lane block near Matthews is cleared up. 77 southbound has cleared up, which is good news. 45 inner out near the airport is cleared up. Drive times are all reflecting, getting close to the green stretches, which is really good right now. So if you're on I-77 near Woodlawn, you're looking good out west near 85, Sam Wilson, 485 split. Huntersville, if you're coming down 77, a little bit stop and go traffic, not bad. Independence Boulevard also looking good. And then as promised, let's wrap up with your drive times to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Don't be distracted this morning with that cell phone. Get to where you're going safely. Annie?
All right, Jason, thank you. Questions about conditions at an immigration center arise as detainees call it inhumane. The push for answers and the response from federal leaders. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. Detainees at a New Jersey immigration detention center are reportedly taking part in a hunger strike over claims of low-quality food, weak medical care, and overcrowding. DHS is denying all those claims. The strike is happening inside the Delaney Hall ICE facility. Protesters have been gathering outside the center since late last week. The facility is a privately owned detention center with room for 1,000 detainees. Right now, DHS says only about 300 men and women are being held there. According to DHS, some people detained are accused of serious crimes, including homicide, aggravated assault, and a history of sexual offenses against children. But families and advocates and some New Jersey lawmakers say many of the people inside don't have criminal records. Meanwhile, some state and local leaders claim they've been denied access to the facility.
We came Sunday night because we had heard one of our constituents, they attempted to remove him earlier in the day. And he's been one of the individuals who is, leading the efforts on the hunger strike to raise awareness about what's happening inside, who these individuals are, what their stories are.
DHS denies a hunger strike, calling the claims a smear campaign. The private company that operates Delaney Hall says it has worked with ICE for 40 years and conditions inside are being monitored.
The most recent data from the Federal Trade Commission says that in 2024, almost 100,000 military consumers reported fraud attempts. Veterans are more likely targets for scammers because they have access to benefits that the general public doesn't. Isabel Cleary spoke with a cybersecurity expert who shares the red flags to look out for and what you can do to protect your information.
The federal dollars behind those programs, a lot of the scams are targeting people for the sake of getting to their entitlements, the things that they've earned.
Common scams targeting veterans include false claims, fraudulent attempts to access pension funds, pretending to be with the VA, and fraudulent overpayment notifications.
And then, of course, any kind of VA loan mortgage scam, trying to get the money set aside to help folks get into the housing that they want for them and their families.
Cybersecurity expert Jared Brennan says as soon as someone starts asking for money, that should set off your internal alarm.
As soon as you have something that gets your spidey sense tingling and makes you think, wait a minute, maybe this isn't legit, you could ask to speak to a supervisor.
He says you can also ask for their website. Legitimate companies would have one.
As long as you're calm and question whether or not you think that this is a necessary thing to do immediately, even giving yourself just a bit of time to slow down and process what's going on, it makes it much less likely that you'll be caught up in their trap.
And that was Isabel Cleary reporting. There are some ways that you can make yourself less of a target. One is by freezing your credit. Another is using websites to delete personal information off the internet. It is 9:18 on this Thursday. We started warm. We're just going to get warmer, Ted.
Yeah, just getting warmer, climbing more and more as we get higher up with those mid-70s around the Queen City. We're looking at south-southwest winds 5 miles per hour, dew points in the low 70s. Right now, looking at that warm air in the upper 70s now, Monroe and Lancaster, mid-60s to upper 60s, Boone and Jefferson, with highs aimed right towards the upper 80s, near 90 degrees. Peak heating hours of the day, mid-70s for our higher elevations. Clouds and radar still pulling in what will be some of the drier air from the north into the Carolinas. Still holding on to a low-end rain chance, but that's going to give us a dry end to the work week. Friday looking mostly dry and sunny after we keep most of the moisture to our south. The stationary front works as the buffer. Dry air to our north. Could see flood potentials over parts of Georgia into Alabama and Mississippi and even west towards Arkansas. That's going to infiltrate the Gulf states while we stay on the dry side of that stationary front, which is currently the cold front dipping south, squeezing that moisture out of the Carolinas, and some of that could be squeezed in the form of pop-up showers, isolated storms, widely scattered and isolated and very much short-lived. Not going to be a major impact for your Thursday. So more dry than wet. Sunshine dominates through the afternoon into the end of the work week. Looking at what will be the returning cloud cover come Saturday. Rain focuses south of I-85 for Saturday afternoon and then tapers off rather quickly as we'll have a dry end to the weekend with 70s on tap by Sunday. Overnight lows settle in the mid-60s tonight, 50s in our mountain counties as we look at what will be a relatively cool evening heading into your early morning hours. We'll rebound into the 80s for Friday, 60s overnight into your Saturday morning, low 80s Saturday. And then I'm looking at more of those upper 70s, low 80s heading into the first half of next week. Be on the lookout for some of those showers and storm chances moving into your Saturday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
got me. 100% got me.
Oh, I like this already. All right, so you just saw the moment that this North Carolina principal will never forget. Northwest Guilford High School seniors surprised their principal, Brian Mueller, at his home with a sleepover prank. They snuck into his home, gave him a wake-up call ahead of the end of the school year, and you could see, man, all the just the joy on the kids' faces after they were pulling off the friendly senior prank. I mean, that takes a lot of coordination. I don't know how many kids you're talking about, but trying to get them all to be quiet without snickering and knocking over a lamp and who knows what else.
Impossible.
How'd they get in the home?
Oh, the wife. It's got.
I'm thinking the wife.
You got to text the wife. You can't
or-
just show up there, but or
Yeah.
you know whoever he lives with. You got to text somebody.
Covert
but
operator.
I don't
like it.
I don't think my senior class would have fit in that house.
Yeah.
Did y'all go to a bigger grad?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
high schools?
Yeah. No, not at all.
Yeah, no way.
That's cute though.
No
I
way.
love that. I like a nice prank like that, not the
Yes.
kind that gets you suspended.
Yeah. But where'd they all park? I have so many questions.
They walked.
That's what I'm talking about.
They did.
They
They
parked.
probably did.
I don't know.
I don't know, block streets
I
away.
haven't Google mapped
Yeah.
his address, but
Yeah.
there's got to be parking nearby.
That's fun.
I love it. That's either a small class or just a small group of the class.
Right.
I wonder how long they had to wait, like holding their breath. Everyone silence your phones, turn your watches off. Like, think about all the coordination that it has to be able to keep it quiet.
I just want to know what that breakfast order was like.
Right?
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
all right, teach, we're here. What's for breakfast?
Now what?
Feeding y'all.
Who's making what?
Get out of my house. It's fun.
Yeah, that's it. Get back to school.
McDonald's is that way.
Yeah,
Right.
Don't be late for
Man.
class.
I love it. All right, it is 9:25. Coming up next, we're going to go to New York City. Man, things are looking nice. Little Carolina blue skies on loan from North Carolina. We're going to check the futures. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange. We are about 3-4 minutes away from the opening bell. We'll be back.
Coming up on 9:30 on your Thursday. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. That is meteorologist Ted Phaeton. We started warm. We're getting warmer. We're going to get to the HOT lane.
Yeah.
Probably around what? A little after lunchtime?
Yeah, maybe right around lunchtime. We'll get into the low 80s, but I say like 2:30, 3 o'clock. Dang.
Yeah. Prime time.
Toasty?
Yeah, a little
Prime time,
sticky.
toasty time?
Oh, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so Mo or no?
Mo right now.
Okay.
Well, I'm
right now.
sitting right here, Ted. I can't mow right now.
Well, you can do it. You're just going to get really sweaty.
This is like the
Oh,
sticky
okay.
where the grass sticks to your legs. You know what I'm talking about? 'Cause you're so humid.
Oh,
Yep.
that's no good.
Hold
No,
off
no
till,
bueno.
Hold off until Sunday, Hart. I know it's not going to be great for the weekend, but
All right.
yeah, if you have to get it in before the weekend, then I would say Friday morning is the time to do it because we are going to have a little bit of a cooler start to your day Friday. Right now, it's already warm. It's already muggy. Temperatures in the mid-70s. South-southwest winds 5 miles per hour. Dew points in the low 70s. And we hold on to what will be that 5 to 7 degree warmer start to your morning as we start outpacing yesterday's temperatures. Upper 70s, Charlotte into Monroe, 60s on tap, Boone and Jefferson. So we hold on to a little bit of a warm morning in our mountain counties, ramping up into what will be those 80s through lunchtime. Upper 80s settle into the peak heating hours of the day. I'm looking at near 90 degrees with those north-northwest winds, 3 to 8 miles per hour. So your chance of showers, very limited, low, only about a 20% chance. Overnight lows settle into what will be the 60s heading into your early morning hours. Rebounding into the mid 80s Friday, average highs in the low 80s. So we'll be below that by the time we get to the weekend. Rain and storm chances settle in on Saturday, 70s Sunday into the first half of next week, low 80s Tuesday into Wednesday. So we will hold on to a little bit of a cool down. Pollen count will stay medium as we head into the weekend. Mountain counties, 70s Thursday and Friday before we get into the upper 60s Sunday for the second half of the weekend. Monday back to 70 degrees with rain chances coming back in to kick off your work week. I'll break down more of your forecast and what to expect with another check coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
Ted, thank you very much. CBS Health is bringing back coverage of some weight loss drugs.
And AI could become a bigger part of air travel.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories, plus our opening numbers. We are about 1 minute after the opening bell. How are we shaping up?
Well, we're lower, so kind of totally different start than what we saw yesterday. And again, very dependent on the headlines coming out of the Middle East. Things look a little more tense there today. So the Dow is trading down more than 200 points. We've got oil back up again by more than $2 a barrel.
Jane, AI, people think it's taken over the world, but AI wants to know how our flight went.
Just get ready. I feel like AI is going to play a big part of flights because the FAA, they collect a lot of data, but it's not always used efficiently. So there was a hearing in Washington this week, and FAA officials say new AI technologies can help them analyze the data better. They can ultimately improve safety across the nation's airspace. It could also be used to optimize flight schedules and even kind of help with customer service.
Okay, what AI can do. All right, Jane, CVS is making some changes to its offering of weight loss drugs. What's going on there?
So CVS Health said it will restore coverage of Eli Lilly's blockbuster weight loss injection, Zepbound, and it will start covering the new obesity pill on its standard drug plans. So this move supports Lilly's efforts to maintain its dominance over Novo Nordisk, which makes Wegovy, and it does put the two drug makers on equal footing in terms of the major drug plans.
All right, Jane, we appreciate it. As always, have a great Thursday. We'll catch up with you dark and early tomorrow.
Thanks.
New this morning, we're learning new details about the man arrested for the so-called sun drop murders that happened in Concord back in 2008. This week, 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was charged with the murders of Donna Barnhart and Darrell Knowles. The two were shot during a robbery at the former Sun Drop Bottling Company in Concord. Talbert was arrested in Port Angeles, Washington, after a tip from Concord police. A detective there says that Talbert is actually well known to police and has been arrested 14 times in Clallam County, Washington since 2011. Talbot remains behind bars in Washington and is awaiting extradition to North Carolina to face murder charges.
Also new this morning, 2 people are dead and 4 others are hurt after a serious crash in Lancaster, South Carolina. It happened at the intersection of West Rebound Road and Rock Hill Highway. The South Carolina Highway Patrol says a truck and an Audi collided, killing 2 people in the truck. The driver and the passenger, meanwhile, from the truck were taken to the hospital along with 2 other people in the Audi. The names of the victims have not yet been released. That crash remains under investigation this morning.
A U.S. airbase in the Middle East is the latest target of an attack from Iran. That's according to Iranian military leaders. The country's Revolutionary Guard claims that it's in response to U.S. strikes near a key military site in the southern part of the country.
And the U.S. hitting Iranian drones and launch facilities near the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian leaders also threatened a repeat of U.S. strikes would lead to a, quote, more decisive response. U.S. leaders have not yet confirmed or commented on those reports.
Now, all of this comes after President Trump said yesterday that he's not satisfied yet with the terms of the deal being negotiated with Iran. He said the U.S. is willing to ramp up strikes again if a deal is not reached soon. Despite that, the fragile ceasefire remains in place between the two countries. News Nation Washington correspondent Kristen Eskow has the latest on the peace talks.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says progress has been made in the talks, but at this point, he and President Trump say there isn't a deal yet that the U.S. is willing to agree to. The president also said that sanctions relief for Iran isn't on the table.
They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
During a cabinet meeting Wednesday, President Trump said he's not letting this year's elections rush him into making a deal with Iran.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job.
If there's an agreement to be made, we want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made.
President Trump says sanctions relief for Iran isn't being discussed in the negotiations.
We're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing.
But one key sticking point in the talks is the future of the Strait of Hormuz, a major shipping channel for oil that remains largely closed. President Trump made a warning to Oman, a U.S. ally, saying he wouldn't allow Oman and Iran to manage the strait together.
Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that.
U.S. Central Command says overnight, Iran launched a ballistic missile towards Kuwait. CENTCOM calls this a violation of the ceasefire and says that missile was intercepted by Kuwaiti forces. CENTCOM also says U.S. forces stopped 5 Iranian one-way attack drones near the Strait of Hormuz and prevented the launch of a 6th drone. Kristen Eskow, News Nation, Washington.
New data released this morning shows more insight into President Trump's handling of not only the country, but top contenders for the 2028 election and much more.
The poll from Emerson College shows recent turmoil with Iran hasn't had much of an impact on the president's approval rating from April to May.
Yeah, right now, just 39% of people approve of the president's handling of the country. That's a drop from 40% in April. Meanwhile, Trump has a 55% disapproval rate. That's actually a drop of just 1 percentage point from the month before.
Republican voters were asked who they would pick for the GOP nomination for the 2028 presidential election. Things have gotten much closer at the top. Vice President J.D. Vance has dropped 18% since February, now sitting with 36% support. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has jumped from 20% to 35% in that same amount of time. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley both sit at 5%. 15% are undecided.
On the Democratic side of things, the top 4 candidates sit much closer together. Former Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg leads the Democratic primary, sitting at the top with 18%. Right behind him, California Governor Gavin Newsom at 16%. Representative AOC, she's at 11% support, with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro at 10%. Behind those 4, you've got former Vice President Kamala Harris and Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear behind them at 10% and 9%.
Voters were also asked about what they consider the most important issue facing the United States, and it comes as no surprise the economy leads the pack, earning over 40% of responses. Nearly 20% say threats to democracy, and 11% say immigration, 9% say health care. It also asked voters if in the U.S. when they expect the conflict between the United States and Iran to end. It shows Americans are actually split. Nearly 50% answered they believe the conflict will end at least by the end of summer, with some of them saying they expect it to end either this month or next. But another 40% say they believe the conflict will go on indefinitely.
Governor Josh Stein wants double-digit pay raises for more than just correctional officers as the state continues to work towards a new budget. Prison leaders say recruitment and retention remains a large problem for their personnel. They call the raises a step in the right direction, but officials warn that many workers who help keep correctional facilities running are not included in that budget framework.
Our folks have been hearing for a long time, we promised that there are raises coming, right? We are going to try to take care of you, and it has not happened. And so I think that folks who have not had a significant increase in pay for some time are getting tired of that.
North Carolina ranks 49th in the country for correctional officers' pay.
Some North Carolina parents are outraged this morning after their students with disabilities were not included in their school yearbook. One mom says that her 2 children with autism brought home the Chapel Hill High School yearbook last week. She couldn't find a single photo or reference to her children or the more than dozen other special needs students. Parents say representation matters, and now they're calling on the district to reprint the yearbook to include all the students.
And the response has not really been helpful.
What has the response been?
The first response was almost as if it was just a clerical error and they're blaming it on their systems. They said, we did make a mistake. Can we offer peel and stick to put in? And I said that would not be acceptable.
District officials say that they're now working on a plan to ensure they make things right for the students and the families who were left out of the yearbook. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District leaders are encouraging parents to prepare for next school year early. The district launched its Intent to Ride campaign, which helps families make sure that their kids are accounted for when assigning bus routes for the next school year. CMS wants families to complete the process to register by next Friday, June the 5th. The link to register is on our website, qcnews.com.
I was ecstatic. I couldn't believe it.
That's just one of a bunch of young people who are finding careers where they didn't expect. We're introducing you to a new education coming from a Toyota plant in the Tar Heel State. Watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The pitch supporters of the Toyota battery plant made when the region was looking to win the competition for it was that it would pay off in more than just jobs.
And one of those ways was Toyota's promise to invest in the community. Toyota admits they have an interest in those investments.
Now, Bob Buckley found that they're hoping it can actually help mold the kind of people that they later want to hire.
As soon as we came here in North Carolina, we knew that we needed to create this program and get it up and running.
Toyota is looking to transform the Triad region by becoming an employment centerpiece.
When we come in and those individuals in the community that we hire, they're earning higher wages, they have a great benefit package, but they also have children. And when we go into the communities and support the schools, then their children benefit from those activities. But then also we're building a future workforce pipeline for our plant.
This
Good afternoon, everyone.
Is the fruit of that work.
Sorry if I get a little teary. It's been a very emotional day for all of us.
Haley Hart is one of the grads.
My time in the FAME program has taught me very many skills.
FAME is the Federation of Advanced Manufacturing Education.
With new graduates earning an average starting salary of $60,000 and earning $100,000 within the 5 years.
Toyota sponsors a STEM program for students to introduce them to the kind of work they might do for the company, often attracting people who otherwise would never look at a job there.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I doubted myself because when we took the maintenance test, I walked out of there like, oh my gosh, I failed that test.
Kanaya Hames is one of those who had no idea this could be her path because there hasn't been a path like this around the Triad before.
Our plant's a little different than some traditional plants because our maintenance team members need to be multi-skilled. They don't need to just know one function like pneumatics or PLCs, or they need to know a wide variety of skills.
Without having their skill and expertise, we won't be able to manufacture in the United States here in North America. So it's so important for us to be able to have that strong base.
For young men like this,
Antonio Tamayo Fryer,
it was life-changing.
When I first joined the program, I really didn't like to talk to people. I was a little shy. I didn't come across as the nicest because I didn't really talk to people. I didn't smile. I didn't even look at people like I wanted to.
The success of all these graduates and the jobs some have gotten were not easily earned.
They come to work 3 days a week. They come to school 2 days a week. That's a hard week, right? It's hard work. And they have to show up on time. So all the things that will be able to, to make a good employee, to make a good team member later on down the road are the same things that they have to exhibit for 2 years. So honestly, if someone has trouble coming to work, it's going to show up in those first 2 years. So I say it's the world's longest interview.
When Antonio got hired by Toyota to do robotic maintenance,
I was ecstatic. I couldn't believe it.
And like all of these graduates, beginning the next step of their life's journey.
When I work into the Toyota battery plant, I'm probably going to feel on top of the world.
Bob Buckley.
All the hard work paid off.
Toyota is one of several companies that sponsor the Federation of Advanced Manufacturing Education program that offers 2-year community college educations debt-free.
As we count down to America 250, it's a golden opportunity to check out a historic gold mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Reed Gold Mine is the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States. Today, many school groups take field trips at the mine where a 17-pound gold nugget was found by a little boy back in 1799. Students get a sense of the dark conditions that mine workers had to be in.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
We saw a small sample of gold fever here when we were out shooting as kids panned around for those precious metals. You can watch Spirit of America 250 on Queen City News tonight at 10 o'clock.
It's cool. It's where we got the Charlotte 49ers. It all started with some of that cool stuff there. All right, we're going to take you out to Nashville right now where stock car racing is taking center stage all weekend long. You got the Cracker Barrel 400 returning to the Music City over the weekend. But before the main event on Sunday, you've got the Truck and the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Truck racing takes place tomorrow. You've got the Allegiance 200 held under the Friday night lights of Nashville Superspeedway. Then Saturday, the pros will get behind the wheel in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series for the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250. And the main event, the Cracker Barrel 400 on Sunday. You can catch all of the latest racing action on Carolina Sports Live.
Man, looking at that logo now, I want some fried chicken and grits. All right, you're looking biscuits and gravy. Come on. All right, here's what you should also put on your calendar. You're looking live at Bank of America Stadium, where the U.S. men's national team preparing to face off against Senegal's national team this weekend. This is just one of the pre-World Cup friendlies taking place ahead of the dozens of matches that will take place across the country, Canada, and Mexico. And get this, for this Sunday, there are some affordable ticket options for people as the Upper Bowl is open for fans. Tickets start as low as $38. Kickoff is this Sunday at 3:30. Big question for meteorologist Ted Phaeton.
Oh, Ted.
We're talking about it being humid, talking about rain chances here Sunday. Ted.
Where'd he go?
You better come back and answer this. What's it gonna be like?
Thumbs up.
Come on now.
Wow.
I had to make you guys wait for it.
Okay.
Anticipation.
Pause for effect.
There
Now
it
we are going to be looking at, how about this for context?
Okay.
Our highs on Sunday will be close to what our current temperatures are right now heading out
like
the door.
that.
76 degrees south-southwest winds, and I expect these dew points to be lower on Sunday, so not as humid. We are very warm this morning. South-southwest winds 5 miles per hour here, and that's going to shift out of the north and ramp up those temperatures as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Knocking on the door of 80 degrees already in the low 80s. For some areas east of I-77, upper 60s, low 70s, Boone and Jefferson. Our temperatures will be ramping up into what will be the upper 80s, near 90 degrees, heading into the peak heating hours of the day. So we're going to really ramp up those temperatures, mid-70s in our mountain counties. Cold front dipping south, but that's not going to do much to cool us down. Still holding on to partly cloudy skies. Rain chances starting to taper off as we head into the afternoon. Could see maybe just a pop-up shower, isolated storm. Most of this will be to our south, especially on Friday, as that stationary front works as a buffer, blocking all the moisture coming out of the Gulf aimed towards the Carolinas. That's going to stop and give us the flood potential over parts of Mississippi, Alabama, into Georgia. We're going to have the goalie here blocking all that moisture, reducing our rain chances for Friday, ushering in more of that sunshine, clear conditions to end the work week. Walking you through it. Maybe a low-end rain and storm chance here for this afternoon. Isolated in nature. Most people won't even see any of those drops. So sunshine continues to dominate for most of the day. We'll have more of the sunshine through Friday with warm temperatures in the mid-80s to finish off the work week. Clouds return on Saturday. Maybe a little moisture north towards I-40 early in the morning, but the afternoon brings most of the storm activity to our south. Exits our region come Saturday evening, dry by Sunday as those temperatures cool down into the low 70s. So I'm looking at lows tonight, bottoming out in the 60s, heading into your early morning hours, low to mid 50s in our mountain counties. 7-day forecast will host those low 80s Saturday. There's the mid 70s on Sunday as we have much lower humidity here for the back half of the weekend. Monday into Wednesday of next week sits in the upper 70s to low 80s. For the start of your work week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Queen City News Now, taking a look at your forecast as we ramp up into the upper 80s, near 90 degrees for the peak heating hours of the day. Be on the lookout for a few of those spotty showers. Isolated in nature, most of us will stay dry, then cooling down from Friday into your weekend. Mid 80s on Friday, low 80s on Saturday. There's just a few isolated storms possible for the start of the weekend, but 70s take hold Sunday. That's the day
I like that.
we're looking forward to. Oh, yeah. And then we'll warm back up as we head into early next week.
That's a little Kool-Aid like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's
Like
what,
it.
that's what we're saying to this next story, too, right?
Okay.
Because it's our lunchtime, even though it's almost 10 o'clock. We've got some suggestions if you are like us. It's National Hamburger Day. Oh, yeah. Some restaurants are joining the celebration by offering a couple deals. So members of Burger King's loyalty program can get a free hamburger with any $3 purchase. You got to use the BK app. They got burgers, too.
They got burgers.
Just listen to Jason.
All right.
Yeah, it's Buffalo Burgers.
Okay.
Yeah, Buffalo Wild Wings. People who sign up, Julian, for the rewards program can get a free burger. That is meat, burger, $15 buy. Hardee's app holders and My Rewards members, you can get a flagship Famous Star Burger for 1 cent.
Wow.
Dairy Queen, don't go in with a penny though. They don't deal with pennies anymore.
No, they don't.
That's
Dairy
true.
Queen DQ Reward loyalty members, you can get $1 off any signature stack burger all week. You got Jack in the Box, you get a free Junior Jumbo Jack with any $1 purchase on Thursday. That's it. I mean, just, if you like burgers, you know what rewards programs you have.
what
Just
they're
check them out.
It's kind of oxymoronic, isn't it?
What?
A junior jumbo?
Is that like jumbo shrimp?
Jumbo shrimp.
It is.
It's a jumbo baby shrimp.
Best way to have a burger. Here we go. What? We talking pimento cheese? Are we talking
Cheese,
a fried
bacon,
egg?
Yeah.
Dried onions?
lettuce.
Crispy onions. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go.
Now I'm hungry.
Are you doing smash burger or grill burger?
Yep.
Double smash.
Double
Yes.
smash.
Two patties.
On top of
Yes,
each
two
other.
patties. Yes, I am.
times.
Listen, we could talk about this all day. We need to bring in Alicia and Liza with Positively Charlotte. Ladies, how are we doing? Happy Thursday.
We're doing great. Happy Thursday. You know I'm a burger connoisseur. It is my favorite thing.
What's your favorite?
Every Sunday I go and find Bolton's up the street, best burger in Charlotte. That or Noble Smoke. I do a smash burger. You got to have your pickles. You got to have your grilled onions. You're speaking my language.
You know where else has a really good burger is Gray's Diner. They have a really good one. I like mine with like some caramelized onion on it. I want some aioli on my
bacon
burger.
jam.
Bacon jam.
Aioli, bacon
jam.
All right, lunch is on Ted, everyone. Ted's buying. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. Have a good one.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte. We take a trip to a cute new spot in Plaza Midwood where the vibes are immaculate and so is the food.
And May is ALS Awareness Month, and we are speaking with a local organization making a big impact. Hear all about their upcoming event happening this weekend.
And a huge pop culture convention is coming to the Queen City. Get ready to rip some packs. You know what that means? And get a sneak peek of what's ahead at Collector's Jam. Happy Friday, Junior. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles.
And I'm Liza Mahachek. It's so great to have you joining here with us today. It's a Friday, Junior, for you. We're almost to the end of the week. 4-day work weeks are always a little bit odd, but you know what? We're almost there.
We're there. And Liza, we were just talking about a possible trip to France, but guess what? You don't have to leave the Queen City because the south of France has arrived in Charlotte. That's because Maman Bakery recently opened in Plaza Midwood. The cafe boasts one of Oprah's favorite cookies and has a special partnership with Martha Stewart, so you know your girl had to pay a visit. I'm not the only one though, because the lines have been out the door since it opened last week.
I know Maman from New York. One of the best places there. Why did you decide to bring it to Charlotte?
Why wouldn't we be in the Queen City? We see it as a great place to open because it's such an aspirational city. A lot of people are moving here. It's on everyone's lips. So we really felt we had to be part of the scene.
What does Maman mean? Kind of take us through the history of it.
Yeah, so we were founded in 2014. It means mother in French. So you can see a lot of the attributes within the store design, the aesthetic, and obviously in the food and everything. And so as a business, we like to be sort of counter-driven, great pastries, great coffee, great beverage selection, and sort of, all brought together with our amazing food and sort of in a bow with hospitality as being a real focal point for us.
Before you even taste the food, you walk in and it's super beautiful. And I love that you use local antique places, right, to dress this up.
Yeah, it's super important part of our sort of aesthetic. We have our amazing toile wallpaper by Candace Owens from Canada, and all the vintage finds where we have the antiques. You can see the bookshelves behind you, the vanity. And then as you look through the aesthetic of the business, we have sort of different textures we use to make sure the space really comes alive.
And I love it as family friendly. I see the Lalo toys over there, some of my favorites. I love that brand, but this is really for the kids too.
Yeah, so like Plaza Midwood, we was so grateful to be a part of this community. We have obviously the children's area where, mums can leave their kids and make sure they can play. And then down the other end of the hall, we have a private dining room, which is fantastic for events. We've got big tables, we've got smaller tables, we can modulate to sort of any occasion, which is a very typical part of our business.
And you're really investing in Charlotte because this is your first location here, but it definitely won't be your last.
It is our first location, and we're looking forward to hopefully opening a few more in the future, maybe one in Southend soon.
Okay, what is the vibe that you want people to walk out after they've eaten here and drink here and just spent some time?
I think, first and foremost, we want them to have a bit of that hospitality connection, have a moment away from home, but still being within a home. We like to see Maman as being, like going to your mother's, and it's a nice, homely feel. We want people to leave refreshed, enlivened, and have, and obviously caffeinated, and hopefully a belly full of food.
Hey, last but never least, let's talk about the food.
Definitely.
Okay, take me through what we have here.
So we have an apple turnover, we have a latte, and we've got the Martha's chicken sandwich, which is absolutely fantastic. It's very craveable, very enlivened, and I highly suggest you get it.
Okay.
And it can always be finished off and paired well with a chocolate chip cookie. We've given us 2 here, so that's fantastic.
I mean, dessert.
We have our matcha specials from the seasonal beverage menu. We have our Papa's Breakfast Bowl, which is really good for sort of maybe on the weekend, a bit more of a hearty meal, potatoes, bacon and chipotle, and obviously avocado and egg. And then we have a beautiful za'atar salad, which has lots of different textures in it and very colorful, which is really nice. And then one of our trademark specials, which is our Nutella beignet, and another seasonal cherry beverage here as well, finished off with a little flower.
Something for everyone. Well, I think I just got to take a bite of the Martha sandwich.
You've got to do it.
Wow.
You look straight into the camera while you're taking that bite.
Eating shock. Okay, so that was the Martha Stewart sandwich. But our friend Callie took this video. Yeah. This was opening day, so it has been like through the roof, the lines, and they're going to open a lot more locations in Charlotte.
So fun.
Interesting. Okay, so let's just keep on the food talk, because if you're a fan of hot chicken, and honestly, who isn't? Rejoice because Dave's Hot Chicken is growing more in our Charlotte area. Aside from their Gastonia location that opened last month, their Still Creek location opens today. So if you already know and love the taste, go get you some.
That's right. For those unfamiliar, Dave's is known for its tender, spicy chicken and sliders, and there's plenty for everyone, including cauliflower-based knot chicken and great sides like mozzarella sticks and fries. And don't worry, they are expanding further than Steel Creek, so new locations are already set for High Point, Pineville, Mooresville, and Indian Land. They are popping up all over the place.
They're everywhere. So I always go to that outlet malls over there, and I've seen this one. I didn't realize it wasn't open yet. So
Yeah.
we got to take a trip. Have you had it?
But I've had it. I actually, when I lived in Naperville back in Illinois, we had one there. And so, you know, with them popping up all over the place, I'm like, okay, this makes sense because it's pretty, I mean, like they've got good chicken.
Okay, I'm excited to try it. I'm afraid of heat, but you know,
That's
I'll
fair.
give it a go.
That's fair. You know what? Exactly. And nothing that a little soda can't wash
There we
down.
go. A little Sprite. A little Sprite.
All right. Well, in news that's been ongoing, the personal assistant of Matthew Perry is getting a clearer look at what his future holds. Kenneth Iwamasa has been sentenced to 3 years and 5 months specifically behind bars for his role in the death of beloved actor Matthew Perry. Iwamasa reportedly administered the fatal doses of ketamine that killed the Friends star, and Judge Sherilyn P. Scarnett added an additional 2 years of probation and a $10,000 fine.
And when given the chance to speak, Iwamasa said, "I'm so sorry to all of you. Matthew loved you," continuing that he would take this mistake to his grave. And many people online are celebrating justice being served, while others are questioning the length of a sentence, saying it's not enough for the death of Perry. So that day, he shot Matthew Perry up 3 times. And the fatal dose is when Matthew Perry asked him reportedly for a big one. So Keith Morrison, the journalist, was outside. That's Matthew Perry's stepfather. He was outside the conviction saying that this is just not enough time. This guy is 60-something. He'll get out of prison and get to live his life, but Matthew is in a grave.
Yeah, and you know, I think that also hearing an apology as well is important for a lot of people. So I'm really glad that we were able to hear that from him.
Absolutely.
Because you know, especially for people who don't think that it's enough justice, then hearing the apology, that's at least something that adds to it.
Yeah, and people were angry because Iwamasa's attorney was blaming Matthew, saying, but he was the addict. And it's like, listen, so, you know, just glad that this session is over and hopefully the family can move on.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, well, don't go anywhere because on the other side of the break, we sit down with an organization trying to make a big difference in the world, one walk at a time.
And an apple a day can keep the doctor away, but what about a glass of apple juice? We take a look at the benefits of fresh squeezed goodness right after this break.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We'll be right back. Well, May is ALS Awareness Month, and there's one local organization dedicated to finding a cure. It's called Beacon of Hope for ALS.
That's right. And here to tell us about the important work that they are doing as an organization is Tammy Hall, who is the founder. And, you know, I think that Beacon of Hope, of course, has such an important mission. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, Beacon of Hope for ALS, we are a nonprofit, and we help people with ALS with their financial assistance. Caregivers assistance, because it can cost like $1,000 a week for caregivers. Also resources, and we also help with equipment.
I know you started this organization when your husband was diagnosed. How is he doing? And also, I guess, what was in you to be able to start this while also caring for him?
Well, my husband woke up one morning with a raspy voice, and we thought it was a cold. We took him to the doctor. They said it was gastric reflux. Still speech delayed and couldn't, you know, get his words out. And so we took him to an ENT specialist and said he had a nodule on his side of his throat. So he had 2 surgeries for that. And then he's continued to get worse. So I asked him to send us to another neurologist. And when we went to that neurologist, they diagnosed him February 2020 with ALS. So it took 3 years for them to do a diagnosis with him. He's doing better. He progressed a little bit. He is now needing more assistance with his bathing, dressing, and things of that nature. But he's in good spirit. He's positive. We're positive for a cure. So I think he's doing good. You know, he could be worse, but he's still walking, talking, eating, and breathing.
Amen. Amen.
And I think a lot of people know what ALS is, but what do you wish more people knew about it?
Just want them to be aware that it is a neurodegenerative disease that affects the brain and the spinal cord, leading to difficulty walking, talking, eating, and breathing. There's no cure for ALS. They said the life expectancy is 2 to 5 years. However, people do live for decades, and as for my husband, it's been over 5 years. They think the causes could be environmental. Veteran has a higher risk for ALS. My husband's a veteran. They're thinking because of exposure to toxic exposure, environmental. It could be genetic or not genetic. Some of the symptoms are muscle twitching, muscle weakness, stiffness, difficulty swallowing, difficulty talking, and things like that, and breathing.
Okay, you have put your work into action. You have a big walk coming up. Tell us about it.
We have our 2nd annual walk, run, health fair, and also it's our fundraiser, and this is how we generate money to help people through the year. We only have that fundraiser one time a year, which is in February, but the walk is coming up this Saturday, the 30th at UNC Charlotte. The registration is at 8. And the walk and health fair is from 9 to 1, and we have a lot of things out there. We're going to walk. We have a massage therapist there. We have facials. We have face painting, all kinds of things, nutritionists, ices, all kinds of things that make it fun for everyone.
So how important is it to have a community that also understands this process and this struggle while you're going through it?
This is why I do this, to make awareness, because one of the reasons is people don't know what it is.
Right.
And now that we have been involved, have this journey, and I've been talking about it, I've noticed that a lot of people understand what it is, and now they come to me and say, Tammy, I know someone that has ALS, and because of the awareness we're making, they are able to identify what it is and know what it is, so they come back and let me know that there's other people that they know that have it. So I've been hearing a lot of that.
Well, Tammy, we always appreciate you coming to the show and educating us. And you guys, we've got the information for the walk. Again, rain or shine, it's happening this Saturday at 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, here's the question, to pulp or not to pulp? Because no matter how you squeeze it, juice can actually be good for you. So new research suggests that a daily glass of fruit, and a daily glass of fruit juice specifically, actually can improve your diet and your mood. UK scientists studied adults who typically ate very few fruits and vegetables, and one group added a daily glass of fruit juice or a smoothie as part of their routine.
After 4 weeks, participants reported lower depression scores and increased their fruit intake without negative changes in blood, sugar, cholesterol, or inflammation markers. These study authors say moderate amounts of juice may help people reach daily fruit and vegetable goals and improve nutrition. Bottom line, pour up a glass of goodness and your body will thank you. My whole life, my dad has had a glass of juice a day. Not good. That man is healthy.
That man is, she's knocking on the floor.
Not good, not good.
We got one on the floor.
Yeah, so I think there's something to it.
But I think that also, like, there are so many things where it's like these health trends where people are like, oh, well, fruit juice is bad for you because it's got sugar and blah, blah, blah. But it's like when you are consuming things that are, have whole ingredients and like it's fresh fruit juice, why not? Exactly.
This morning, Hudson told me, Mommy, I want a smoochie. He's got a little list. He's made a smoothie. He said, I want a smoochie.
You should give him a little smoochie and a smoothie.
There you go, smoochie.
Both.
And a smoothie.
He gets both.
Aunt Liza, that's right.
Well, we all know the chokehold that heated rivalry had on the nation, but there is one thing that the fandom has been jonesing for. Merchandise. Well, a trendy item from the hit show Heated Rivalry is finally going on sale, and fans have really been clamoring for the Team Canada fleece jacket worn in the show.
The jacket is so cute. Okay, so now fans can get their own online. It's available for pre-order starting on June 3rd, and 10% of the proceeds will go to charity. So support your favorite show, do some good at the same time. Not bad for one of the steamiest sports shows on TV. That is cute. I'll save that one for the winner.
I know, seriously. I mean, also, I think that everybody's always, when you have a TV show that you love and also something that's like so big in pop culture, you want something to rep.
You want to be of the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, facts. All right, well, K-pop group BTS and Oreo are teaming up to release a limited edition cookie flavor. The cookie has filling based on brown sugar stuffed pancake that's popular in South Korea.
Oh, yum. That sounds really good. So the cookies come engraved with 13 designs to celebrate the group's 13th anniversary. Pre-sales start June 1st, but the Oreos will be available in select retailers starting June 8th. You know, what a time to be alive where we have to pre-order Oreos.
Well, this is why we have a guy on our team, our sports reporter, Mike Lissette. He's our Oreo connoisseur. So he always orders these and then we get to taste them for free.
I know, so I'm crossing my fingers that he's going to get these.
Mike, order the Oreos.
Yeah.
We should get them. They're positively Charlotte Purple.
True. You know what? Maybe we'll be getting them for Mike. You know,
okay.
We'll get on that pre-order list.
We got you.
All right, well, after the break, we build up our collection when we sit down with James Faree to talk all things Collector's Jam. Stay with us.
And here's a live look at Uptown on this beautiful Thursday. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Thanks for sticking with us. Well, Collector's Jam is the biggest of its kind in the Carolinas. It's a 3-day event with 600 plus tables with vendors, memorabilia, Pikachu, comics, toys, and pop culture. And here to tell us more about it is James Fareed, the founder of Sports Wax Promotion. And like I said, Pikachu's here. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you for having me here.
Okay, so for those who don't know, you've built one of the Carolinas' largest and fastest growing collectible shows. Why is this event drawing so many vendors, collectors, attendees across the country?
Well, the Collector's Jam it's a massive event. Like I said, over 600 tables, 70,000 square feet. It's a huge collector marketplace. The nostalgia of collecting is bringing a lot of people back into it. They're remembering their favorite players, the favorite toys they had, and now they can share that experience with their children and their families. So that is a big part of it. Well, the Collector's Jam provides a community place for that, right? You can come, you can experience that community, be a part of it, be around other people who are into the same things as you are, and that's just something we love to provide.
Okay, I don't know a lot about collecting. You're going to teach me, but I do know about Allen Iverson. Is that why we have the tennis shoe here? AI is going to be a part of this, right?
Allen Iverson is going to be a part of it. He's an icon, somebody he kind of transcends basketball. He's nostalgia. He's, you know, everything that we remember as kids, especially those of us that were fans. You know, he brings back those core memories. So it's more than basketball. He's somebody that we love. He's part of the culture.
Perfect. Okay, so you've brought some items here. I just learned a new term today, ripping a pack. But so tell us what you brought.
Okay, so I'll start with this one. This is the cool piece. I picked this up. This is actually a game-worn signed shoe by Grant Williams, our Hornet player. Yes, I went to a game, and after the game, he came out, gave me a shoe.
That's cool.
That was
cool.
That is very cool.
That's cool.
That's collecting right there.
Okay.
So we've just got some sealed boxes here. This is some sealed football packs. We've got some sealed Pokemon here. As far as collecting, some people like to collect coins and things like that. So we have some collectible coins here. Here's a piece of NASCAR collectible coin.
Right.
So NASCAR.
Charlotte's Alley.
Absolutely, absolutely. Over here we have an autographed Bulbasaur Pokemon Funko Pop.
How much does that go for?
This is autographed like this, maybe 45, 50 bucks.
Okay. Okay.
And then here's also an autographed Dennis Rodman Funko Pop.
Okay, what does that go for?
This one right here, probably 150 bucks, maybe 200 bucks. We had Dennis Rodman at a show last summer in Myrtle Beach.
That's so cool.
This is one of my favorite pieces right here. It kind of speaks to you.
Yeah, it
right?
does.
Ric Flair.
Yeah,
Woo!
Ric Flair.
It speaks to you. So that's an autographed piece there.
And he lives in Charlotte, right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
So Ric Flair's local, man. And here's a autographed UFC glove. So we'll have tons of memorabilia like that. And we'll also have the cards people are looking for. So here's a rookie card of LeBron James.
Okay.
Here is what they call Kobe Bryant's last autograph.
Oh, okay.
So this came from exactly. This is a set. Out of this set, this was the last set of cards that Kobe Bryant ever signed.
Wow.
So we have a piece of that. That's a big piece of history.
Okay.
This right here is an original base set Pokemon pack of cards.
$450.
For this one pack of cards.
Wow.
$450. It's an original base set pack. So they go for a lot of money. And another really cool Pokemon card, one of my favorites.
I have a question as a
Go
novice.
for it.
Why is Pokemon such a Pokemon?
No, I call it Pokemon too. It's okay. Pokemon. It's Pokemon.
But Les is laughing over there. Let's be quiet. Why is Pokemon such a big? Come here, Leslie. How do you say it? Pokemon.
It's Pokemon.
Pokemon. Why?
Pokemon.
Okay, come here. Just come in the segment, Liza. What am I going to ask? Why is it such a big collector?
What do you mean?
Like
why is it? Why do people love it? Why is it such a big phenomenon?
Pokemon?
Yeah.
Well, it's like I said, if you go back to, I think it started in the late 90s, right? Chinese or Japanese anime was getting big, and people like that. So it crossed over into America in the late 90s. And people who are my age now started collecting it and just kept it in the basements. And it's something that has just continued to go. It's a game that people can actually play. So the cards actually have value beyond just looking pretty. You can actually play with them, and trade them and things like that. So it has value beyond just being, a really good looking card like this Patrick Mahomes.
And we've just got a giant Pikachu.
We got a Pikachu.
And you got Pikachu
I mean, it's pretty
awesome.
awesome.
Amazing, and I so appreciate you bringing me this Kobe card.
Well, I'll let you go home with one of these. You can have a Pokemon pack.
Pokemon.
Pokemon
pack.
Thank you. We've got the details up on the screen, you guys. We'll see you guys on the 5th through the 7th. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, Pokemon.
No problem.
Well, your office thermostat might be a big lie. So according to a 2022 article from Real Estate Trade Publications, fake thermostats exist to reduce office complaints. So people can adjust them all they want and convince themselves it's actually getting warmer in their office when in fact it's doing absolutely nothing. An HVAC worker who claims to have installed the fake thermostats says service calls just disappeared.
So one company, once the fake button was installed, some experts say that the placebo buttons can actually benefit companies, since a button that, quote, looks like it's helping costs basically nothing. Others call it deceptive, and if caught, deceptive companies could face workplace violations and even lawsuits. Now, we are always cold in our
Always
office.
cold.
We have 4 heaters in our office, which I think honestly might be a violation.
It's definitely a violation, but we are cold up in there, so I think we need the placebo effect.
I know, yeah, exactly. But I wonder if that would do anything. Alicia would still be wearing her winter parka in the middle of summertime.
The 4 heaters probably belong to me.
Exactly. No, honestly, they're just facing Alicia.
All right, guys, if there's one thing the algorithm loves, it's a good accent. Take a look at this.
In Pride's Crossing, one of the wealthiest neighborhoods on the North Shore, the only person home at the time, a caretaker, was assaulted.
Boston Globe video journalist Emily Sweeney has become a social media sensation after this video went viral. Not for her reporting on a home invasion, but the internet loved her hard Boston accent. So this phenomenon is growing, and many online personalities are thriving by using their natural regional accents.
Well, the Washington Post says the Appalachian culture has also exploded on TikTok, partly due to the fascination with the Appalachian accent. And one linguist professor says social media is helping preserve these regional accents and giving people pride in their heritage. I love this.
The Appalachian accent is so interesting
Is
to me.
it?
There's this one creator who she makes all these different characters who all have an Appalachian accent.
Ooh.
But it's fun, getting to hear the different, because also I don't think that American accents are often celebrated or praised.
I love a Louisiana accent.
Oh, those are fun.
Yeah, those are beautiful.
All right, well, switching gears now, the day before the start of the week is often referred to as the Sunday Scaries. And now, new research shows that while that can apply for Mondays or any day following a holiday break, those scaries might actually kill you. Researchers looked at 200,000 adults and found incidents of cardiac arrest were 9% higher the day after a holiday than on a regular weekday.
And doctors say stress can be associated with the change in sleep patterns and circadian rhythm. Also, when workers go back from the weekend back to work, the stress of starting a new work week can lead to higher blood pressure and heart rate. And doctors recommend maintaining healthy sleep habits even on the weekends and minimizing your alcohol intakes. The findings were published in JAMA Network Open. This is not surprising. People get stressed out going back to work.
I mean, seriously. And stress, actually, people talk about that, how stress can be one of the most dangerous and, impactful things in your health.
That's right. Yep.
All right. Well, when we come back, we learn more about Posh Pack, who's doing something great to keep the women of the Queen City a little more prepared.
Well, the Posh Pack is dedicated to ensuring young women have access to the period products they need to feel confident and prepared every single day. Here to tell us more about it is Dr. Alicia Glover, who is the president, and she's also one of our station's remarkable women. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
So first of all, what is the Posh Pack?
Posh Pack is an initiative where it's very simple. We pretty much put pads in the hands of students so that they can stay in class and they are not distracted by having their menstrual cycle and not having the resources that they need.
You know, you oftentimes, or at least I did, ignorantly enough, thought about, you know, people not having what they needed for their period in foreign countries.
Right.
And underserved countries, but not here in America. But obviously I'm totally wrong, right?
Yes. Here in the States, 1 in 4 girls will miss time in class because they don't have access to period products. So if you think about that and you think about it as a recurring need, it can be a lot of days out of school or a lot of time missed in class.
Is that not having access because of money, or like why?
There are various reasons. There is a socioeconomic component in terms of affordability, especially in this economy, but it's also, as we know, for some girls it's just a surprise.
Right.
And they're just caught off guard. And if the school doesn't have those resources, they end up going home.
Do more and more schools now start having those resources? Because I feel for so long here in America, having your period is like a dirty word. But in other countries, like in Spain, you get time off for it. It's totally different.
Right. It's very different here. And so Posh Pack, we're trying to address the stigma, which is why I called it Posh Pack, something completely a different name to give girls confidence and self-esteem around it. So as we're raising awareness, trying to erase the stigma, we're also trying to make sure that they have access to the actual products that they need.
What made you start Posh Pack?
So I started Posh Pack in 2018. I come from a family of educators, and my mother's a retired CMS teacher. So just seeing teachers go above and beyond and provide so many different resources in the classroom was one of the first things. And then the overall stat that 1 in 4 girls is missing time in class really resonated with me, and I wanted to do something about it.
My mom was a teacher as well, and I know she spends so much of her money buying things for students, so I know exactly what you're saying. Okay, you're holding something very special in your hand. Tell us about this book you've written, Doctor.
Yes, so I have written a book because as I had this conversation with nurses and educators, I realized that parents needed a resource to have this conversation with their children around a first period. And I wanted to create the book that would have resonated with me as a young girl. And so I wanted to create a story that wasn't like a textbook, but an actual fictional story, but they were learning about their period and learning facts. And so that's what this did. This book, Oh No, It's Happening, It's Here, is about 2 6th grade girls. One gets their period for the first time and all the struggles of middle school that they go through that process.
I think my sister threw a period party for my niece. My niece is going to kill me. But I believe that she threw, like, you know, before it was happening. So what else besides the book can parents do to kind of take that stigma away and let little girls know this is going to happen for all of us?
Right. I think education is the biggest thing, being open, having conversations, not making it a shameful thing. A part of my book is actually asking young girls to name it something different.
Oh,
so
like
call
what?
it something different. So I've heard of girls who read the book call it the dot.
Okay.
So just all different types of name, but kind of taking ownership of it so that they feel good about it.
Girl, I call it the plague. I need to start calling it the dot. The dot. Okay.
The dot. The dot is the new name. So just allowing them to be confident about it.
Well, Doctor, thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you
awesome.
for having me.
Yeah.
Well, it's the end of a brilliant show, the start of a new chapter for One Podcast, and Lizzo makes an unlikely appearance. Melvin Robert has your details in the Entertainment Report.
Well, everybody, the end is near for this Emmy-winning HBO series.
You know, when you're away from the spotlight, you have time to think about what really matters. Bam! The spotlight! God, I am glad to be there!
The 5th and final season of Hacks comes to an end tomorrow night, and the emotions are high for the cast and crew. Last night, the show held a special screening of the final episode, along with a Q&A with the cast and creators. And star, Emmy award-winning Hannah Einbinder was overcome with all the feels, and she had a little bit of a moment when talking about the final episode.
Sobbing, heaving, weeping, walking directly onto a stage?
We'll just let her have a moment. Every day on set, by the way, every day.
Ignore the one on the floor.
Again, it all comes to an end tomorrow on HBO Max. And this podcaster is the latest one to ink a video deal with Netflix and Spotify.
I think a lot of people assume that spirituality and success don't go together. A lot of people would think
that's absurd. Those are narrow-minded people.
Jay Shetty's On Purpose podcast is moving to the streamer and to Spotify, making him the latest big-name podcaster to land a big money distribution deal. Terms were not disclosed in the announcement, but a source told Variety that the multi-year deal is worth about $100 million. Now, this comes after Shetty parted ways with iHeart after a 3-year run on their podcast network. Video episodes of On Purpose will be available on Netflix and Spotify starting July 13th. And do y'all remember this Chili's ad from back in the day? Classic.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, Chili's, baby back ribs.
So good. The baby back ribs jingle was iconic, right? And now the popular restaurant chain is giving it a little bit of a remix. And to do so, they enlisted the help of this 4-time Grammy Award-winning singer.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, Chili's, baby back ribs. I want my Chili's, baby back ribs.
Is that a rib flute? Not bad, right? Lizzo is a vocal Chili's fan, even dressing up as one of their mozzarella sticks for Halloween. Too good. All right, everybody. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
There we go. Okay.
Remember when you dragged me for for watching for eating baby back ribs from Chili's?
I don't know what she's talking about.
Because it was one of my first times ordering ribs.
Oh yeah, the first time she ordered
this?
ribs. Yes, the first time you live in the South, and the first time she ordered ribs was at a Chili's.
But I was like, I want ribs, and it was on the menu.
Can't take the girl out of the Midwest. All right. So now trending indie horror film Obsession has become an unexpected box office hit. The movie by YouTuber turned director Curry Barker is projected to earn nearly $80 million worldwide. Its second weekend earnings actually increased by 30% instead of dropping.
Obsession was made in just 20 days on a $750,000 budget, which is quite small if you weren't aware. The flick gained a lot of buzz after premiering at the Toronto International Film Festival and sparked a bidding war between studios, with Focus Features acquiring it for $15 million. Not bad for a YouTuber with a dream.
This is so cool. This reminds me, I think, of Paranormal Activity, like back in my day, made for nothing, that makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
So this looks good.
It also kind of became like a big thing on social media because people are using it as these little like kind of snippets. And I think that that's now becoming one of the biggest ways to market a movie is social media.
Makes sense. That's where he came from.
All right, we'll continue with entertainment news. Rosie O'Donnell is getting candid about the shame and the guilt that she felt after getting a facelift. The 64-year-old posted a poem to her Substack this week entitled Decisions, which details how shameful she felt over her privilege in the world. O'Donnell admitted that the cosmetic procedure cost more money than she's ever paid for a vehicle and says, quote, "It's the gross excess that wounds me."
Okay, girl. So she went on to write that she used to feel strongly about facelifts. She had morally assigned herself as the head of all women who would never get one. She thought they were a betrayal of feminism. But losing 50 pounds gave her a change of heart, and now she's pleased with the results from her lower deep plane facelift, and says that nobody actually noticed though. So she says that she got this facelift and literally nobody noticed. But I'm also like, girl, if we didn't notice, you didn't need to tell us.
That's actually so fair.
You know?
That is true.
You know, Rosie?
Yeah, you're right. If people aren't asking, but that's the question of like, you know, when celebrities do get procedures done, is it on them to let you know, or is it on you to ask the question?
Right.
You know, like it's.
I just can't relate to her whole, it costs more than a car. And like, okay, Rosie, give me the money. I want a facelift. Okay, so if you don't know, I don't know if you guys saw Ray J getting knocked out over the weekend at an MMA fight. There it is. Turns out he may have been really injured because he's been in the hospital, you guys, 4 days later. So Ray J was fighting YouTube star Super Hot Fire Saturday when the match was stopped in the second round when a knockout blow was delivered. So friends told TMZ Ray J decided to go to the hospital 2 hours after the event.
Sources say doctors are running tests to figure out what's wrong, and they're investigating whether he has a concussion. They're also looking into issues that he's having with his heart beating slower. So Ray J's knockout comes several months after he claimed he was only after he only has months to live, he claimed, after being hospitalized with pneumonia and heart pain. So Page Six is reporting in a post-match interview that Ray J seemingly accused Super Hot Fire of ditching a plan to rig the match.
I shouldn't laugh because the man's in the hospital, but Ray J has been on a slow crash out for like a year. Like everybody thinks he's lying about his heart condition, and then he went on stage with like blood coming down his eyes, but it wasn't real. So now I'm like, maybe you deserved a little knockout. I don't know.
Oh man.
Okay. Ever heard something described as mid and never really got a straight answer about what it means? Don't worry, we've got the answers you've been looking for when we come back.
Thanks for sticking with us here on your Thursday on Positively Charlotte. It is summer, and that means your teen and the couch may have already started to fuse together. But don't worry, you can get your teenagers off their screens and into a gym for free. Planet Fitness is bringing back its high school summer pass program.
That's right. That program gives students ages 14 to 19 free access to their gyms across the country. Now this runs from Monday, June 1st through August 31st. So listen up, parents. All you have to do is register ahead of time on the Planet Fitness website. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Free is for me. And also Planet Fitness, they give you pizza. Did you know that?
They do?
Yeah, girl, they give you pizza on Tuesdays, I think. It's Tuesdays, yeah.
You know what? That's because they want you coming back.
Listen,
they said, yeah, you add some more calories, come back and burn them.
Right. I don't know if they still do that. They did that in New York, so we would like go there and eat for free.
Maybe it's just like one of the owners that would just give.
We would get bagels, pizza.
That is crazy.
So you're fatting while you're skinning.
Oh my gosh! But you know what? That would get me there.
That's it.
That would
Give
get
me
me there.
Give me the carbs.
All right. Well, you may remember some stories that we've covered about how pricey everything surrounding the World Cup has been, including that $400 jersey we talked about. Well, New York and New Jersey's attorney generals announced a probe related to next month's World Cup.
Well, in a statement, both offices say they've received reports of fans being misled about the seats they are buying and potential price manipulated by FIFA. Since ticketing for World Cup 2026 has started, FIFA has been facing accusations of price gouging tickets and parking. So FIFA has not yet commented on the investigation. This is interesting because I'm still in obviously a group chat with my friends from New York. So I have some friends that paid $6,000 for FIFA tickets, and then I have some friends that entered the lottery that Mom Dami did for $50. None of them won, but he did offer $50 tickets to FIFA. So it's just two extremes.
Seriously, that is, oh man. Well, I hope that these people get their tickets.
I hope
because,
so.
Yeesh. All right, well, a pair of snakes showed up on Dr. Oz's patio, but they didn't need to call an exterminator or a snake handler because they had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Take a look.
This video is so funny to me. The man is in a suit on the handling snakes. Okay, so the Secretary of Health and Human Services turned into a snake wrangler. You can hear his wife, Cheryl Hines, saying, "Why?" The intertwined snakes tried to bite him repeatedly.
Oh my gosh, I would be losing my mind. I would be freaking out.
Men are so funny. Look at him. He's like, look at me.
Not
Look
a
at
care
me.
in the world.
Not a care.
That's amazing.
Yeah, get this thing away from me. Okay, well, kids are coming up with a new language as always. Okay, so what about if somebody tells you you're mid? Should you be offended? First off, consider the source. Chances are it came from someone under 20. That's because it's a favorite with Gen Alpha.
Mid means mediocre or low quality. For example, I watched that new show, but the acting was mid at best. Or that new substitute teacher had promise, but turns out he's pretty mid. Don't take too much stock in it. These kids pretty much think everything's mid. Not much to impress the youth of today.
Right.
But I mean, also, Gen Z uses this, millennials use this. I think that this is a pretty widely used term.
Yeah, I was going to say I felt like ahead of the trend because I actually know, I've known this term for a couple years.
Mid is like, and I think that it also is one of the more like obvious words for Gen Z and
so
Gen
what's
Alpha.
a word that we need to know now?
I mean, I always talk about skibbity. Like nobody, for Gen A, like Skibbity, Ohio. I still don't fully understand that one.
I don't either.
Like,
I don't want to. All right, mini golf. It's a favorite for many families, and for some of Chad's folks, they have fans from around the world watching them. Chad Tucker stopped by for a lesson. Take a look.
Well, filming, we've played it 29 times, and we've probably played it another 30 times without filming.
Mini golf.
Okay, here's Chad on number 3.
It's a game just about everyone can play.
Oh, man, he got
And the Ellis family
robbed. Come on.
love it.
Tap that in for 3. Good job, Hannah.
Like really love
There's
it.
Corey on the 3rd hole. That's kind of what attracted me to it, I think, is the kind of the competitive side of putt-putt. And so I started playing at a really young age. And she hit that pretty good.
So much so.
Wow.
They go beyond 18 holes.
That's an easy tap in for her.
Sharing it with thousands of fans around the world.
And just recently, we've started doing all our videos in 4K, and so we just started doing that this year. And this was the first place we ever filmed for YouTube.
And today, I'm getting a first-hand lesson.
Oh, that wasn't bad at all. Look at that.
Because I need all the help I can get.
I like to do the bank because I feel like the bank has less risk.
Some folks are competitive. Some keep score.
I'm thinking either Hannah or Corey has the lowest score right now.
But every hole brings a new challenge.
He doesn't win them all, put that way. There's Chad on number 17.
And the Ellises travel to play at some of the most challenging, extravagant, and just fun, unique courses around.
This view from down here is just awesome.
Each one its own surprise.
Yes, you got the home one. Good job.
The putt-putt in High Point is the Ellises' home favorite.
That wasn't bad at all.
A place to settle in and win.
That one might be good.
Win as simply having fun with those we love.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Does any of your friends watch?
Yeah, I think so.
Because here,
There's Corey on 17.
some of the best memories are made one putt at a time.
Yes. Yeah, I think Hannah might be the winner.
In High Point. Looking for Chad's folks.
We'll have to check it in editing.
I'm Chad Tucker.
I don't think you got many 3s or 4s there, did you?
There's still more positivity to come, including a cool way to work out and to put in work. We'll tell you all about that right after this.
Here's a question. Do you ever wonder what makes hotels smell so good? Well, there's a lot of strategy that goes into it. So smell has a big effect on perception, emotion, and cognition. And psychologists say certain scents are specifically used to make guests feel more relaxed immediately upon entering the hotel, which could make them more inclined to come back again. And many five-star hotels have their own signature scents. So for example, the Mandarin Oriental uses a blend of freesia, lemon, and mandarin, of course, with notes of amber, patchouli, and musk.
So Caesar's Palace uses a citrus, fresh lemon, and mandarin orange blend with jasmine, lily of the valley notes, and wood or musk notes. Millions of dollars go into the scent design process. So how do they stay smelling as good as they do? Most hotels use HVAC scent diffusers attached to air conditioning and heating units, which help the fragrant oils float through the rooms and keep them from being too overbearing. I actually learned this at one of the retirement homes that we were going through, and he was telling us a little bit about how they designed a scent, and he was like, actually, Auntie Anne's in the malls, they use that apparently.
And that works, gets you every time.
I know.
All right, a fitness class outside Chicago, Liza's old stomping ground hometown, is going viral for mixing fitness with firearms. The class is called Pistols and Pilates. It's designed for women only. So they start with the core workout, then they head to the shooting range for firearm safety and target practice.
This is cracking me up.
It's something.
Organizers at Eagle Sports Range say it's about building confidence, learning self-defense, and making gun safety less intimidating. Participants call it empowering, while others question whether fitness and firearms belong together. And you know, I think that is a question. But hey, you know, it seems like they're having fun.
Get it how you get it.
Get it how you get it. You got your workout
here.
in, you got your self-defense in there.
Get it how you get it.
You know, if it's two birds, one stone.
I like it. All right, guys. Well, as always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts with you. And here's mine for today. You don't have to be everyone's butterfly. Be a bee. Mind your business, make your honey, and sting people when necessary. And that's from Poet Circle. I'm a bee. Liza, am I not?
She's a bee.
I'm a bee, baby. I'm a bee.
She said, I know what I am.
I mind my business, but I will sting you. leave me alone.
All right, well, since it's a Thursday, of course I got to do my true or false.
Let's do it.
Alicia, do you think this is true or false? Pepsi Cola was invented in New Bern by a pharmacist, Caleb Bradham, in 1998.
Absolutely not true.
Why not?
Because 1998, wasn't Pepsi Cola around since like, this is a trick question. I can see it in your little face. See your little cute face, Liza. Okay, then
what do you think is wrong? What do you think is wrong
because
about
the Pepsi Cola combination.
Okay.
There's Pepsi or there was cola.
Okay. So you think that's the only problem?
I think it's the only problem.
Okay, well, actually, so Pepsi Cola, like Coca-Cola and Pepsi Cola are both colas. But the thing that was actually wrong, it was 1898.
That's what I said. It was false. I said 1998 was too soon.
Okay, well, you also said that the only issue was Pepsi Cola.
Because you were looking at me like that whole face. I was right, y'all.
But it was in New Bern, which is here in North Carolina. So, and again, it was created by a pharmacist. So, you know, you learn something new about North Carolina every day. But we will see you back here tomorrow on your Friday at 10 a.m. here on Queen City News. Thanks for joining us on Positively Charlotte.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. Today we're going to talk about AI, its role in real estate, the pros of it, but also maybe some of the cons. And to help me do that is a woman with quite possibly the coolest name ever, Joan B. Good. And she is the president of the Canopy Realtor Association. Joan, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey.
Thank you so much, Morgan, for having me today. I'm so excited, especially that I maybe will learn a little bit about my golf swing. And that's a conversation for another time.
We were talking about that before the show started. I played college golf, past tense, of course. Might be a little rusty, but that's the game of golf, right?
That's exactly right. You only remember your best shot.
Yes, and that's why you keep coming back for more.
That's exactly right.
Joan, so Canopy Realtor Association, what is that for people who are not real estate agents? What is that?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So, and it is a little confusing. So, Canopy Realtor Association is the parent company of our Association for Realtors and our multiple listing service, or better known as MLS. And you don't have to be a realtor to be in the MLS. Yes, you have to be a real estate agent, but you don't have to be a realtor.
What's the difference, real estate agent versus realtor?
A member of the National Association of Realtors is a realtor.
Okay.
But any licensed real estate agent can join our MLS.
Okay.
Right? And that's where all the listings reside, under the multiple listing service. That's where a consumer would go for information in regards to housing.
Okay. So you are we've got like the top dog in the studio today. This is great. So we're talking about AI in real estate. 10 years ago, did you ever think that this would be a conversation?
Never. And now you can't talk about any industry without saying AI.
Are real estate agents going to get replaced?
Absolutely not. And that's the question everyone's asking.
Yeah.
No, it's only going to enhance our industry. And quite truthfully, Morgan, it's already embedded in most of the tools that we use. And we've been using it for a while. If you think about AI as an enhancement, as an improvement, we've used it for a long time in our photos, in our portraits of ourselves. We use it constantly. But it will never replace, and this is a great example you're showing now, but it will never replace relationships, which for consumers drive revenue. Because people buy from people that they want to work with. Right. And you need that human interface. So right here, this is a great example. She's showing you vacant homes that could be staged, right? And that is an improvement. If it is a occupied home that is vacant and we stage it, we do have to state in our MLS, there are guidelines and rules that state, okay, this is awesome, but that's not how it looks. This is enhanced via AI.
There's got to be that transparency so that someone knows this isn't, a true depiction of this room, right?
Exactly.
This furniture, when you show up, it's not going to be there if it's enhanced with AI. Now, with the AI staging and the regular staging, do you think AI is going to replace stagers who actually bring in furniture and put it into the home and stage the home? What do you think is the difference there between those two different approaches?
Sure. That's a great question. And that's kind of what's on the back of everyone's mind. So staging companies do a phenomenal job. You see them a lot in new construction, very, very often, where you're having herds and herds of people coming through because new construction, their model home is like a show house, right? No one's living there.
Right.
The doors aren't even on all the interior doors. Typically, people are just walking through. But when someone's physically living in a home or they have vacated it, but they still own it, their insurance, all of that, virtual staging is a great option. You can imagine, and some of these you can even say, that's not my style. I'm more traditional. So you can change it to your type of furniture. Whereas real staging, that's going to be the designer, the stager's idea of what looks good in the space.
Okay, so I've got a prime example of that, and let's pull this up. And this is, on Zillow, so anyone can do this. But this home Here is the original picture, and this is you can choose your style to Scandinavian, industrial, mid-century, and then look at what that room would look like with this furniture. Do you love it or do you hate it? What do you think?
So I love it because the first place that consumers shop and their first view is online. So we want to make, as agents, as practitioners in this industry, we want to make it as easy as possible to view online. People start looking 6 months online before they're ready to actually physically go into any properties. They're kicking the tires, sort of, right? They're thinking, we might move. That would be great. What does it look like in my price range, where I can afford, the area I want to be, close to work? Where are the schools, right? All of that information, and having the ability, like you're doing right now, to click different styles, they can sort of see themselves in the home.
I think that's the biggest hang up when you're looking at homes. It's okay. There's someone else's personal pictures maybe still on the wall. How do you visualize your life in what's currently someone else's space? And
exactly
it's a
right.
challenge.
It's a challenge, and you really have to see yourself in there before you can mentally start to move. Right? You have to visualize, well, this is how I like my kitchen set up. I
Right.
can see myself cooking dinner for my family. I can see us hanging out playing Mahjong.
Yeah, which has become a very popular game lately.
Had to throw that in there.
So I have seen, I want to pull up this house, and these are all like homes in our area. I've also seen this recently, not just staging in the living room, but giving people an idea of what the home could look like with just completely changing the exterior. What are your thoughts on something like that?
So you have to be very careful. That is extreme staging. You cannot add construction that isn't there because that is deceptive to the consumer. If you, for example, added a door that really isn't there, it's just a wall, and a consumer comes in and says, where is this door?
Where's the door?
Right? That's deceptive. And that's basically false advertisement.
Right.
Enhancing.
Well, the agent is the one who can get in trouble there, the one who
Absolutely.
lists it, because then you're violating, one of the rules of the industry.
That's exactly right. And you're violating specific MLS rules because new rules are created around AI because of this, because it's new and everyone's talking about it and everyone's playing with it. It's a great new tool, but it's only as good as the information that you provided. So if you say, make this house better, no limits, it could go crazy.
I mean, there will be people in the front lawn playing bags, and AI has its own imagination of what looks good.
Absolutely.
We've talked about where AI can be used and how it can benefit. You mentioned one of the ways that it can, hurt. I don't know if it would hurt a sale necessarily, but kind of deceive the buyer with things that aren't really there. What do you feel like are some of the kind of things that people should just be aware of and be conscious of with the evolution of AI and making sure that maybe particularly on the real estate agent side that they're not getting in trouble? What are some of the cons that you've seen with AI in this industry?
That's a great question. So we've talked a lot about staging, but the other side of the coin is the seller side. So if you just use AI generated market analysis, that's going to be on paper only. What an agent knows that an AI agent, and of course they're called agents, but what a realtor, which is a real estate agent, what they know that an AI agent doesn't is high tension power lines in the backyard. You're in a floodplain. The street is at the very bottom of the hill, so they always have a basement that floods. If you just look at it on paper, it's going to be square footage and bedrooms and baths. And there's so much more involved and so much human touch in pricing a property. So where the disservice lies is on that seller, because they may believe their price is exponentially, possibly, higher than any buyer walking through would think that it should be priced. And also realize that real estate agents are taking buyers around. So not only are they listing homes, they're also taking buyers around. So they hear the psychology and they know what they're thinking and what buyers are looking for. And that's invaluable information for a seller.
Which sometimes that changes too, it evolves. When you first start looking for a home, you might have, your must-have list some of those might actually just be a wish list item and not something that you need to have, and that you kind of adjust over time when you look at more homes.
That's true. I sometimes call it the can't sleep at night. So, right? If I don't get this, I won't be able to sleep at night.
Right.
Or if I get this and I really didn't want it. So you have to know that.
Yeah. So do you see instances or hear of instances where agents solely rely on AI to create their list, and you mentioned power lines as one of them, and miss those things?
We have seen it. So a lot of times, unfortunately, consumers and agents on both sides of the coin forget where the market really is. So they're relying on information that, oh my goodness, this is an unprecedented real estate market after COVID. Well, COVID was 6 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to think about COVID because it was like 20% appreciation. It was, I mean, for someone who bought before COVID and then, refinance, maybe they still live in their home at a 2.5–3% interest rate, or they saw that appreciation and they sold and they made great money. It's nice to think about it, but you're right. It's kind of a long time ago now.
It's a long time ago and it's in the past. And what's so funny is the mindset. So sometimes sellers will think we're in 2021 and buyers' mindset might be 2008 when the market crashed. There's that extreme. So you have to rely on the realtor to really bring it in and say, this is where we are today. Because you're right, it's fluid. It changes month to month. What's happening in the world really impacts what happens in real estate locally.
So thinking about where AI is headed, we're in this moment where people are experimenting with it. Where do you see AI's place in real estate?
So it's incredibly beneficial for tasks. If you are wanting to create a comparative market analysis, that initial number of this is what's happening, micro market down to neighborhood, down to streets. So you start with that. But what's key utilizing AI is the prompts. So AI is just that, machine learning, and it learns by what you ask it. So I see realtors utilizing it in their day-to-day tasks, things that would take us so long to create. If you have the proper prompts which is so important, you can get graphs and numbers to go hand in hand with the knowledge that you have very, very quickly.
Okay. Could you give me an example of that if you were to kind of create a prompt?
100%.
Yeah.
So this is just recently. So I'm working on a listing appointment, and I said, here's the data from MLS. Can you put this in a graph to show where the pricing lies? So initially, the prompt came with all the data. So that's crazy and too much.
Right.
Didn't make
Overwhelming.
sense. It's
Yeah.
overwhelming. So, which is great. So you just learn how to prompt. So then you go from there and you say, no, just these specific streets. This is newer construction, right? This is better. I know this street sells for a higher price than this street. So when you're giving these prompts, then the data comes back to you. And then you ask the question, okay, can you make this like you were talking to a fifth grader? I use that all the time. So you don't
That's
wanna
what we do on the news too. We really break it down. We want you to understand it. Yeah.
We want you to understand it and simplify it. So I asked for a graph, and the graph was crazy and very confusing. I said, no, a simplified graph with small markers in $10,000, right? Just so you can see where the movement is and what's been happening. And then I asked for historical data because history will tell us what's going to happen in the future, right? So I put all that in. This would have taken me hours and probably 45 minutes. I had enough data then to work on what I needed to work on. And that's real time. And it saves agents from having to sit in front of a computer, because if we're not in front of clients, right, we're not
That's
selling
on
homes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's so interesting that, it's like the workflow has changed. But, there's also on the flip side, the other side of it, they understand that workflow has become easier, right?
Exactly.
And so, do you feel like clients also expect quicker answers and quicker info because it's possible?
Oh, this
There's
is
more pressure.
absolutely, because instant gratification is where we are today.
Yeah, that's
For
true.
everything.
Yeah.
If the news you read at 8 this morning is already old, right?
Yeah.
And so this helps us. And you asked about replacing agents. I feel like it will enhance, not replace, but the assistant role is very, very different, because a lot of the tasks that you might ask an admin or an assistant to do, AI can create very, very quickly. And there are tools for realtors to use that help that.
I don't know if you've heard of this story, but there was a man in Florida who recently sold, it was like this viral story. He sold his home only using AI because he wanted to save on the commission. And so he entered the prompts, here's my house. How much should I sell it for? The contract, he had AI help him to kind of write up the contract. And he did end up selling it, I think, within a month. I mean, he sold it pretty quickly. It was under contract within a few days. And it was all about the positives of he did it. What would be your counter argument to a situation like that, being that you're in the real estate industry and you want people to trust and rely on you to help them through that process?
So that's a great story. And it should have started with Once Upon a Time, like a lot of Disney movies.
Okay, why so?
Well, the reason I say that is there's so many pitfalls, and you really have to understand this is people's typically largest expense, the most expensive thing they will buy. This is where they put their heads at night.
Yeah.
It's where they raise their families, right? So there are a lot of disclosures, there are a lot of encroachments. And in the state of North Carolina, we are not attorneys. We can't have AI just write up this contract.
Right. Yep.
Many things to consider. There's title work to consider. I mentioned encroachments. There might be a sewer pipe under that guy's house, right? And AI wouldn't have disclosed that, then he's responsible for that. We as realtors, we make certain we've looked at the deed, we've looked at the taxes. There isn't any cloud on title. And we have experienced attorneys helping us with that as well. So that is a great Once Upon a Time story, but there's so many pitfalls that I think the consumer could fall into, as well as the seller, because they could be liable for anything that was not disclosed.
Right. And they didn't go through the 90 plus hours of courses to kind of understand all of that and even what to look for in order to disclose. And I think you're right. It's you can get maybe a good price estimate of what you should list your home for, and you can get the data from AI and have a good understanding of what, value your home it has. Uh, but it's like selling your home off market, but using a little bit more information through AI to do it. Um, you still run the risk of some box not being checked.
That's exactly right. And what your realtor will do is advocate for you and protect you. Because let's say through AI, you get multiple offers and you think the highest one is the best one, right? You just look at the dollars. That isn't always the case. You definitely want to look at the financing. That's what realtors do. You want to see if there are any concessions. There's a lot going on within a contract, much more than just that top price.
For people who don't understand concessions, what do you mean by that?
Absolutely. Thank you. So to clarify that, concessions might be seller paid closing cost. What if there's something in repairs, right? It could be many things. They may want all of your personal property. They may want your washer and dryer, your
Well,
refrigerator.
if you don't read through the contract
Exactly.
and see that they wanted you to leave the refrigerator and you're like, well, I was gonna take it with me, then you're at kind of a
Then you're buying a refrigerator for someone else.
yeah,
right?
especially if you've already signed the contract.
That's
So yeah,
exactly right.
there's a lot of stuff that can be put in those contracts that if you don't read it thoroughly, you're about to learn a hard lesson.
That's exactly right.
So we have a little bit more time on this show. Is there anything else you wanted to address about AI? Or can we get into kind of like state of the market in the Charlotte area?
Sure, we can do both. So just quickly, AI, it's a great tool. We all need to learn. I think we'll see it more and more in our industry, and we need to get ahead of that. I think consumers and realtors need to know what's out there because consumers and realtors that don't utilize it will be left behind.
Yeah, I agree. And it's getting to the point that AI is integrating with platforms as
Yes.
well, and you can search for a home using ChatGPT now. So it's just going to keep evolving, and just like anything else, social media, you just have to evolve with it because you can't fight the tide on that.
That's right.
State of the market in the Charlotte area, the greater Charlotte area.
Absolutely.
What are you seeing? We've had kind of a bit of a chaotic month, it seems. But what are you seeing? Just the buyer and the seller sentiment.
So the good news is Q4 2025, I think everybody was settling in. Consumer confidence was really, really low. no one was really ready to jump. And you brought it up earlier, and it's so true. Everyone's sitting on a lot of equity. Everyone's sitting on low interest rates. So they were really not moving last year unless they had to, right? Something
Job change or
job
right.
change or had children went to college, something changed in their life. We are seeing an uptick in Q1 in our area. Now, what's changing is we had that strong seller's market forever in unprecedented COVID years, bringing that up again. And now we're becoming a more balanced market, which is great for buyers and sellers. So homes are on the market a little longer, 45 to 52 days, depending on where you are in the city. And that's good because consumers need to have choices. They don't need the pressure of in 15 minutes, you've got to decide where you're going to live, right?
Where a listing appointment turns into, or a showing appointment turns into an open house because there are so many people coming in and out.
That's exactly right. And you just fight your way in for your little piece of time. It's good. It feels healthy. Prices are, we're seeing an increase year over year, not huge like the COVID years, but 1% to 3%. And that's just generalizing. It depends on where you are in the community. New construction is also up, which is fantastic.
Right.
So overall, very, very positive.
Where do you think it goes from here? Do you think it's going to completely shift into a buyer's market eventually, or do you think we're going to stay in this just kind of balanced area of real estate?
So real estate is cyclical, and all the time it's constantly fluid and moving. We have been in a strong seller's market for so very long, 10 plus years. And what we call a balanced market in real estate is 6 months inventory supply. And I can tell you to a seller that does not feel balanced, right? It feels like a buyer's.
You want to sell your home right away. You can't blame someone.
That's right. 6 months sounds like a very long time. So I do think there's a shift in the market, but we are so fortunate that we are constantly rated as one of the top cities to move to by many, many different publications. And because of that, we are still affordable city. Our climate is mild. Many, many businesses are moving here. Jobs are moving here. 147 people a day are moving to Charlotte. So we still have a robust real estate industry. And I think that will remain. Nothing's changing in Charlotte for the bad. It's just getting better. It's a great place to be.
It is a great place to live, and I think we have so much to offer here, and that's why everyone wants to be in the Carolinas.
That's right.
It's great.
It is beautiful.
Minus the pollen. That's the one thing. The one thing.
That's right. That's why she has yellow in the blue room.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm just dressing the part for the time of season. Right. Joan, thank you so much for your expertise and educating everyone on the topics, but not only that, but also kind of the state of the industry and the market in Charlotte. Really appreciate it. If someone wants to find you or follow you on social media, of course, how can they do that?
Joan Good at Joan Good, and on Facebook as well. I am not really. That's probably the two best places. Also on LinkedIn, obviously. Yes.
Well, Joan, thank you so much for coming on Turnkey. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, let it rain. Man, the rain is finally here. Drought relief in the area. It's caused actually some issues in some spots. We'll talk about where we've seen some flooding concerns and also talk about where this drought relief puts us. It's all coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University with a special guest on the show, Rich Tinker from NOAA's Climate Prediction Center, letting us know what goes into the drought monitor and what our drought monitor could look like with this latest rainfall. Our episode of Pinpoint Weather University starts right now. Welcome into this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always a big welcome to our YouTube viewers. And if you're tapping in with me on IG or on X at WSBrandon9 or on our Queen City News pages as well, we appreciate you guys tapping in with us, connecting with us over there too. Now, obviously, it has been a pretty different weather pattern here lately for us here in the Carolinas. We've been talking about rain, something we have not chatted about a lot over the last 8 to 9 months. And I will tell you this, folks, I always say there's a cool NASCAR saying, and the saying goes, whenever you're in a drought, bring a NASCAR race to town. We had the Coke 600 weekend this weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and not a single race finished. I can't remember the last time that has happened, where all three of the national series have not actually completed all the laps scheduled for a specific weekend. And that happened. It was a wet Memorial Day weekend for a lot of folks, and it continues to be a wet weekend for many areas. So drought relief is finally here. Of course, it comes on a weekend where a lot of folks are outdoors. We're remembering the fallen, and it's just it's a pretty active holiday weekend. And we've even had some issues with the rain. We've had some flooding concerns, and this video here is a road washout that happened up in Hickory. So obviously, even with the drier conditions, we could still have problems like flooding, road washouts, and things like that. And that is what we have seen here over the last several days. Now, the big question that everyone is asking is this going to get us out of the drought? Quick answer is no, but it will help likely quite a bit as we get towards Thursday's drought monitor update. And it's definitely something we've been longing for, rainfall over the area. And of course, May, this month of May is actually the first month in Charlotte we've been without a rainfall deficit since August of last year. And you can see the jet dryers there for NASCAR. Had to work hard a lot this past weekend at the Coke 600. So, of course, the drought monitor, it's a big thing we've been talking about here over the last several months. The drought monitor has played a role in a lot of decision making around here in the Carolinas. So what goes into that? What organizations are creating that drought monitor and also helping us figure out how much rain we need? Well, to join us in on the discussion today is Rich Tanker. He is a meteorologist with NOAA and also an author for the drought monitor as well. And Rich, we appreciate you joining the show for us today and chatting with us a little bit about the drought monitor. Obviously, a lot goes into it. Can you just talk about all the different roles that many organizations play when it comes down to creating the drought monitor? What all goes into it before it's released every Thursday?
Well, there's a lot of coordination as much as anything else that goes into it. Of course, as you said, we have about 10 authors right now that come from different organizations. We have one from Western Desert Institute. We have myself, I'm from the National Weather Service. We have some people at USDA, and we just brought on board, excuse me, a couple of authors that work with NASA. As far as putting the map together, like I said, there's a lot of coordination. Normally, the author will take a first stab, or we will get feedback from the regions. Different regions coordinate in their own ways. For instance, we do get a unified suggestions from the state of North Carolina, which they organize themselves. I don't know exactly who they include in their discussions, but they give us feedback every week, and it's like that for a lot of places around the country. And it's it's a coordinated effort between people who have a national viewpoint, people who have regional viewpoints. More of an expert in North Carolina than in other places. Also, people who have certain specialties. People who know about hydrology, people who know about water supplies will give their opinions. And all this is in a back and forth with the author each week. Probably there must be 100 emails that go back and forth between the author and other people commenting on either drafts that we've made or what's gone into it from the field. And then, we finalize it by late Wednesday and it comes out Thursday mornings.
And then
yeah.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. I was going to say, what kind of data is used? Obviously a lot of people come together and they're making this drought monitor, a lot of different organizations. And you mentioned even here locally, there's some organizations that play a role because they know the area maybe a little bit better than others. Just talk about some of the data that's used to create that drought monitor.
Yeah, the precipitation is only one of a lot of the data that goes into it. And of course, precipitation can be looked at on a number of time frames. You could look, how are you doing the last month? How are you doing the last 6 months, the last year, or even longer than that sometimes. We also have some impacts data, things like stream flows, soil moisture, There are drought indicators and blends. In other words, we will take a variety of indicators and try to put them into one specific blend that looks at some specific aspect of drought. Usually groundwater and water supplies are another big concern that we look at. We use observations from the ground. We use modeled numbers, satellite and radar estimates of precipitation and other factors. Temperature, of course, goes as well. Snowpack, which is not too much of a concern in North Carolina this time of the year, but in certain places at other times, even in North Carolina at other times of the year, snowpack is a concern. And so we try to meld all these together into kind of a unified status for the drought conditions in any given location. And we tend to lean more towards the parameters that seem more representative of the impacts that we're seeing. So in a place where, crops is another thing, for instance, if we see crops are doing poorly in some place, then we may look at short-term precipitation and temperatures and soil moisture. Other places, maybe water supplies are a bigger concern. So you look at precipitation on longer time frames and other, long-term temperature anomalies that might affect how much water you have in your system and how well the water is managed. Of course, that differs from places like California, which have to manage it heavily, versus North Carolina, where we're a little more fortunate here to have more, rainfall on an annual basis in those places. So that's helpful for the water supply, certainly. But that doesn't mean, obviously, that we don't have the drought conditions that we have now. And as you had indicated earlier, right now we're looking at some sort of improvement across the state. I think, I don't know if it'll be statewide, but certainly there'll be parts of the state that improve. But you're not going to see the drought go away. Certainly this coming week, I would probably take a good bit more precipitation than what we've had. A lot of the big cities right now are still below normal. Not really for this month, but if you put March April, May together, they're still below normal if you sum all those months together. And if you go back farther, if you go back to like what they call the beginning of the water year, which is in October, there's plenty of places in the big cities in North Carolina that are still 10 to sometimes some places 15 inches below normal for that period. So there's a lot of drought still to try to overcome, but certainly you'd rather have what's going on now than have more sunny and dry weather.
Yeah, I was going to say, you alluded to it really well. This is actually looking at our rainfall deficit over the last 30 days. Obviously, not as significant deficit as what we have been experiencing over the last few months. But when you look at this rainfall deficit over the past 365 days, over the past year, the numbers absolutely come up. So we definitely still need a lot more rain. We're just cutting into a deficit that is larger over a longer period, and definitely.
Right.
It would definitely need more rain, and hopefully we can get this on more of a consistent basis. But I was gonna say, Rich, I tell you what, Memorial Day weekend came in like just super wet. And you look at the May Stoker we've had here in Charlotte as of May 27th here. We've had 4.9 inches of rain, which is actually about an inch and a half above the monthly total average here in Charlotte. And when you look at May in general, it's the first month we've had without a rainfall deficit since August of last year. Rich, what's the big changing pattern for all this rain?
Well, what we've seen happen is a couple of things going on at the same time this month. We've seen some frontal boundary that's kind of been over or near North Carolina for a lot of the last at least week to maybe week and a half. Those are where you have air coming in, winds coming in from different directions and converging, heading towards each other, and that causes the air to lift, and that can help precipitation. Now, in addition to that, what we've seen is some tropical moisture being fed in from the south from off of the ocean, a deep fetch from off of the ocean that's coming in and interacting with this frontal boundary, and that's adding moisture to this setup that is already favorable for some rainfall. So you're getting some fairly, we are certainly getting some quick, heavy kind of thunderstorm activity, but we're also getting more of this prolonged soaking rain, which is actually better for the drought and also better for flooding, because as you pointed out, just because you're down 20 inches for the past year doesn't mean that, heavy rain can't fall and then you'll have flash flooding on any given day. As a matter of fact, sometimes The drought can make flash flooding a little worse because the ground gets dry and hard, and rather than soaking in right away, the moisture will actually fall and run off, and so stay above the ground and actually cause the flooding or road washouts that maybe if it were actually a little bit wetter and the ground were a little softer, maybe you wouldn't see happen in those situations. So, droughts and floods seem like polar opposites, but they're not quite. And, we've unfortunately, we've got both going right now in the state, but at least the drought is certainly headed in the right direction, although we still, as you said, got a long way to go.
And then we've also got a lot of information on social media talking about the potential El Nino that is on the way coming up later this year. How much of a role could El Nino play for not only our area here in the Carolinas, but for much of the Southeast?
Well, the El Nino, as people probably know, refers to a period of above normal temperatures on the sea surface temperatures along the equatorial Pacific Ocean. We are coming out of an episode of the opposite, La Nina, where that water was cold. That cold water over the past couple of months has pretty much gone away, and the temperature of the water has increased considerably and is now above normal. But El Nino, for a couple of reasons, does not appear to be playing any role in this particular change of conditions. The first one being that while we're seeing the temperatures on the sea surface reflect El Nino conditions, it does not seem yet to have, the atmosphere has not caught on, which is to say that the weather effects of El Nino, how it affects the atmosphere and how the atmosphere, reacts in different places. We're not seeing that happen yet. So the influence of El Nino is it's not really a consideration for the current rainfall that we're getting. And El Nino really, in any case, doesn't tend to have as much of an influence on precipitation and conditions during the summer as it does later during the fall and during the winter. So there's a couple of reasons there why we don't think that the El Nino is playing any role in the change that we've seen over the last week or week and a half. But certainly we're thinking that El Nino's influence is going to start growing and continue to grow, for over the next several months.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, El Nino, when it does grow and strengthen and potentially become one of the very strong El Ninos we've seen in history later this year, when it does strengthen, could it play a role in maybe helping us get out of this drought later in the year, or would it not have much of an impact?
El Nino does tend to favor. Now, nothing is a perfect correlation. That is to say, just because you have El Nino doesn't automatically mean something happens in some other part of the world. However, when you have El Nino conditions, that does favor above normal precipitation across North Carolina and much of the southern United States, actually, during the fall and the winter months. So while we're not expecting it to have any significant, systematic impact on conditions during the summer and perhaps into the early fall, later on down the road, as we get into the autumn and into the winter, the odds for increased rainfall or maybe even snowfall are going to go up. And so we're certainly thinking that conditions may be much more favorable during the coming winter and autumn months than it was during these past few that we've seen. But exactly what happens on any given day, or how much the rainfall reacts to the El Nino conditions can vary based on other circumstances. And so, nothing's a sure bet, but the El Nino does favor increased fall and winter precipitation across the state.
And this is Rich Tanker with a meteorologist with NOAA, also a big author for the Drought Monitor as well. Coming up, Rich, we're going to take a short break. And after the break, just want to talk about where we stand when it comes down to this drought. Are we going to be able to maybe get out of it in the coming months, and what the climatological pattern could look like coming over the next few months? We'll talk about that coming up here on the other side of the break on Pinpoint. University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. This is a look at the drought monitor from Thursday, May 21st. Obviously, a lot of extreme drought and even some exceptional drought. Level 5 out of 5 drought popping up in the foothills and mountains. New drought monitor will come out for Thursday, May 28th. We expect improvement, and we especially with all the rain that we've seen here recently, but the drought isn't necessarily going to go away. We're going to continue our conversation here with Rich Taker, a meteorologist with NOAA, the Climate Prediction Center. And Rich, I know we can't release the drought monitor yet and talk specifically about it, but is there any improvement that we're going to be expecting here in the Charlotte area or up towards our mountains and foothills as we get towards Thursday's update?
Well, I think it's excuse me, it's safe to say that you'll see improvement across a good bit of the state, not necessarily all of it, because the entire state hasn't been inundated with the heavy precipitation that we've seen in the last week to 10 days or so. However, two things I can pretty much guarantee you: there will at least be some considerable amount of improvement across the state. And the second one is that I don't think the drought's going to actually go away anywhere based on this precipitation that we've had. So we're heading in the right direction, and I think we'll see improvements, but we're still going to be in a drought, and we're going to need to keep up the pattern of increased precipitation in order to, finally dig our way out of that, because we've been entrenched in it for quite a while now.
And Rich, working with the Climate Prediction Center, talk about just the next 3 months. You guys released the climate outlooks over the next 3 months. What does our precipitation outlook look like here in the Carolinas as we get over the next few months?
Our 3-month outlook is actually pretty indeterminate, which is to say we really don't have any strong indicators that things are going to be unusually wet or unusually dry. You'd kind of default and say, well, precipitation then maybe near normal, but what we're actually saying is that it could be almost, I don't want to say almost anything, but we just, the forecast indicators that we look at aren't giving us a clear picture. Looking at the El Nino, when we go down the road into fall and winter, we do have some increased chances for above normal precipitation. And also in the very short term, it does look like for the next 1 to maybe 2 weeks, the odds do favor above normal precipitation, consider it continuing across the state. It's not an overwhelming odds that that's going to happen, but the chances are better than not that it will. But we're still not looking at anything overwhelming right now. As far as the drought is concerned, our drought outlook forecast is calling for improvement by the end of August in a small part of North Carolina down in the far south part of the state. And that's because summer tends to be a wetter time of the year down there. They don't have a dramatic wetter dry season, but summer is wetter than most other times of the year. In other parts of the state, that's not really the case. And right now we are forecasting drought persistence, but you have to understand what that means. That means that by the end of August, unfortunately, we think things will look about like they look right now. Now, we may oscillate back and forth, in the meantime. It may get better, then it gets dry, and it may get worse. But it's hard to get dramatic improvement during the summer just because the ecology, the plants, and the people all use a lot more water during that time of the year than they do during the winter time, in which times you can kind of, in a way, bank the water that falls, improve the groundwater, improve the water supplies. Certainly that can happen during the summer too, but with greater demands on the water and greater evaporation because of the high temperatures, it is more difficult to get lasting relief happening actually during the summer. So while our outlook says that the end of August, don't have anything strongly indicating, big improvements in the drought, that doesn't mean that we're not going to see it kind of wax and wane some. And certainly it's going to be waning a little bit because of the precipitation that we've recently had, and perhaps because of above normal precipitation continuing in the shorter term. But it looks like your chances for improvement, and I mean, lasting significant improvement where you kind of get things down to a moderate situation or completely out of drought, probably is going to wait in most of the state until we see those rains that would be favored by El Nino kick in later in the year.
So safe to say we were going to be in this for a long haul.
We've been in it for a long haul. Yeah. And it looks like we've got a few more months at least of dealing with this. Whether or not it's going to be, the extreme values that we're seeing in some parts of the state is unclear, but I think it's very unlikely that we're going to end the drought by the end of the summer for the reasons I was outlining with using more water evaporates. But we're hopeful for later in the year if the El Nino typical circulations kick in that we'll start to see consistently above normal precipitation then.
All right, Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. Rich, thank you so much for coming on the show with us today, giving us your scientific insight on what the drought could look like. A lot of folks have been asking us plenty of questions about the drought. We're obviously also under water restrictions. That's another question. People are wondering when we could get out of those, especially as you mentioned, more water going to be used as we get hotter in the summer months. So, Rich, we appreciate you coming on the show with us today here on Pinpoint Weather University, and thanks for your insight.
And thanks for having me on.
All right, that was Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. Coming up in just a bit, we'll recap the episode. I'll just talk about what our drought could look like over the coming months, as Rich just mentioned, and we'll also talk about what the rain over the last weekend looks like over the region. Coming up. Just a bit. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We just spoke with Rich Tanker with NOAA's Climate Prediction Center. He obviously has a big impact on the drought monitor as well. Gave us some really good information on the drought monitor, how it's created, with all the different data that is used. And I just want to kind of recap what Rich was speaking about when it came down to the drought monitor and some of the data that's used for it. He talked about the rainfall deficits. This is an obvious thing that I think all of us know. How far behind on rainfall are we? That's obviously a huge thing that's going to be used when it comes down to determining the drought monitor and just how significant the drought is over the area. Soil moisture was another thing that Rich mentioned. How dry or how saturated the ground is. That's the soil moisture. It's not just looking at the topsoil, but how much that moisture is seeping down into the underneath the topsoil as well and down through the soil. That's an important thing. Also, hydrology, of course, stream flows, reservoir levels, snowpack, as he said, is not a big thing here in the Carolinas, but it can be used across other parts of the U.S., especially up in the Rockies during the winter season, man. Snowpack is very important. It's a huge water resource for them to get snow in the Rockies and over towards that region out west. And for us, we don't necessarily rely on snowpack too much. Obviously, we already have our rivers and our lakes and streams that help us out. But stream flow, reservoir levels, a big thing. And then also temp and evaporation demand. You heard Rich hinting on it a little bit in our last segment, talking about hotter and drier weather. If you get out of the drought, or at least bring some drought relief to the area, and then you get a couple weeks of hot and dry weather, the hot you are in the atmosphere, the more moisture Mother Nature wants to hold. It can hold more moisture, so it pulls that moisture out of our soils. It pulls it out of our streams, creeks, and rivers, and that also can cause the drought to get worse. So that's why evaporation demand and also temperature plays a huge role here. I want to throw a few more things at you here. I skimmed through them pretty quickly during our interview, but again, as of May 27th, Wednesday, May 27th, we've now seen 4.9 inches of rainfall for the month of May here in Charlotte. It is now the first month since August of last year that we have not had a rainfall deficit. We're actually about 1.5 inches above normal for the month, and I expect that will likely be where we end things unless we get a little bit more rain heading towards the weekend after Memorial Day weekend. Drought relief, though, man, you look at it, this year alone, we've only seen 11 inches of rain. It's the 11th driest stretch we've had through May 26th. This month accounted for about 44% or so of the rainfall that we've seen all year. As I'm doing the math for you really quickly on my handy dandy calculator, the app, I'm doing the math. Yeah, you got to just put your numbers together. I'm taking that 4.90 divided by 11.07. Got to times it by 100 to get your percentage. 44.2%. That's how much rainfall May has accounted for this entire year. And just think, it's only brought us up to 11 inches for the year. So we mentioned how the rainfall deficit is massive over the past year, 10 to 15 inches around Charlotte, but there's some areas that are 25 inches or higher, pretty much over 2 feet of rain behind when it comes down to rainfall deficits. But when you look at the last month, not as bad, which is nice, but unfortunately, we've got a huge rainfall deficit to cut into, and it's just going to take some time to do it. But luckily, we have gotten some rain. We're getting a little bit of help. We just need a little bit more. Look, I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We'll be talking more and more about the drought here over the next several weeks, especially as hotter weather returns. Could change things for us and make that drought get worse again, even after Memorial Day rains. We'll talk more about that as we go through the coming weeks. One thing to mention as well, folks, the water restrictions. I was speaking with Duke Energy. At least they cover Charlotte, Rock Hill, and some areas like that with the Drought Management Advisory Group. Not expecting those water restrictions to go away anytime soon. Remember, we're about 1.5 inches above average for this month, but we need more above average months and more consistency in the rain to continue to diminish the drought and eventually get out of our water restrictions. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson, folks. With those water restrictions, make sure you're following those, taking care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. We'll see you next time on Pinpoint Weather University.
Solved nearly 20 years later, the suspect's lengthy history with police since the high-profile murders. Andrew.
And we're tracking another toasty day ahead for the Carolinas. We have to deal with any more hit-and-miss showers and storms. I'll show you with my pinpoint forecast at noon.
And a new plan to modernize fare enforcement on Charlotte Transit. So why the updated payment plan now comes at a pivotal time, though, for the Queen City. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now with breaking news. We have a breaking update on the death of NASCAR legend Kyle Busch. So we're learning now that his death certificate reportedly reveals that he had bacterial pneumonia for days to weeks before he died. According to The Athletic, Busch's pneumonia progressed into sepsis, which then caused abnormal clotting throughout blood vessels in his body. The NASCAR driver's family says that his death and his health just deteriorated rapidly. Well, the death certificate also lists Busch's cause of death as natural causes. Busch died last week at the age of 41, just days before he was expected at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600 weekend. Talk about the weather outside. 82 degrees here in the Queen City. This is a live look here around the Crown. It's a toasty start to the afternoon as we now continue to track the chance for a few isolated showers in our forecast. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Andrew, this mugginess is going to stick around as we head into the weekend?
Yeah, that's right. At least through Saturday, Alicia, and then we could see some improvement here as we get to the second half of your weekend on Sunday. Maybe a little bit lower humidity there. We've got some isolated storms this afternoon. Saturday is looking more active here with some showers and storms across the Carolinas as a cold front. Weak cold front is going to be moving through. Right now, 86 degrees, winds out of the northwest. Humid, maybe slight improvement here, a couple of drop off in terms of dew point temperature here, but it is still very humid, feels very much like summer, though dry conditions though across the Carolinas here. Not tracking any showers or storms at the moment. Weak cold front moving through, really not going to have much of an impact on our temperatures, maybe a couple of degrees cooler out there tomorrow. Middle 80s here in Charlotte, upper 80s down as we get down towards the Sandhills, low to mid 70s we head up into the higher elevations. Dew points compared to right now is in the mid to upper 60s, even around the 70-degree mark here at places like Rock Hill, Lancaster, and Sherrod. I'll be talking more about what's on the way this weekend coming up with my full pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes. Alicia.
All right, thank you, Andrew. So the man now charged in Concord sun drop murder is no longer a stranger to police because police in Washington State arrested Johnny Talbert this week in connection with the 2008 murders at the former Sun Drop Bottling Company in Cabarrus County. Now, a detective has also since revealed that Talbert has been arrested more than a dozen times in Washington since 2011. He's currently awaiting extradition to Concord to face the murder charges. Well, a 2311 racing employee now is indefinitely suspended, and she's accused of hitting someone while driving a golf cart. So police say that it happened last Sunday before the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And Ivana Howell is now charged with felony assault with a deadly weapon leading to serious injury. So NASCAR listed her on its penalty report yesterday with an indefinite suspension for a behavioral violation. According to Howell's LinkedIn page, she's a senior accountant manager for 2311, the team co-owned by Cup Series driver Denny Hamlin and also NBA legend Michael Jordan. Charlotte Mecklenburg police say that there could be more arrests and charges on the way after a raid targeting a motel on the city's northeast side. So we're now getting a look at the suspects arrested. Here you go. Police and FBI agents now swarmed the Charlotte Garden Inn and Suites on Reagan Drive yesterday morning, and they arrested nearly a dozen people and seized 11 guns and 1,700 grams of narcotics. Court documents also allege that several suspects rented rooms at the hotel and then used them to store and distribute drugs. Investigators say even some members of the hotel's security team were involved in this case. Multiple people are also now facing both federal and state charges. Officials now say this is just the start, though, of their efforts to be able to clean up the Sugar Creek corridor. So they also refer to the area as an open-air drug market. So just at the Garden Inn, officers now received 590 calls for service and made 47 arrests from the beginning of January of 2024 to May 18th of this year. Officials now say they'll keep working to bring a sense of security to the area.
It is a part of Charlotte that should be thriving. It is a part of Charlotte that is affordable, but it is a part of Charlotte that is not safe. And we're going to use every federal tool we have to make sure it is safe for those who are using it innocently to get to work and to get to education.
Well, officials also gave a warning to other hotel operators nearby, saying that if they're cooperating with criminals instead of the police, law enforcement will seize their property. One person is dead after a late night crash in the Steel Creek area. So this happened around midnight at the intersection of Steel Creek Road and Shopton Road West. Medic says that the victim was pronounced dead on scene. Right now, no other details were released. Across the state line, though, authorities now are identifying the victims of a deadly crash in Lancaster. Now, this all happened at the intersection of West Rebound Road and Rock Hill Highway. The South Carolina Highway Patrol says that a truck and an Audi collided, killing Miguel Valdiva and also Vicente Rosales. The driver and a passenger from the truck were taken to the hospital along with two other people in the Audi. The crash is now under investigation. Charlotte Transit officials now have a new plan to modernize fare enforcement that's been 2 years in the making. So public transportation leaders now say it will simplify the way riders pay for any light rail, bus, and micro transit trip. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is now north of Uptown to explain why the updated payment plan comes at a pivotal time.
Charlotte area transit officials just approved a plan to modernize the fare enforcement that's been about 2 years in the works. They say they plan to simplify the way that riders pay for every light rail, bus, and microtransit trip. So the upgrades include offering riders contactless payment options and expanding the electronic fare validation system, so it's not all done by hand. City commissioners also approved expanding the eligibility of reduced fare programs to allow more people to qualify for discounted rides. Now, the plan was adopted by the Metropolitan Transit Commission in their very final meeting this week. Governance of the CAT system will now be transferring to a new board established late last year, the Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority. Now, this move creates a little bit more separation between the city and the transit system. Leaders did take a moment during last night's meeting to recognize the accomplishments that the board's made over the past 25 plus years.
Really have brought to Charlotte-Mecklenburg a vision to reality, which will help our residents access affordable housing and jobs and health care and healthy food, and help to protect our air and help to protect our quality of life.
Now, the MPTA members will oversee the implementation of the new fare enforcement plan. They say it could take anywhere about 6 to 18 months. They say that rider education and outreach is going to be key during that time before they finalize any major changes. Reporting just north of Uptown, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah. Mecklenburg County Commissioners will now meet again next month to further solidify the recommended 2027 budget. So there was a tense meeting this morning that included discussions over a livable wage for county employees, including Medic.
Medic deserves more than $25.53 an hour, but it's a start. This is where we are. Medic is the foundation of our emergency healthcare system. And I think of the 40 years that I've been watching ambulances bring patients to hospitals who wouldn't have survived if they didn't receive the life-saving care of the awesome people that work for Medic. Yet many of them, almost half, are compensated at a non-livable wage.
The commission will meet again on June 2nd. We'll have much more in today's hearing coming up on Queen City News at 4. Let's take a live look here over at the White House. A federal judge is allowing President Trump his executive order that then would create a federal voter list and limit mail-in voting to move forward. So this latest executive order calls for Homeland Security officials to work with Social Security administrators to create these lists of adult U.S. citizens in each state and to send those lists to state election officials. So it also calls for the U.S. Postal Service to make lists of eligible voters and to only deliver mail-in ballots to people on those lists. So U.S. Postal Service is a federal agency that's independent of the president's administration. Staying in Washington right now, President Trump says that this year's midterm elections are not impacting his strategy on the war in Iran. So as Trevor Shirley reports right now, the U.S. and Iran are now still in talks to end the conflict, but they haven't reached a deal just yet, but there is some news.
And new strikes by the U.S. are calling into question just how long the current ceasefire may last. U.S. officials say U.S. forces shot down 4 Iranian attack drones around the Strait of Hormuz overnight and struck an Iranian ground control station near the strait that was also trying to launch a 5th drone.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job.
On Wednesday, President Donald Trump remained optimistic about the chance of a peace agreement, but says he's on no one's timeline.
They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says progress has been made, but there isn't a deal yet the U.S. is willing to agree to.
There's an agreement to be made. We want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made.
The president also said sanctions relief is off the table.
We're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing.
But a key sticking point remains the future of the Strait of Hormuz, a major shipping channel for oil that remains largely closed. President Trump also making a warning to Oman, a longtime U.S. ally, saying he would not allow Oman and Iran to manage the strait together.
Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that.
And peace talks involving Iranian representatives in the Middle East remain ongoing. Reporting in Washington, I'm Trevor Shirley for News Nation.
Thank you, Trevor. Bringing it back home now. Leaders in Mecklenburg County summoned to testify about the disturbing death of a young Charlotte girl who was just 6 years old when she died. Well, lawmakers are now hoping to gain from the discussion and how her family wants her to be remembered. Plus, the Justice Department launches a criminal investigation into President Trump's accuser, E. Jean Carroll. So Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes weighs in on the case and why she's being accused of perjury. And scammers are getting more creative, and now they're targeting our nation's heroes. Why experts say veterans are an easy target. Andrew.
And we're tracking more heat and humidity for the Carolinas. Is there any relief on the way? I'll show you with my pinpoint forecast next.
You're watching Queen City News at noon. Your time now is 12:11, 82 degrees outside here in the Queen City. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Consumer advocates warn that scammers are getting creative to take advantage of veterans and military families, and they're targets because they have access to benefits that the general public does not have. So Isabel Cleary now spoke with a cybersecurity expert who shares the red flags to watch.
With the federal dollars behind those programs, a lot of the scams are targeting people for the sake of getting to their entitlements, the things that they've earned.
Common scams targeting veterans include false claims, fraudulent attempts to access pension funds, pretending to be with the VA, and fraudulent overpayment notifications.
And then, of course, any kind of VA loan mortgage scam, trying to get the money set aside to help folks get into the housing that they want for them and their families.
Cybersecurity expert Jared Brennan says as soon as someone starts asking for money, that should set off your internal alarm.
As soon as you have something that gets your spidey sense tingling and makes you think, wait a minute, maybe this isn't legit, you could ask to speak to a supervisor.
He says you can also ask for their website. Legitimate companies would have one.
As long as you're calm and question whether or not you think that this is a necessary thing to do immediately, even giving yourself just a bit of time to slow down and process what's going on, it makes it much less likely that you'll be caught up in their trap.
That was Isabel Cleary reporting for us this afternoon. So experts also say other ways to make yourself less of a target include freezing your credit and also using websites to delete personal information off of the internet. A North Carolina organization is now giving adapted homes to veterans wounded during the War on Terror. So this group now is helping a hero, and it's bringing one of those homes to Sneads Ferry off of North Carolina's coast. The nonprofit broke ground on the site yesterday afternoon. That's the video you're seeing here. And the house is designed to accommodate veterans' needs, whether it be wheelchair accessibility, air protections from burn victims, or adapted bedrooms for TBIs.
It completely changes the life of the veteran that wonders if this country's still patriotic and if there's still people that are willing to stand. And when they see that manifest into this beautiful home, all they want to do is pay it forward. So they go out and they start looking for other combat wounded veterans as well.
The organization is turning to the public for help finding a veteran who will get this home. So nominations can be filled out at helpingahero.org. As we count down to America 250, it's a golden opportunity to check out a historic gold mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Reed Gold Mine is the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States. So today, many school groups take field trips at the mine where a 17-pound gold nugget was found by a little boy in 1799. Students get a sense of the dark conditions that were there that the mine workers labored in.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
And we saw a small sample of gold fever as kids then look at them panning for those precious metals. You can watch Spirit of America 250 on Queen City News tonight at 10. All right, let's talk about this weather outside. Still muggy, 86 degrees right here in the Queen City. Take a live look here over West Charlotte right now. Traffic looking good, right? Let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew.
Yeah, we're tracking, well, for the most part, smooth sailing today. Maybe a couple of storms and more heat and humidity across the Carolinas. 86 degrees right now. Alicia, winds out of the northwest about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Dew points in the upper 60s. Still feels muggy out there, though not out of control. Boone camera. Got sunshine here as well as we get up into the higher elevations. Latest drought monitor, it is in. We are seeing, as expected, some improvement. We picked up now almost 5 inches of rainfall so far this month. So at least now for about half and half of the region getting down to severe drought, maybe a little bit more severe than extreme here across the Carolinas. At least the good news is also no more exceptional drought across portions of the Carolinas, and tracking more rainfall, especially as we go through the upstate of South Carolina as we head throughout the next couple of days. So could even see more relief on the way as we get to our next drought monitors comes next Thursday. Right now, though, we're seeing, for the most part, dry conditions out there across the Carolinas. As Central Carolinas here, not much going on. A weak cold front moving through here as we zoom out. Though you still see that moisture trying to push out of the deep south here. So might see more of that sort of overrunning moisture here into the Carolinas. Might give us a couple more showers and storms. Temperatures 84 in Wilmington, 82 in Atlanta, 81 in Knoxville, 86 in Charlotte, 87 in Savannah, as we've got the toasty temperatures out there. The muggy meter still going to be staying elevated at least through the first half of the weekend here. A little bit lower, I will say, tomorrow behind this weak cold front. A little bit of a drop in humidity, and it starts to feel sticky again as we go through your weekend forecast. Tracking a couple of showers and storms on Saturday. Sunday, a little bit cooler and less humid as well. We'll see those dew points come down into the 50s, so it'll start to feel comfortable out there. As we get things rolling here, as we go throughout the rest of your day, should be seeing the quiet conditions here across the Carolinas as we head into your Thursday evening, maybe an isolated shower or storm. As we go through the rest of today, though, we're going to see temperatures in the middle 80s, warm, humid, and then as we go into the overnight hours, temperatures dipping down into the middle 60s. Overnight lows tonight getting down to 65 in Charlotte, 58 in Statesville, low to mid 50s. We head up into the higher elevations, heading down into the foothills here. We'll see, the sandhills here. We'll see those temperatures get down into the middle 60s. Tomorrow, also expecting generally dry conditions here. Might see the isolated pop-up shower storm as we get towards portions, maybe the upstate of South Carolina. Otherwise, though, we're going to be staying mainly dry temperatures up into, let's call it the low to mid 80s out there, slightly less humidity, mid 70s. We head up into the higher elevations, 84 in Charlotte, 85 in Rockingham. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast here. Watching some of those hit and miss showers and storms on your Saturday. It's really the best chance for wet weather. Might see a little bit more wet weather too on your Monday. And then we start to slowly heat up, Alicia, as we go towards the middle part of next week.
All right. Thank you, Andrew, for that. A troubling trend shows more families are in need of assistance. What experts say is behind the remarkable rise in food insecurity across the country. And working more but getting paid less, why you are not alone. We'll talk about it all next. Stay with us. You're watching Queen City News at noon. There's a live look here over Independence Boulevard. Your time now is 12:21. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. So the Federal Reserve Bank says that food insecurity is now rising at a remarkable rate all across America. And this is particularly affecting lower income households and homes with young children. So the Fed's report is now based on its monthly survey of consumer expectations. And officials found a major increase of the respondents who have been forced to use their savings from 2020 to February of 2026. So there's also an increase in people who say they don't have enough food. Well, the report comes as grocery prices are now set to rise, again, due to the range of factors, including adverse weather effects, tariffs, and also the ongoing war in Iran. But experts predict inflation rates could actually reach 4 to 4.5%, exacerbating affordability issues for consumers. So drought conditions right now are also impacting crop yields. And while inflation continues to rise, new federal data now shows 8 of the top 10 most common jobs pay below average. So look at this. So the below average wage range from $32,000 a year for fast food workers to more than $46,000 for customer service reps. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average across all occupations now nearly $67,000. So several of the country's largest occupations are concentrated in customer service and caregiving roles, which typically pay less than specialized professions requiring advanced degrees. The nation's top 10 most common jobs collectively employ more than 30 million people. So workers under the age of 26 are the most rapidly growing group, signing up for gig apps like Uber and DoorDash. So analytics from Looking at Apptopia, they report registrations among Gen Zers are up 8.4% compared to last year. Across 6 major apps, though, daily active users are up 19% year over year so far in Q2. And experts say that signals the gig economy isn't just alive, it's thriving. The budget battle in Raleigh continues, and as Governor Stein now is trying to be able to get more states more money when it comes to their workers. Why he says prison employees are not paid enough. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Your time now is 12:26, and you're watching the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. Now charged in Concord Sundrop murder is no stranger to the law. So police in Washington State arrested Johnny Talbert this week in connection with the 2008 murders at the former Sundrop bottling company in Cabarrus County. A detective has since revealed Talbert has been arrested more than a dozen times in Washington since 2011. And he's currently waiting extradition to Concord to face the murder charges. Also, NASCAR legend Kyle Busch, his death certificate reportedly reveals that he had bacterial pneumonia for days to weeks before he died. According to The Athletic, Busch's pneumonia progressed into sepsis, which then caused abnormal clotting throughout his body and his blood vessels. The death certificate lists Busch's cause of death as natural causes. Busch died last week at the age of 41. 23 and 11 racing employee now indefinitely suspended as she's now accused of hitting someone while driving a golf cart. Police say that it happened last Sunday before the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Ivana Howell, who you see right here, now charged with assault with a deadly weapon. According to Howell's LinkedIn page, she's a senior account manager for 2311 Racing. Let's talk about the weather now. Take a live look here over at Gaston County as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. So Andrew, so that muggy factor going to be hanging around a little bit longer, right?
Yeah, that's right. Be a little bit less humid tomorrow, Alicia, but overall it's still feeling like summer there. You're not going to confuse it for some of the humidity that we saw a few weeks ago. Saturday looking like a day where we could see maybe a few more widespread showers and storms here across the Carolinas, and then less humid on Sunday. That's going to be the day where it feels at least noticeably more comfortable out there. Drought monitor still dealing with the severe drought conditions in and around Charlotte, but a noticeable improvement here. Last week, almost all of the region was under extreme drought and some exceptional drought up in the mountains. Now no one is under exceptional drought, and seeing still some areas of extreme drought, but definitely a noticeable improvement here across the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam 86 degrees right now, northwesterly winds about 10 to 12 miles an hour. Dew points in the mid to upper 60s. Still feels humid out there here across the region. Pinpoint radar is quiet. We zoom out a frontal boundary making its way through the central Carolinas here. Temperatures 86 in Charlotte, 88 in Cheraw, 84 in Hickory, low to mid 70s as we make our way up into the mountains. Dew point mid to upper 60s, even still some 70s out there. Hey, getting towards that time of year here across the south. As we go throughout the rest of the day, sunshine, maybe an isolated shower, storm temperatures hovering in the middle 80s. I've got more in your forecast coming up in a few minutes. Alicia?
All right, thank you, Andrew. North Carolina lawmakers now will hear directly from Mecklenburg County leaders next week about the death of a 6-year-old who was found living in just unsanitary, deplorable conditions, broken bones and burns all over her body. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell spoke with a lawmaker and one of the victim's family members who both hope that the hearing leads to change.
The home on Gwynn Hill Road in East Charlotte, where police say 6-year-old Dominique Moody endured months of brutal abuse and neglect at the hands of her caretakers, is no longer there. But her uncle tells us he hopes what happened to his innocent niece is never forgotten.
What they did to this child was unconscionable.
Peterson is a funeral home director in Fayetteville and says preparing the little girl's body for her service is an image he can't get out of his head.
The average person would not be able to withstand what we saw. I've been in this business for a while, and I absolutely cried for 2 weeks.
Peterson says even in the pain, he's pleased with the North Carolina House Oversight Committee calling on Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, CMPD Chief Estella Patterson, Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden, and 2 social services directors to testify in Raleigh next week about what went wrong in the Moody case.
The system has blood on its hands. Were it not for the system, were it not for the situation that she was in, she'd be here today.
Nash County State Representative Alan Chesser will be chairing that hearing.
We know that when it comes to protecting our children, time is not on our side. We must act quickly or there will be more victims. There will be more children that fall to tragedy.
Chesser claims the hearing won't be political, but will be about getting answers, especially on how glaring signs of abuse before Moody's murder were missed.
We just need information so that we can make sure that there is not a larger systematic failure that we can address on a statewide level.
A state DHHS investigation into the Moody case found multiple failures by the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services and is requiring the county to develop a corrective action plan. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Well, Chesser and Moody's uncle both tell us that they are in support of the Dominic Moody Safety Act filed by Mecklenburg County State Representative Carla Cunningham. It would create new child welfare escalation teams when there are major allegations of abuse. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein now wants double-digit pay raises now for more than just correctional officers as the state now continues to work toward a new budget. So prison leaders say that recruitment and retention remains a large problem for the personnel. And they call the raises a step in the right direction. But officials also warn many workers who help keep correctional facilities running are not being included in that budget framework.
Our folks have been hearing for a long time, we promised that there are raises coming, right? We are going to try to take care of you, and it has not happened. And so I think that folks who have not had a significant increase in pay for some time are getting tired of that.
So North Carolina ranks second to last in the country for correctional officers' pay. This is a live look here over the nation's capital. Former CIA officer with top security level clearance is charged with stealing from the agency. David Rush is now charged with criminal theft. He's accused of stashing millions of dollars worth of gold bars that he bought with CIA money. He also wasn't who the agency thought that he was. He had applied to work for the government 3 times, and information on his degrees and military service were false. When he applied for promotions, he lied, said that he was a pilot. Officials found gold currency and also luxury watches when they raided his home last week. The Department of Justice now investigating the woman who won 2 civil cases against President Trump for sexual abuse and defamation. So the new probe focuses on whether E. Jean Carroll lied during a deposition as part of those lawsuits. Now, Carroll denied receiving outside funding for her legal action, but then it was later revealed billionaire Reid Hoffman's nonprofit paid for some of her legal fees. So a jury awarded $83 million to Carroll, a decision the president is still appealing at this point. So joining us now, Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes, to be able to explain all this. Let me just lay it out. So we have E. Jean Carroll being investigated on how she paid legal fees on a case that she won, hasn't received any money from right now. So where are we with all this?
Well, think about it like this. The Department of Justice, who is under President Trump's leadership, is now looking into this case to determine if there was any perjury. And so there are a number of things that are at play here. To find a person guilty of perjury, it can be brought under 2 claims, 18 U.S.C. 1621 or 18 U.S.C. 1623. Both of them revolve an inaccurate statement or a false statement. The first portion was the statement made under oath during a sworn testimony, in a deposition, in court, in some other legal proceeding. Well, we know they're alleging that she was in court, so that box is checked. Was the statement materially false? They would need to prove that the statement was objectively false, not merely inconsistent, mistaken, or uncorroborated. That's going to probably be the hardest part for them to be able to prove. And then Carroll knew the statement was false. This is also hard for them to prove because the government can't be able to just say she just misremembered. They're going to have to say she knew it was false and she made this statement with the intention of it being false, and then she intentionally lied. That's the last one. That this will probably be one of the easier of the 4. Those middle 2 are going to be extremely hard for the government to prove.
Just real quick, does it matter if it was Reid Hoffman who gave her money or Reid Hoffman's nonprofit? Does that make a difference?
Not really major difference. I mean, because again, if she received money from someone else to cover her legal fees and under oath lied about receiving those fees and knew that she was lying about it, then yes, it would be perjury, and this funding source wouldn't matter. The only issue that would have is now will this be material to the underlying case, to the case where President Trump was found to be held liable for those 2 charges and now owed $83 million. That's going to also be a material question. Would the jury have ruled in that same favor had she not made this false statement? And that, I think, looking at this from the outside, that it would have an immaterial effect on the underlying case.
All right, so what needs to happen now to be able to show she's at fault?
Well, I mean, obviously they'll go through their investigation and they'll find out, okay, at what point did she receive these funds? Was there any text message, emails, communication saying, hey, I'm going to cover your legal expenses? If that occurred before the date that she testified, and then there's some sworn testimony where she's saying explicitly no one else is paying for my legal defense, then yeah, that's going to be pretty crystal clear to be able to prove. And then if it's going to be her word against the word of someone else, so say if there is no paper trail, but they have another person coming in, then you go into a little bit of a harder place for the government to prove their case. There's this 2-witness rule specifically saying if it's one word against another person, you're going to need another corroborated person to say what Carroll was saying is an inaccurate or misstatement.
Okay, but for me, when I'm looking at this case and I say, all right, I know what my bank account looks like. So when there's a big deposit that's brought in there, you can't misconstrue where these funds came from. But could she later come back and say, because it was a nonprofit, I was paid for this, or I did some type of services?
For sure.
Versus it being a person, because if you ask me, did someone contribute? Someone didn't contribute. It was an organization.
Something, not someone, right? The play on words would be helpful there. But then it's also was I getting paid for services connected to my book writing or speaking engagements, or was I getting paid to cover my legal fees? That's going to be a deeper question. So it's not just did money appear, but how did the money get there and what were the services that they were actually paying for?
Real quick, what does this do in terms of President Trump's whole appeal process? Is he still on the hook for what he was in as that judgment was issued?
Not at all. I don't think there's any movement. I should say not at all that there will be a movement. Yes, he still will be on the hook for the $83 million unless they can prove that this was material to the jury making this determination. And I say that like if there was a statement of you're making misstatements about the factual case that happened, that, okay, I was in the courtroom and I was actually in a whole other building, then yes, I think that would lead to new trial, new opportunity for hearings. This is a statement of where funds came from to go for legal defense. That had nothing to do with the actual facts of the case.
Clive Rhodes, appreciate your insight as always. Thank you so much. Sound like we were playing a game of Clue right there. I was in the Coke room. All right, so the Carolina Senate are now preparing for their biggest game in franchise history, so the USL Super League Final. We caught up with some players who say they have real hopes of bringing home some hardware. And all eyes on the upcoming World Cup, but a different event is now bringing big names to the Tar Heel State. We'll look at the big soccer tournament already underway. You're watching Queen City News at noon. There's a live look here over Bank of America Stadium, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
$1 trillion for the Pentagon, with billions more on tap. I'm Mike Vaquera, News Nation Washington Bureau Chief. On Tuesday, Republicans on a key House committee releasing their version of a major defense policy bill that funds the military through the next fiscal year. The bill includes about $1.14 trillion for the Pentagon, a record amount of funding for national defense, but it is still less than the $1.5 trillion the president has requested. Much of the difference, $350 billion worth, would move on a separate track, and it's meant to replenish weapons stockpiles used in the conflict with Iran, among other purposes. Congress also seeks to limit the president's recent moves to withdraw American troops from NATO postings in Europe. Among the other priorities for the Pentagon, tens of billions of dollars to fund artificial intelligence projects, critical munitions, and the president's Golden Dome missile defense project. I'm Mike Vaquera, and this is the News Nation Political Minute.
The Carolina Senate now prepping for the biggest game in franchise history, the USL Super League Final, and they now hope to bring home some hardware. Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey spoke with players ahead of this weekend's championship game.
After upsetting Sporting Jacks in the semifinal, the Carolina Ascent are ascending to the top. Now the only thing standing in their way is Lexington SC in the Super League Final.
This will be the squad's first finals appearance, although last year they got close but ultimately fell in the semifinals, which has been a motivator for them throughout the season.
Bully has mentioned it when we got here in the fall many times, so I could tell it's something that stuck with them and has lingered with them, and just aside from that, just wanting it in general. But yeah, I think the people that were here before have that chip on their shoulder.
This season was very different from last season, and I think that in and of itself has helped us get to this point.
The Ascent haven't marked a loss since Valentine's Day and are winners of 7 of their last matches. Now they're seeking their first ever Super League title, and they say the way to do that is by not changing up the playbook. Stick to what they know and what they're good at.
The same things we've been doing. I think coming out with the same mindset and like resiliency. We've been persistent and we've had the same game plan in every game going in together. And I think in this game it's just a little bit more of like finishing the final piece and really getting that in there and then staying strong and dominant on defense like we have been. So yeah, just a little bit more up top and like last piece type thing, and then just what we've been doing.
Now they do have 90 minutes left to play before they're hoisting up a championship trophy. But the thought of bringing hardware back to Charlotte has them chomping at the bit.
It keeps me up a little bit at night. It would feel actually incredible. I'm like, we're kind of chasing that right now. Like, I'm positive we're going to get it, and I think it would just be incredible.
I think the fans deserve it, the girls deserve it, the staff deserve it. Like, everything that goes into this club is really great, and we're all really, really happy to be a part of it, and nothing would make us happier than to bring home some gold.
Now they head to Lexington on Friday. Their final is on Saturday, and they hope to come back to Charlotte on Sunday as champions. Reporting from American Legion Memorial Stadium, Gia Lancey, Carolina Sports Live.
All right, thank you, Gia, for that. Very exciting. The World Cup begins June 11th right here on Queen City News. But another notable event is also getting underway in Cary, North Carolina, known as the soccer tournament. So clubs from all around the world now competing for a chance to win $1 million in a cash prize. The annual event is also a unique blend of great action on the pitch and also even better fan experiences off of it. So local families heading out this year for the first time are expected. Very excited to be able to have the opportunity to be able to be so close to home.
Great weather for it. It could be really hot, but it's great. The kids are loving it, and just every game has been exciting, and it's great.
All right, anyone headed out to Wake Med Soccer Park will also get the chance to see some celebrities and soccer stars, including NFL legend Chad Johnson. Remember him as Ocho Cinco, suiting up for the Spanish Giants via Real. So matches also will continue all the way through Monday when 3 different champions will be crowned. Looking live here over at Nashville, where stock car racing is now taking center stage this weekend. So the Cracker Barrel 400 returns to the Music City this weekend also. But before the main event, both the Truck and O'Reilly Auto Parts Series will run. Then truck racing takes place tomorrow with the Allegiance 200, which is also held under the Friday Night Lights of Nashville Super Speedway. Then Saturday, you can watch the pros from the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series take part in the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250. Then finally, of course, the big main event, the Cracker Barrel 400 on Sunday. You can catch it all, the latest racing action on Carolina Sports Live. Let's talk about the weather. Speaking of being live right now, as we take a live look here over at the Charlotte Motor Speedway and bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew.
Hi, Alicia. It's going to be beautiful for the most part Thursday afternoon here for the Carolinas. Maybe an isolated shower storm, but for the most part, we're going to be waiting for this weekend. See any more wet weather. 86 degrees right now. Winds out of the northwest here at about 10 to 12 miles an hour. Dew points in the upper 60s. Another humid day out there here across the Carolinas. Up in Boone on King Street here, sunny. Also less humid too as we head up into the higher elevations. Radar. Not seeing much here across the Carolinas. That's going to be the case here as we go throughout the rest of the day. Might see a pop-up shower and storm. Really watching the upstate South Carolina. Otherwise, though, we should stay dry as you see that frontal boundary trying to move through. Rain chances today only about 1 in 5. They move up, though, on Saturday. Really watching Saturday here. Could see some more scattered showers and storms out there across the Carolinas with another frontal boundary that's going to be moving through. That we still get a little bit of relief tomorrow here, at least compared to today. A little bit of drop in the mugginess, then we start cranking it again as we go into the weekend, as we get to your Saturday with more than humid weather. Futurecast, get things rolling. Notice how the cloud cover is moving north to south here throughout the Carolinas. Temperatures still get toasty. I don't know if we'll get quite up to 91 degrees, but it's still going to be warm this afternoon. But for the most part, any possible showers should stay to the south here of Charlotte. As we go into the evening hours, good shape, nothing to worry about here. As we end your Friday morning, we got quiet conditions out there across the Carolinas. Should be, all in all, a pretty beautiful day here. Not really expecting wet weather at all on your Friday afternoon. Still toasty, though. Temperatures up towards the middle 80s. As we go with the overnight Friday into your Saturday, things start to change here a little bit across the region. 7 o'clock in the morning, decent amount of cloud cover. And then we start to see a couple of pop-up showers and storms. This is with a cold front, another frontal boundary moving through. This one's going to have a little bit more bite to it. And you do see some more showers and storms really focused to the south of Charlotte. Not overly concerned for widespread wet weather for places like Lincolnton, Hickory, Statesville. As we get to 7 o'clock here on your Saturday evening, starting to wrap up with the wet weather. As we go into your Sunday, you can notice the cooler weather trying to push all the way down into the upper 40s here at 5 o'clock on your Sunday morning across the mountains, even getting down into the upper 50s potentially here in Charlotte. That also highlights the lower humidity we'll be seeing across the region as well. So put things in perspective, rainfall-wise, could see over an inch over the next 5 to 7 days down across the upstate South Carolina. Charlotte, we're kind of right on the dividing line between if we'll see showers and storms on Saturday or not, but farther to the north, less wet weather is expected. That's why I expect more drought relief with that next drought monitor really across the upstate. Backyard grilling forecast this evening. Temperature is going to be in the low to mid 80s. Don't mind the humidity. Going to be a great time to put some burgers and dogs out on the grill. Down to 65 in Charlotte, 65 in Rockingham, low to mid 50s up across the mountains. Let's go around the Carolinas here on your Friday. Partly cloudy skies. Temperatures in the middle 80s across the Sand Hills, upstate South Carolina. Also temperatures low to mid 80s, not really expecting any chances of wet weather tomorrow. Should be completely dry here across the region. Upper 70s, low 80s around Charlotte, Shelby, and Gastonia. It's more of the same. Statesville and Salisbury. We've got the pleasant weather for you as well. And as we head up towards the foothills here, Morganton, Hickory, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures right around the 80-degree mark and probably low to mid 70s as we get on up into the mountains. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast could see a couple of showers and storms on your Monday as well, but generally at least a little bit of a drier pattern for the region. You're watching Queen C News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, often seen as a time to be able to fight stigma, support those with mental illness, and also promote wellness. This new report is now showing just how much phones can impact the mental health of teens. So new research now finds that more than half of teenagers are spending an hour or more on their devices between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., and that's cutting into crucial sleep time. Experts say that this can disrupt and it can impair their learning, their memory, and also mental health. And stimulation and notifications from social media apps can also interrupt quality sleep. So researchers suggest that families develop device-free times and keep phones out of bedrooms to promote healthier screen behavior. And while too much social media can be harmful, creators of one app say they're focusing on improving the mental health of high school student athletes. So some teams are now turning to Newsport. That's the app. It's called a mental health app that then tracks how players are really feeling each day. In 2023, the CDC found that 4 in 10 students had persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness. With the help of new exercises and also changed habits, the app is now meant to help get kids into a better state of mind.
We are at Newsport setting up programs for athletes and coaches. A part of that is what can our athletes do daily to create better habits. We want coaches just to be able to say, hey, I noticed you're feeling low for a few days. Do you need to check in with a counselor? Do we need to chat?
So Newssports also allows for coaches and students to interact in times of distress. If you or someone you know is facing a mental health crisis, there's always ways to get help. You can contact the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at any time at 988. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Queen City News has a whole new way to stay connected to us when we are not live on the air. You can download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. So look at this. It's a look at the lineup on the app today. First, you have Morning Edition, then Across America, followed by Best Reviews. Watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Andrew.
All right, Alicia, one final check-in. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast here, tracking some more scattered showers and storms on your Saturday with a cold front moving to cooler, less humid as we get to the second half of the weekend.
All right, thank you. And thanks for joining us for Queen City News at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4.
coming up today on Morning Edition. We're talking buns and guns, pistols and Pilates. We'll explain that coming up. Also, dining without kids. Leave them kids at home, or should you bring them with you? Jason's already got an opinion.
See ya.
And the great glasses debate. Do you need them? Are you just wearing them for fashion? Do people with prescription glasses feel some type of way about it? We're going to talk about it today on Morning Edition. With that, welcome in Julian Sador, Annie Satowski, Jason Harper, Ted Phaeton in here for another round of discussion. And we're starting, guys, with pistols and Pilates. We talked about this on the show. It's a way to get women into using firearms and firearm training for people that maybe they don't feel comfortable doing this. So this is, I forget what city this is out of.
This is just outside of Chicago.
Chicago. Okay. How do we feel about pistols and Pilates, or as Jason calls it today on the show, buns and guns?
One of our directors.
Or Glocks and blocks.
Blocks and Glocks. The other one was Guns and Poses.
I like that.
That's good. That's close.
That was a good one. That was from our
I like
director,
that.
Evan. But no, this is a good idea. So they do a core workout, a Pilates workout, then they go and they get safety training. Obviously, you could see they're learning all the parts of the weapon, and then also, obviously, at the firing range there. I think it's a good idea. Wherever you fall on this isn't like a political thing, right? How you feel about guns, right? This is about fitness. And if you are interested in learning more about them, or if you are interested in legal gun ownership, then you should be educated about all things about it, right? That's from how it works and the safety aspect of it and how to fire properly. So I think it's a good idea. It makes it more approachable, right? In a setting where maybe women specifically might feel a little bit timid about that. Or just that they don't even know where to start. So mixing that in with something that they might already be familiar with all other women, which is this is exclusively for, it just makes it easier and it makes it accessible. So I think it's a good idea. Anytime you can mix fitness with a different element, I think is cool.
Okay.
I have two comments. The first one is going to be, I think you're right, Annie. If maybe you're wanting to have a permit or have one in your home, a firearm, and you want to take this class, great, go for it. Even if you have no desire to ever own a firearm. Unfortunately, we live in a world where you could be somewhere in public, and I'm not saying that you run up and disarm someone that may be threatening someone else, but let's say you were on the scene at a Target and someone is in some kind of confrontation and a gun falls to the floor and you're trying to get it away. You know, what are your options? What do you do? If you're intimidated and fearful of it, you wouldn't know what the heck to do, right? Maybe you kick it away. Maybe that is the safest option. But if you were able to pick it up and know where the safety is or know at least where to hold it, like even those things to me, the more armed you can be, I don't mean with a weapon, but just with your knowledge, your knowledge and with your senses, the better civilian I think you can be, right? So that's number one. Number two is I started thinking about this as I'm looking at this video. Our body, what we do with our fitness, our health is like a weapon. I want to be a bad beep. You know what I'm saying? I'm not putting in the effort like I should. In my head, I want to be that, right? But if I want to be a serious, a weapon in the world, whatever that is, with my mind, with my speech, with whatever my actions are, I need to know my instrument. I need to know my equipment. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all of it, though. All of it. Mental, physical, financial, spiritual, all the things that make me up as a secret, deadly weapon. I want to be the best I can be. And so it's the same with so that's not just the Pilates part of it. That's the firearms. I think it's brilliant.
I do too.
I like
Absolutely. No, it's fantastic. And you're hitting on the reasons for why I work out hard, which it used to be 2, now 3. Yeah. Number 1 was look good naked. Number 2 was be hard to kill.
I knew it was going.
Right,
it was going there.
Now number 3 is to intimidate my future daughter's spouses. Right.
There you go.
But the other thing I think about with this is doing something that you don't usually do, right? So let's say that you have a group of girls, they do Pilates together, it's great, but there's a certain bonding that happens when you do a new skill or you approach something new that you're not used to it. And it sounds a little oxymoronic. You're like, okay, Pilates and pistols, we're gonna mix this together. The pistol aspect about it might not be something that these women have had experience with. So it's a new skill. It's something that they get to learn together and they see each other in a little bit of that vulnerable light of like, oh, this is something you don't know what you're doing around this. Let's teach each other. And they have more of that bonding experience. I was looking it up and it talks, it adds the other stuff. Matcha, fitness, and firearms. What about the matcha? We got to have a matcha afterwards. You see them cracking some drinks. Probably talking about the experience of like, hey, this felt a little awkward. We do it a couple more times. you build that skill, you get more competence with it, and you have another area in life where you're bonding.
You know, I'm not trying to trigger Ted.
I see what you did there.
but-
It was trigger. Nice.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because Ted has a feeling about Planet Fitness, but we're not going to dive into that. But the reason why I bring it up is because a lot of people sometimes feel intimidated going to a gym.
Yeah.
If they've never been to a gym before and you go to a local YMCA or whatever, Crunch Fitness, and you see a lot of macho people working out and they all know what they're doing, you may feel kind of foolish walking in there and trying to work out on your own. If nobody's ever been out shooting before, to firing range can be really intimidating to a lot of people because you have people who are gun owners there. Now you can rent and fire with weapons that you rent, but if you don't know what you're doing there, you may not ever want to go. And so I love this because it's lowering the barrier of entry, right? It's making it more accessible to people in an area that they're going to feel comfortable going out and learning how to operate a firearm. And to Jason's point, yeah, I think more knowledge helps everybody. Like Andy said, not being political or anything like that. But if you have any interest in being a legal gun owner, maybe your spouse is a gun owner. And this is a great way to go in there in a place where there's no pressure, you're having fun. And Savannah Rudisell, one of the Queen City News anchors, brought this up at 4 a.m. Also, Pilates, depending on what you're firing, you have to also get ready for the recoil. And so Pilates is a great way to engage your core. And it's something that you're going to immediately use from Pilates into firing. So, I think we're all on board. This is great.
I like it. And the other part that you mentioned of being intimidated, I don't know of any events like this in our area right now. Of course, there's, classes you can take, but again, that takes the drive to do it and kind of like taking that leap if you're afraid and you don't know anything about it. But if you do go into a firing range, right, I have found that the people there, or anywhere that you really go, whether that's golf or just trying a new sport, if you talk to the people who work there, they are passionate about what they do. And so they want to educate and they want to expand interest in whatever it is you're doing. So if you just go in there and I don't know, as I've gotten older, I'm just not afraid to admit that I don't know things or I don't want to pretend like I know exactly what I'm doing. And if I'm just like, hi, I'm new here, I'm interested, I don't understand what's going on, can you help me? They will 100% do it, and they are so cool.
But to your point with the intimidation factor too, Annie, because you mentioned golf courses and in a firing, like, just to be blunt, like, those are male-dominated areas.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
A woman might feel a little hesitant, a little intimidated to just go there. So having that space, right, like Pilates and pistols and Pilates, no men allowed, that's a better introduction for a woman who wants to try it out. And she might be a dog at Pilates, but wants to try out the pistol thing, which I will say, I've done the pistol, I've done the Pilates. The Pilates is way harder.
It's so hard.
Way harder.
100%.
But that will help. To your point with shoulder strength and core and bracing for all of that, I think it's cool.
Harper's got thoughts.
No, I do. I'm sitting here thinking that, the older I get, there's a lot of things that I thought I would know how to do by the time I'm 50. And there's a lot of men that don't feel super masculine because they don't know how to do certain skills that you kind of just think as a guy you should know, whether it's woodworking, fishing, firearms. I'm just saying, there's a lot.
Like your oil.
Yeah, I know, for real. And being around other men my age, they feel uncomfortable and intimidated because they feel like they should know a certain amount of guy skills by the time they get to a certain age. And so then you feel, I don't want to say you don't feel threatened by other men, but you feel a little intimidated because you're like, I don't know how to shoot a weapon. I'm 50. I've never shot a weapon. I have. I'm just saying, I've got friends that don't. And so they don't ever want to go to a firing range. I've got friends that don't ever want to go fishing. They don't ever want to step into the garage because they feel uncomfortable around areas that they're not skilled in.
Interesting.
Not every
So many
guy
people
knows
never
how to
want to
do-
go golfing because they're like, I'm too embarrassed because I think I should. Yeah.
It is
So
embarrassing.
I think someone around here, because we live in a part of the country where a lot of people have weapons, and not everyone knows how to use it. And I think it's great for women to be able to do this. I think there should be something for guys that where it's a comfortable setting where you can go and learn to do firearms or learn to do some things.
Yeah.
And that it's okay. You don't know how to do it all.
Pistols and push-ups.
pistols and push-ups.
We'll work on the time. We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
I like golf and guns.
Golf and guns.
Golf and guns.
Yeah, two different kinds of ranges.
Exactly. There we go. And your accuracy is going to be terrible at both of them when you start. There you go.
That's okay.
I like that. But think about it. Ted, you've talked about this. I mean, think of it like if you're a handyman or a handy woman and you got a tool belt, the more tools you have around that belt, the more successful, the better of a performer and a fixer and a contributor to our society that you are. And so if you're only good with a hammer and screwdriver, that's great. But the more weapons, the more tools you can put in there and be comfortable with, whether it's any of the things we just talked about, I think that makes you that's a great, well-rounded person.
Just to put the icing on the cake you just baked, Jason, I have fallen in love with being a novice. And I want anyone who's watching, listening to just get excited about learning something new because there's always a point. Maybe it's 15 hours in, 20 hours in of a new practice. And that might sound intimidating, but that's like you could do that 1 hour a day for a month, and that's 20 hours.
Yeah.
There's a point where it clicks.
Yeah.
Now, you're not an expert, but you're competent and you learn what you're doing around it. That moment is exciting. So whenever you try something new, if you could just search for those first 20 hours to get to that click, you'd be surprised how much you could pick up.
Yeah, that's usually my hamstring. That's what the click is. I'm like, oh, I pulled something. But do it. But I like what you're saying. Stretch yourself.
Yeah.
Stretch
By the way, when Jason said, I have shot a gun, all I can do is like, just, I'm a real man, just so you know it.
I have shot a gun. I'm 40.
All right, we got more morning edition coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. We're still talking about the great glasses debate and should kids be left at home when you go out to eat.
Bye-bye.
Be right back.
Welcome back to Morning Edition. All of us love to eat. Love our families. We like to go out to eat. But so everyone does, whether that's like your family restaurant or you like to go fancy schmancy. But there's a new poll out of about 1,000 U.S. adults, and 75% actually led by parents saying, we want adult-only options, whether that is a restaurant has adult-only seating, whether that's if it's a late night hours, don't bring your kids, or if it's like a fancy romantic setting, also don't bring your kids. Jason's stretching out because he's got stuff to say. So what do you think about that?
Jason?
Go ahead.
Listen, okay. And I think this could also be an age thing, right?
Okay.
Just because the older I get, it's so weird because you swear you're not going to be like your parents or your grandparents. But once you start to get into the next category of your life and your age and your maturity, you start going, I see why I see why I can't take as many kids sounds at restaurants anymore. I'm over it. You guys are young parents, right? And so it's like you want to be able to go out. Sometimes you feel like you can only go with your young kids. I get that. Or it's expensive to also get a babysitter. I get all those things. There are 417 restaurants where you can go with your family. Awesome. Go to Cracker Barrel. I don't care. Play checkers. Play the tea game and see if you're an ignoramus. That's great. But when I'm going to a wine bar, I would like to be there with other people above the age of 21. And so when I'm sitting on a patio at a wine bar, I get it. It's not a bar. It's a restaurant. But there's just this expectation of, adults kind of winding down after a day at work. And when I'm on the patio and I'm sharing it with, a bunch of second graders out there after T-ball, the moms are not paying attention to their kids. It becomes like a daycare center, so the moms can sit there and chat and drink wine. It's frustrating, and I can see the women going, we can do whatever we want to do. It's a free country.
I was going to say, I want to join them.
Yes, it is. I get that, but I think what I get frustrated at is because if there were no other options, all right, fine, right? I'll go inside where it's quiet. But I feel like we've become a society where we only are inside our own personal bubble. This is what I deserve. This is my family. I'm going to go out and do this, and not ever taking into account, wow, look, there's a couple over there. Looks like they might be celebrating it.
Whatever, what?
How'd that go?
That's pretty good.
No, I think it's all about venue, right? Like there are places that I would never take my almost 2-year-old. Why? Because she's a tornado. She does really well out in restaurants, but I think it's about parental control. I think to Jason's point of like, if you're not paying attention to what your kids are doing, they're throwing a fit, they're climbing on top of the table, they're throwing food, they're just being a mess. Like, no, like if that were happening to us, it'd be like, hey, can we box this up? Like we're going to go. Like this is just not working. I think that for a wine bar, like a closed-in situation, no, I would never bring her there because I want to relax too, and I don't want to chase her around this restaurant. But on the other hand, the world, you are all not entitled to a child-free world, right? It's the same argument of babies crying on an airplane. Trust me, the parents are way more upset than you are about this baby crying on the airplane. Do they want them to be quiet? Absolutely. A restaurant is a different story. You have to be in control of the situation. If you know that your toddler is a menace to society at a restaurant, sorry, like order in. That's my thing. I think though
go to Chuck E. Cheese or something.
Or maybe something that's more family friendly, and that's what they do. I don't know why you're taking your toddler to a really fancy restaurant. That being said, though, I feel like as an only child, I would go out to restaurants with my family. Some of them would be nicer. It's an age thing, but I didn't run around. I didn't do cause all these shenanigans. So I wouldn't be totally against kids in a nicer restaurant. What if that is the most well-behaved 10-year-old you've ever seen?
Come on.
And she's properly ordering filet mignon and she would like it rare with steak frites, right?
I've seen the kids act better than their parents sometimes.
Yeah, so I think it's all about knowing your kid.
It is.
And there are some venues like a Michelin star restaurant. It's probably not for your toddler.
Yeah.
So I'm not for or against this. I think it's all about a case-by-case basis. But control your kids.
Okay. Ted is as the one remaining parent who hasn't commented on it. Go ahead. Weigh in, brother.
So I would say, hey, parents, they're going to do what they want to do, whether their kids are unruly or well-behaved. They're going to choose to take their kids to the restaurant or not. Adults who want to celebrate an anniversary, when you go to a restaurant, there is that risk. I do see the area says adults only or child-free dining. I think resorts have figured this out, right? Like the adult only section.
In the pool.
Exactly, the adult only pool. So I'm curious as to what a model looks like with a restaurant that has that. Because listen, if the restaurant has those high chairs,
it's called the bar.
Yeah,
it's called the bar.
That's true.
You gotta be 80 to sit in the
Like
bar.
remember the smoking and non-smoking sections of the restaurant?
Yeah,
correct.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So
It can be done. It can be done.
Exactly, right? I think there's a universe where you could serve both if you choose. And then it's also, I'm sure there's restaurants, I've been to restaurants where you could tell, they don't take kids. They don't have high chairs.
This ain't
they
it.
don't have those
They have the one high chair to be compliant.
Just I gotta have this.
I'd have the one and it's on its last leg.
I feel like there's a lot of restaurants it's just kind of like that by the price point of the menu. Like there are some restaurants where people just don't take kids because they know. And if if I were to go to the Crunkleton and I saw the kids, I'd be like, okay, that's a bold choice by the parents if they want to pay for a kid to have a, $45 entree.
Yeah,
More power to them.
My daughter likes salmon. She's not the chicken finger type.
Yeah,
I'm not spending that at the Cronkleton.
Right.
No.
Yeah. I mean, but also the time of day too, right? The Cronkleton has an amazing brunch.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So maybe do we think that's a little bit better to take your kid to? It's expensive,
sure,
but like price is
sure.
out of there. I mean, they have a good patio too. Dogs are allowed on the patio.
Yeah.
So if you have a child who's well behaved enough and they're going to sit nicely and eat their eggs Benedict, I don't see a problem
Their
with
eggs
it.
Benny. All right. Here. Do you guys think that it would help or hurt a business if they came out and said that we have, like, let's just say they're going to say Friday nights are no kids nights. You can't bring your. Do you think that would help or hurt business?
Based on the numbers, it would help.
You think so?
I mean, the survey says 75% of
Adults.
Mm-hmm.
want
And even
this.
parents. And that survey didn't really get into why parents are leading that, but maybe, I don't know.
And to your point, the
Jason,
numbers and the actions are different. But
Yeah.
Jason's okay.
No,
What do
I
you
have,
think?
I have a perfect example. There is a local brewery
Okay.
in the town, founded after the Waxhaw Indians.
Okay.
It's called Waxhaw. This, I don't want you to have to Google it or hurt yourself.
figure out which one it was.
It's called Waxhaw. Okay, so there's a brewery there, and it has changed leadership over the last year. But over the last few years, Angie and I would go there quite a bit, and we became frustrated. So it's not a restaurant; it is a brewery. They don't serve food. You're allowed to bring food from neighboring restaurants. They
Oh, okay.
just serve beer and wine. Okay, but they've got the cool garage doors open, picnic type tables, or you can sit at the bar. A lot of different options, right?
Right.
Well, in the last couple of years, in the fall especially, I mean, when it feels so good, you got families coming in around 5 o'clock, staying for a long time. You would go, as an adult, you're going to try to go to the restroom or go up to the bar to order a drink, and you're stepping over little kids with their choo-choo trains and Hot Wheels all across the floor, parents not paying attention. This multiple families happening a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a back part, okay, where they used to brew some of the beer, and they specifically made this, guys, an adult-only area.
Oh.
Okay. It eventually turned into like a comedy night would be back there. We set up a stage and all that kind of stuff. But there was a lot of discussion about, well, that's not fair. And, well, is this going to hurt business? And these families are offended. They may not come back. But at the end of the day, it was, okay, they might. Let's save those 5 families or 10, right? Maybe 10 families don't come back. That's fine. But you had run off another 10 families who are actually spending money on beer and wine. They didn't want to be there. They don't want to be in a daycare.
Yeah.
And then you feel kind of strange in this adult-only area. It did work for a little while. I think it's opened back up now because I don't. Sometimes so many companies are having trouble like staffing certain things.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
it just depends. I think to your point, Annie, it depends on the location. It depends on specifically what's happening. And maybe you can't close down for one whole night. It's only
Certain hours?
adults.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think maybe at certain hours, or I think you're right. I think a certain part of the restaurant, I say try it. All you can do is experiment
And just see.
and then ask for feedback. Feedback
Right.
is very important.
Right.
I do think breweries are like the parents' watering hole, though. Like I expect to see kids at breweries.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think especially with like outdoor spaces, breweries are good too
Man,
because
Yeah, I don't know.
maybe that's a little bit different,
That's-
but like
me
breweries
started.
that serve food, right? Like they'll
Yeah.
have like a turf, the one up by where we are, and kids can they have like an area for them to like run around, and that's
Okay.
cool. I also like it because like it's gonna be fast. You're not gonna have to have a reservation. You can go there just like in, out, on with your life. But again, I have like a toddler, and I just want to like eat, get out.
Well, Andy, speaking real quick, we got to get out of this segment because we still have one more to talk about.
one more.
And we're almost on morning edition. So we have a morning edition on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to Morning Edition. I hope you guys have a good view of the television or on whatever app you're watching us on, because this is the Great Classes Debate.
Talk about it, Ted.
Oh, man. Come on, preach.
Now, you guys might not know this about me,
but you can see.
You can
But I have
see.
20/20 vision, y'all. I can see. These are both functional and fashionable. Blue light glasses, which I also happen to think I look good in. For some,
At least somebody does.
that triggers those who are, I guess, visually impaired. I don't mean this as a slight to anybody who's watching. If anything, it's in solidarity with the struggles that you guys go through at
I can't
home.
be in solidarity.
You didn't do this for
no
us.
idea.
Julian and Ted have debated this forever. Julian needs actual glasses
As
to
does
see,
Jason.
and so does Jason. I have 20/20 vision too. I'm like right in the middle. I've been mediating
Go ahead,
this
Annie.
for hours.
Put them on. Put them on.
I have blue light glasses, and honestly, they really, really help. I was getting migraines from looking at like my 5 trillion screens a couple years
They
ago.
look good on you too, girl.
Thank you.
Because
I
Annie
like how
uses
I
them.
like how they look. Sometimes your eyes are just tired. I love using them when I'm working on a computer.
For a real reason.
Maybe it's
I
too
like
much
using
screen
them when it. Well, no, I'm at work. Like, what do you want me to do?
Mm-hmm.
I can't just turn off the screen.
true. Yeah.
Anyway, so I wear them when I'm at work.
Uh-huh.
I
For
do
a purpose.
I do not wear them outside of
Oh.
the station. I
Do you
don't-
wear them on air?
No, I've only worn them on air when I had like an eye thing where I didn't want to put on eye makeup, so I thought it helped like kind of hide the fact that my eyes looked really small.
Okay.
That's I've only worn them on air maybe a handful of times. But no, I do not wear them outside, but I love my blue light glasses. I have 20/20 vision.
Yeah.
That's it. We don't have enough time for me. So
Julian, why do you think Ted wears his, and why does it rub you the wrong way?
My thing is, I think my beef with Ted is it's purely, mostly a fashion thing for Ted.
Yep.
And Ted uses a guise of needing them for blue light. That is my, that is the guise for me. It is this whole
He likes to
entire
look first.
But I think you have it backwards.
No.
It's just,
No, I don't.
and that's one man's opinion.
And Annie, can I borrow yours real quick?
Yeah.
Here's why I have
kinda
beef with Ted,
dirty.
because we saw Ted was doing our hometowns, had his glasses on, was doing all this stuff. We go to commercial break. We're watching Ted on the monitor. He picks up his phone, which is blue light, takes off the blue light glasses to look at the blue light phone, puts the phone down, it's for the look. Just a minute. Just a minute, Ted.
It's for both.
It's for both. But you took them off when you actually needed them.
Thank you, Jason.
I need him constantly.
do you use them when you're driving,
For
like
what?
outside? Do you wear them in the car?
If I forget to take them off, I do. Which is why this all started, right? So I look at screens at home. I look at screens when I'm at work. And the example Julian's talking about, I'm looking at a computer, I'm looking at a return monitor, and then I pull up my phone, I took off my glasses.
But why did you take them off to look at your phone?
Because there was a glare when I looked up from the sun. So instead of changing the angle, I just removed
You want to know what it looks like
because
to
I have
need-
that
you know what-
luxury.
You know what it looks like to need glasses? That right there. That is why you need contacts and glasses. You don't fit that
They
category.
don't fit that, Ted.
Fair enough.
He's saying you're using your vision privilege.
Yeah. I'm sorry. If the glare hits the lens and I don't want to adjust it, I'm going to just do that. That's my benefit.
You keep a handicap sticker in your car?
Yeah, come on.
I do not.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I do not.
You use a handicap stall, don't you?
Let me ask you this, though. Let me ask you this,
You
though.
need them?
Do you think they look good?
Julian won't say it. I think they
We're out
look
of
good.
time. Thanks for watching Morning Edition. We'll
Appreciate
catch
you
you
guys.
next time.
That's a yes.
Welcome, everyone, to this edition of We Are Not Alone. And here we go again. May K. Beeler here with Queen City News Plus. Our producer of We Are Not Alone is with us today, again, joining us back by popular demand.
Oh.
Austin McCollum.
Thank you.
Austin, you are very passionate about these UFO files. Another batch was declassified and released this morning.
Yeah.
I've checked out a few. Don't know what to think. Not impressed. I'm going to keep my mouth shut because you have really dove into these.
Yeah.
Tell us what we need to know.
So again, and I'm just pulling up the website here one more time. If you're unfamiliar, was it 2 weeks ago? We were
2 weeks ago.
were here
On a Friday.
on a Friday.
Yep.
Where the Department of Defense, and I'll pull up the website right now, released a batch, a lot of files,
Yeah,
a lot of
there were a
reports,
lot.
images, videos that they say are UAPs. Or instances, reports, unidentified.
Unidentified, right. Not saying they're aliens, not saying they're from another galaxy. They're just unidentified.
And, you know, we went through a good amount. I think we went through 5 or 6 of them. You know, there's a lot of mixed reaction within the community, to put it lightly. And I think today kind of further entrenches people, whether you're in one camp or the other. I think you're either taking away from this.
Whether you think it's real or BS.
Yeah.
Okay.
To put it lightly. So,
Okay.
so everyone, if you're watching this, as May Kay said, I've gone through some of these. I've only pulled 2 today that I found fascinating.
They better be good ones if they're
They will.
just 2.
May Kay has not seen these, so she's going to be reacting to these for the first time.
Yeah.
And
Show me something good, Austin.
all
Don't
right.
waste my time.
So the first one, I won't waste any more time. So the first one, you're going to hear 2 words today if you're interested in this, and that is instant acceleration.
Okay.
So I'm going to play a video. It's about 1.5 minutes long, and there's going to be several parts of it. The first part is going to be 18 seconds. It's going to go quick.
Okay.
And then there's going to be parts where we slow it down. Are you ready?
But how do I know if it wasn't sped up?
You just got to trust and have some. Got to trust, folks.
Okay,
All right, here we
I'm
go.
ready.
So this is
Open
from.
minds, everybody.
Take a look at this. So this is called the Syrian UAP instant acceleration video. So you'll see this white object, and we were really given no details about this except I think it was in 2022. So you'll watch this white object. It's being tracked by an infrared sensor, and watch this part. It goes up,
Ooh.
zips out.
Okay, that was quick.
Camera pans away. Now,
Okay.
this is
Now
at
we're gonna
half
slow it
speed of
down?
the final moment.
Okay.
It accelerates above the skyline
Okay.
and zips
Yeah,
out.
that's quick. Okay.
Leaves a trail.
Okay.
We're going to slow it down one more time
Oh.
to 25, a quarter of the speed here. Again, just this last final moment. And this is the only editing I did to this video was just to clip some of this together. All of this you're seeing after the beginning part is exactly what was released today by the Defense Department.
Okay.
So just so you know, I did not do any major editing to this except just clipping out some unnecessary parts for this. I think this full video is about 4.5 minutes long. And again, this is where they invert the black and white portion of this video. So one more time, they zoom in a little bit more.
Okay.
And this is at full speed. This is at 100% speed. And so you'll watch this object, again, like we just have, for the last 60 seconds or so. It'll come up. It'll kind of get above.
We don't know how fast it's going.
We don't.
There's no. Okay.
There's a lot of redacted, and then it zips
And
out.
then
There's a lot of redacted information in this, as
Yeah.
you can see by the black boxes.
Right.
A lot of black boxes around
And
this.
it's redacted to protect certain.
Information that we're not privy to.
Okay.
So take with that what you will. Again, a lot of this is being said as and posted online by the Defense Department is please take away from this what you will. Come to your own conclusions. One thing I will note is that this video was released earlier this year in February
This
by
same video?
a podcaster, ufologist, very popular guy,
Okay.
Jeremy Corbell.
Yeah, yeah.
He co-hosts the Weaponized podcast alongside fellow ufologist George Knapp. They talked about this back in February, so it's just now being released. And this one, you're going to see this one online a lot today.
Yeah.
A lot of people are pointing it out as one of their favorites from this dump today. Again, about 5.6 gigs of videos released in the new file release. So this one is interesting.
All right.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Okay.
Okay. I'll give you that.
So now there's a second one. We know a little bit more about this one. And when I say a little, I mean truly just a small few more
so there's
details.
no description with it?
unlike last time where I kind of had like a paragraph to
Yeah.
read, the only thing the Defense Department said today is that this one was shot in the clouds in Afghanistan in 2020.
Okay.
It's taken from an infrared sensor from a U.S. military platform. It was uploaded to a classified network in June of 2024 and then released today on May 22nd, 2026.
Okay.
So this is this video. So take a look at this. A large spherical object moving through the clouds. Again, this one's quick. Like most of these videos, and I know a lot of feedback online has been said, where's the 4K, where's the color videos? And there are a few color videos in the release today. We're not showing them, but you are more than welcome to go to war.gov/UFO. You can look at them there. But again, just a odd video of this object that seems to be moving through the clouds, being tracked by a military, I believe a plane. We don't really know. Excuse me. This was from an infrared sensor from a U.S. military platform. That language was prevalent in almost every single video release we had last time, 2 weeks
I was
ago.
going to say it's very familiar from last time.
Yeah. So, you know, this reminds me of the ship from Jordan Peele's movie Nope. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh, I've seen no.
Yeah. Reminds me
That
of
was
in
a
way.
creepy movie. I just got goosebumps.
Yeah, see, there we go. I need a little bell that every time you say goosebumps.
I
we
know,
ring.
but Nope was creepy.
So, you know, what do we take away from this today?
And that's the best you got, those two? Come on, Austin.
Yeah, these are the two that we're talking about today, the instant acceleration and the sphere. Again, folks, there's a lot of videos online today. Again, you can check it out right here. I have the website pulled up. This is me clicking through it. You can click on the batch of releases here. I'm looking at it right here. I mean, you can go through this today, come to your own conclusions. You know, when we came into work today, you and I talked about how do we feel about this.
Yeah.
You know, we know in news there's a propensity to kind of do a Friday news dump.
Yes.
That is a strategic thing. There's not, you know, there is a reason as to why these things are released on a Friday. You know, we just talked with filmmaker Ron James this week, which is an episode coming up here for We Are Not Alone. It's going to be released here soon, where he was saying a MUFON investigator essentially debunked one of the videos, not this one, but a previous video we talked about 2 weeks ago.
The one that looked like the star. I called it a Christmas tree topper.
Kind of looks like one.
Yeah, but it had an exhaust.
Yes.
Coming from it. What?
They said, I think Ron said his MUFON investigator said this was a flare. So, you know, what do you take away from this? I try not to pick a side, and I will say that because I do find this fascinating.
Of course, we love it. We all love it. It's fascinating, whether it's BS or not. I hope I can say BS.
Yeah, it's fine. I won't bleep it out. But it's the point of, can you trust what is being hand-fed to you? We know that the disclosure movement has gained a lot of steam in the last few years. I mean, Steven Spielberg was on Colbert recently talking about Disclosure Day coming out and how
June 12th, it'll be out in just a few weeks.
Yeah. You know, we've seen Age of Disclosure,
which was a documentary.
Ron James's new movie coming out that's going to be shown. Accidental Truth.
Next.
You know, Contact in the Desert is coming up. We just talked with Captain Ron.
That's right.
The co-founder of the largest UAP UFO conference in the country.
Yeah. So it's really in the forefront of.
Yeah.
We're all talking about it. We're all thinking about it. We don't know if we should be scared, if we should take this seriously, if we are being controlled.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to waste time. I'm not a young woman. I don't want to waste time, Austin. I want to focus on things that are productive, things that I need to know about. And this is a big deal. Some people say, I can't do anything about it if it is real. So I don't want to think about it.
Yeah. Whether this will weigh on you or not, again, that is up to you. And I think that's the big takeaway. It's like, look, do your own research. And we've talked about this with the number of experiencers we've had on the show. Who will sit there and they have photographs. They have pictures of either marks on their body or marks left on their property from where they say they've had an experience. You know, you and I share different values
We do.
on this show, and I think that's what makes it unique. And for me, I find at a base level these videos interesting. What is happening in it, I can't tell you.
Right.
And that's what we're here to do, is just to show them to you, to present them, and encourage you
Right, to make your own decision.
make your own decisions, do your own research.
But why? Let me just ask this.
Yeah.
The New York Times, we quoted them last time. The New York Times says just a bunch of blobs.
Yeah.
Again, although the spear thing, why can't I see something clearer?
You and a lot of other people feel the same way. Where are the 4K videos? We have the technology. You know, I will say in this file release, there are some videos that are in color, although it is kind of hard to determine what exactly it's tracking. There's it could be a shadow, it could be a black sphere. Again, please go look at the website.
Yeah.
You know, look through them yourselves. As for what comes of this, will we get another dump in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
And we'll be back here again.
And will we ever get the answer to, are there aliens? Are there aliens?
Are we alone?
Are we alone? Are we ever going to get the answer to it?
I don't
and
know.
will there be disclosure anytime soon? So I think when the movie Disclosure Day comes out on June 12th, and of course it's fiction.
Yeah.
It's a movie, it's a story, but people think it is maybe resonates with some type of reality.
Yeah.
We'll see where all this goes. Open mind, everybody, and just don't give in to fear. I think if I'm allowed to give my opinion, we are not to give in to fear. If you don't know what to believe, if people are trying to scare us, you know it's BS.
Well said.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so you can wrap us up again.
All right, guys. Again, thank you for watching. We are not alone here on Queen City News Plus. For your host, May K. Beeler, and for myself, Austin McCollum, we appreciate you taking time to watch this. And again, go do your research, people, because you never know what you might find.
We'll see you next time.
In 2019, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division raided a farm, hauled the farmer off to jail, and destroyed his hemp crop. A prosecutor later dropped the charge, and the farmer sued some of the most powerful officials in the state. Now, 5 years into this civil litigation, SLED just lost one of its final attempts to get the farmer's lawsuit thrown out. Here's an update to Seize and Destroy, a Queen City News investigation.
How you doing? All right. So did you get a copy of the order from Department of Ag saying that they weren't going to approve your field here, location? Okay. And because of that, this field's not lawfully able to grow. Okay, because it's outside your permit. So we've got to do something with this.
Trent Pendarvis never saw him coming. A team of sled agents stormed Maple Hill Road in September 2019, armed and ready to wreck this Dorchester farmer's hemp crop.
So are you good with us cutting it down, or?
No, I'd rather you talk to my lawyer first.
Okay.
Who's your lawyer? I'll get a hold of Mr. Charles Williams.
The farmer asked to call his attorney several times before SLED destroyed his crop.
Can I call my lawyer before y'all?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Let them finish getting your knives and stuff, and then they're going to take those cuffs loose for a second, and we'll let you make that telephone call.
My lawyer can't talk to y'all before y'all destroy it. I think that my lawyer can explain the situation with the paperwork I got. But if I'd have knew different, I could have got my attorney to contact y'all ahead of time. But that's what I'm asking you. Can I call my lawyer and let y'all talk to him now?
We'll talk to your lawyer later.
The white-haired sled agent who denied the farmer that phone call is Major Frank O'Neill.
I've been a police officer for 42 years, and I've been working in narcotic enforcement for 37 of those years.
O'Neill led the raid and personally took a couple of licks in ravaging this farmer's crop.
I can't call my lawyer before y'all mess with it?
No, sir, you can call your lawyer down in jail. We gonna cut it regardless. Your lawyer can't stop us from cutting it. It's grown in an unlawful location.
Well, that's why I don't understand. How can y'all, why are y'all gonna destroy it before my attorney gets with y'all and dating with the department?
Let me read this warrant to you, sir. You got a warrant here for unlawful cultivation of hemp.
SLED arrested Pendarvis, then mowed down his hemp crop, destroying every dollar he had invested in it. Pendarvis did have a South Carolina Agriculture Department license to grow hemp when he planted this field. The state's issue was the farmer planted his hemp allotment in this field, not the one just down the road that he was pre-approved to grow hemp on.
In the game of farming, necessarily your intentions to plant a certain crop in a certain field don't always work out because you're fighting the weather. You might be too dry, might be too wet. Things change in the game of farming a lot. So I was to that point where waiting for it to rain for a couple of weeks to it getting too wet that I had to do something with the plants right then or they weren't going to be any good.
You'd lose them.
Yeah.
He asked the Ag Department to amend his application the month before the raid. Instead of letting him amend his coordinates, the Ag Department found him in willful violation of the state's Hemp Farming Act and asked SLED to carry out this enforcement action. But you didn't know that your field was about to be destroyed?
No.
Were you trying to hide anything?
No. If I was trying to hide something, I wouldn't have self-reported the coordinates. When I had the on-farm visit, I told the lady, hey, the coordinates isn't right. They didn't know they wasn't right. If I wouldn't have told them, they probably still wouldn't have known they wasn't right. But I was trying to have everything right, so I told them that they wasn't right.
The farmer's charge hung over him for 3 years. Then in 2022, First Circuit Solicitor David Pascoe's office dismissed the charge, writing, "Defendant clearly violated the provisions of the Act. As such, probable cause existed to issue an arrest warrant for defendant on the basis of these violations. However, it is also apparent the state would be unable to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's actions were willful. Thus, the state is unable to point to a single benefit the defendant would enjoy by circumventing the acreage amendment application. The lack of any advantage gained by omitting the subject field from his original application tends to indicate a lack of intent to violate the act and is more likely evidence that his actions were simply a mistake." Pendarvis then sued SLED Chief Mark Kill, the Ag Department, and Ag Commissioner Hugh Weathers, claiming false arrest, assault and battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, abuse of process, defamation, negligence, and conversion.
We started trying to get evidence in January of 2020. We didn't get evidence we should have gotten. It took until March of 2022, and we still haven't gotten all the evidence that we should have gotten.
Civil rights attorney Patrick McLaughlin went to war for the farmer, fighting SLED and the Ag Department for discovery evidence, showing what the state did before, during, and after the raid.
What this binder right here represents is our efforts to simply get that which should have been produced at the outset of this litigation.
I recorded this interview with McLaughlin in 2022. McLaughlin's fight led Dorchester County Judge Mate Murphy to sanction SLED Chief Mark Kill. She called Kill's discovery abuses dilatory, prejudicial, willful, intentional, and in bad faith, and Kill's responses have been false, misleading, and incomplete. Murphy sanctioned Chief Kill, ordering him to pay McLaughlin $11,307.36. The chief appealed all the way to the state Supreme Court, but in December 2023, the High Court rejected the chief's request to hear his appeal. The SLED chief paid the court-ordered sanction the following month.
But it only gets worse, Jody. We've told you what happened up to the time of the destruction, but after that, when they found out that somebody was going to be looking into this, then they started taking steps to conceal what they had actually done.
Pendarvis's legal team uncovered emails in the discovery evidence they did not know about before. In the days before the raid, SLED asked the Attorney General's office for a legal opinion on how to enforce the farmer's alleged violation. The AG told SLED the act was not drafted with the greatest legal clarity, and it does not spell out what procedures SLED must follow. SLED must proceed with the utmost care to ensure constitutional rights are protected. SLED then went to Dorchester County Chief Administrative Judge Diane Goodstein, asking her to sign a seizure and destruction order against Pendarvis and his crop. The judge declined to sign anything, offering SLED a hearing in open court if they wanted to argue why the state had a right to destroy Trent Pendarvis's crop. SLED's general counsel, Adam Whitsitt, declined the offer. 1 week later, SLED agents showed up to a lower court magistrate's office and left with an arrest warrant for Pendarvis. SLED did not tell the magistrate it also planned to seize and destroy the farmer's crop, or that just days before, a higher court judge refused to do so.
That was only an arrest warrant. That magistrate had no authority to order the destruction of that crop, and the magistrate did not order the destruction of that crop.
But all these people knew it. They all knew it. They had been warned. If you don't do it right, you're going to violate Trent's constitutional rights, and they didn't care.
In 2024, McLaughlin uncovered even more discovery evidence that SLED did not initially turn over to the farmer. Those records included calls and in-person meetings with David Pasco's First Circuit Solicitor's Office. McLaughlin sent a subpoena to the solicitor asking for any record of a meeting or a conversation with SLED agents about the farmer's prosecution. The solicitor provided multiple emails documenting communications involving SLED Major Frank O'Neill and prosecutors, where SLED appeared to be pushing to have the farmer prosecuted, while the prosecutors couldn't figure out what crime SLED thought the farmer committed. If SLED has a bone to pick with hemp farmers, they should at least bring a legitimate criminal charge. Assistant Solicitor Baker Allen wrote in an email 3 days before the solicitor dismissed SLED's charge against the farmer. The solicitor's investigator wrote, "There is no proof or any evidence found in the investigation that shows anything that Frank just said. You can assume all you want, but we need more than that." Solicitor David Pasco weighed in. Arguably, in a criminal case, a defendant gets the benefit of the doubt. This wasn't a case for SLED to die on a hill over. Probably should have just let the Ag Department deal with this guy first.
What they ignore are all the communications we know about now, because we subpoenaed the solicitor's office, about what they were saying behind the scenes about this. They were using words like illegitimate criminal charges. They actually asked for a meeting via Zoom because they don't want these criminal charges to go away. They want to continue to push for the prosecution. And during the meeting, apparently Frank O'Neill is making such types of claims about Mr. Pendarvis that the investigator for solicitor's office is emailing the main person assigned by Solicitor Pasco to handle this case, Mr. Osborne. And Investigator Howe tells Osborne there's no proof of any evidence found in the investigation that shows anything Frank just said. That's how badly they were continuing to try to push for the criminal prosecution of this farmer. The more discovery we do, the more we find. We didn't find out about the Zoom meeting and stuff until we issued a subpoena. even though the court had already ruled, had already specifically instructed Chief Keel, go do an email search just in the plaintiff's name. It wasn't until we sent a subpoena to the solicitor's office and they realized they're going to get what the solicitor's office has. Maybe we need to go back and look that we found out about these Zoom meetings.
SLED Chief Mark Keel filed a motion for summary judgment, asking the court to throw the farmers' lawsuit out.
We think summary judgment should be granted.
SLED civil attorney Daniel Plyler and Patrick McLaughlin faced off in this court hearing in November 2025.
He admits that he knew Maple Hill Road had not been pre-approved by the Department of Ag. He admits that he knew that by planting that field and it not being approved, it could subject him to some of the repercussions that he ended up facing. In this situation, the requirements of that license were that he get pre-approval for the fields he wanted to plant. And he's acknowledged in the agreement, as well as his own testimony, that if he is growing it outside of a location that's been approved by the Department of Ag, then the hemp will either be confiscated or destroyed.
McLaughlin believes SLED and the Ag Department targeted Pendarvis in SLED and the Attorney General's public fight against medical marijuana legalization.
And I want to thank Chief Keel again for his long ongoing partnership.
Thank you, General. SLED Chief Mark Keel and Attorney General Alan Wilson have publicly opposed marijuana legalization for years. The lawsuit quotes Wilson as calling marijuana the most dangerous drug during this 2019 State House press conference with SLED Chief Keel standing beside him, just 8 months before SLED raided this hemp farm.
This is a topic that I think most people know that I am very much opposed to here in South Carolina. I pretty well made that very well known.
Keel made that statement in January 2022 as a medical marijuana bill was making its way through the State House. And privately, Major Frank O'Neill, the white-haired agent who led the farm raid, confirmed in his deposition that Chief Keel commended him for helping lead the fight against legalizing medical marijuana in a job performance evaluation. In his 2018 evaluation, Chief Keel told O'Neill, "Do not let this marijuana fight get the best of you." Days ago, the judge denied SLED's motion to dismiss the farmers' lawsuit. Of the farmers' 7 claims SLED wanted thrown out, the judge tossed only one, the intentional infliction of emotional distress. That means the farmers' 6 remaining claims of false arrest, assault and battery, abuse of process, defamation, negligence, and conversion still stand, with the judge writing that there are material questions of fact for a jury to decide. 2 days ago, SLED asked the judge to reconsider her decision. The judge has not yet ruled on that request. With the denial of SLED's motion for summary judgment, this case is one step closer to a jury trial. The court has not yet set a trial date.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has no involvement with this case because of his prior work with Mr. Trump as his personal lawyer during this case with E. Jean Carroll. And where this goes, as far as we do know that Todd Blanche, as the acting attorney general, has been doing what the president has wanted him to do as far as the retaliation type of cases. And this is what a lot of people are saying is one of them going forward. How, if this ever makes the court, that remains to be seen, because we'll see if it goes from Chicago, because this is going to have to go to New York after that. And New York has been very skeptical about doing anything on it.
Right, which is something that Trump was vocal about with the previous administration, is weaponizing the DOJ, and now he's getting those same criticisms that he's weaponizing the DOJ. It was the organization that helped to fund E. Jean Carroll's case was a Chicago-based organization backed by Reid Hoffman, the co-founder of LinkedIn, that helped to fund her case. Those are the accusations, and they say that she concealed that information, which they called into question whether the case was politically motivated.
Yeah, the other story that we're following here today, which is really kind of it's going to be Pam Bondi. We'll get to the settlement in a second, but Pam Bondi is going to be testifying tomorrow in Washington. Excuse me, I just hit the mic there. Is going to be testifying about her involvement with the Epstein files, and that is still there. But it also comes after she was diagnosed with thyroid cancer, which is really just a short time after she left office when she was fired by President Trump.
And it's apparently she was diagnosed with it right after she was let go. These things weren't happening at the same time. She's undergoing treatment. She's still expected to testify. She was already supposed to testify a while ago, but the argument that the administration gave was that she's no longer the attorney general, so she shouldn't be forced to testify. So they had to reissue the subpoena, essentially, for her as a private citizen to come and testify, and all surrounding the Epstein files.
And the contentiousness and what a lot of people are talking about this particular questioning is that she will be doing in a closed door, transcribed interview, not a sworn deposition. And it has a lot of people upset, because if you notice lately about anything related to Epstein, they have been like Bill Barr or Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. These were sworn depositions. This one will not be a sworn deposition with Pam Bondi. So whether she is contentious like she was the last time back in February when she testified in front of Congress, where she pretty much argued with every Democrat that attacked her, that will remain to be seen. And now Democrats are wanting to see how Republicans react in their questioning.
Well, and they want to know why this release of information had to be so forced by her department. When day one she said, I think everyone remembers, I have the Epstein files sitting on my desk, and that's the first thing I'm going to do. And then she didn't, and her handling of those documents, and then it was a forced issue,
a heavy redaction,
and then
a slow drip.
When they released it, there were things missing, things redacted that maybe shouldn't have been redacted, things that should have been redacted, like victims' names that were not. So there were a lot of mistakes surrounding the release of the Epstein files, and I think people want answers.
Yeah, as a lot of people do, and whether we get those tomorrow from Pam Bondi's testimony on Jeffrey Epstein, then we'll see, and what comes out of that, because it is going to be a closed door session. One of the other stories that we're following here today is kind of a wild story here. This woman here, Ivana Howe, has been charged with assault with a deadly weapon, inflicting serious injury, and it happened at the Coca-Cola 600 on Saturday, I believe, at the racetrack, at the golf cart at the track on May 23rd. The police are saying she intentionally hit a 77-year-old man with a golf cart.
And there is apparently dash cam video of the incident. Hasn't been released. Hasn't even been floating around online. I tried to look, don't bother. But you can see by what she's wearing. She's a 2311 racing employee. She's been suspended indefinitely by NASCAR. I mean, it's a felony assault with a deadly weapon, because the golf cart they consider a deadly weapon. And yeah, it happened around 1:45 on Sunday, the Coca-Cola 600, and they said that she intentionally hit this man.
Yeah, and it's just a wild story. We don't know the circumstances as to why, but we will
Mhm.
certainly find that out very soon because she has been released from the Cabarrus County Jail after posting a $125,000 bond. Very serious charges that
Mhm.
she is facing right now. And she is scheduled to appear in court again on June 16th. But certainly a story that we're going to keep following here to understand about the nature of something like this, and why
What
somebody
led up
would
to it?
led up to that.
So
Yeah.
strange. Let's take a live look outside as we talk about our forecast. We can see we still have some dark clouds in
A little
the
bit of rain there
distance.
over North Charlotte back toward Lake Norman.
Can't seem to shake it lately, but I suppose it's a good thing. We need the rain, right?
We
Let's bring
do.
in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Some people are getting too much rain. I know last night we were talking about possible issues with flooding.
Yeah, a little bit of a minor issue. As you were talking about, we did get some flood advisories, a couple flash flood warnings here over the past week, but still need a lot more rainfall, Morgan, for overwhelming majority of it. This has
Yeah,
been
what was
beneficial.
that drought monitor that we had out today, the report?
You know, it's funny that you say that, Brian, because that's what I got coming up here. 88 degrees right now. Dude, he's a pro, man. He knows what's coming. Boom camera. We got
Thursday.
partly cloudy skies. There's the latest
Tee it up
drought
for you,
monitor.
buddy.
Boom. So we've got a big improvement here for many of us across the Carolinas. We've got severe drought conditions still for most of the region, and then another tier of the extreme drought, the tier 4 out of 5. But there still is a marked improvement here for the Carolinas. And just want to put things in perspective. The first 4 months of the year, we saw just over 6 inches of precipitation, more than 8 inches below average. Now, so far this month, I mean, if we see any heavy rainfall this weekend, we could match what we saw through the first 4 months of the year in just 1 month of time here. That's kind of the sea change we've been seeing, but we still got a long way to go here to get us out of the drought conditions. Pinpoint radar, Morgan was alluding to it, a little bit of cloud cover here, a couple of showers zooming in here near Stanley, and then also near Harrisburg and Fairview, seeing a little bit of wet weather. We did have a weak cold front come through to help bring down our humidity just a little bit here across the Carolinas. Rain chances, watching probably the best chance for scattered showers and storms are going to be Saturday afternoon. Weekend forecast. Sunday looking better, less humid, more comfortable temperatures in the middle 70s. Futurecast in motion here as we get into your 8 o'clock on your Thursday here. We got partly cloudy skies overnight. Still got the northerly flow moving through. Heading into your Friday, beautiful weather here generally across the Carolinas. We'll see temperatures heading up into the low to mid 80s, maybe a couple of degrees cooler out there. We'll certainly take it and really not concerned about any chances for wet weather across the region. Friday night, partly cloudy skies. And as we go into your Saturday here, we see some of those scattered showers and potentially some thunderstorms developing with that next cold front that's going to be moving through the region. And then we should be in good shape. Backyard grilling forecast tonight. Looking good if you don't mind the humidity. We continue to battle out there across the region. Temperatures in the middle 60s, low 50s across the mountains in your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watching some of those scattered showers and storms as we go through your Saturday, maybe again on Sunday as well. At least overall, a little bit drier here as we go into the new week.
Okay.
Hey, that sounds good. Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, looking like a little bit less of a forecast for rain on Saturday, which is always good news with all
Yeah.
the kids' activities outside.
Definitely got to watch the upstate South Carolina though for those rain chances.
All right, sounds
Okay.
good. Hey, we got a wild story coming up for you, and you probably got a lot
Which
of
one?
Well, true, but this one in particular because you probably got a lot of scam calls. We get these spoof calls, scam calls all day long, but this one, a woman was really taken because it was very, very real.
Think you won't fall for it?
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
she
about
wound up
this
losing
one.
a lot of money out of this one out of fear. We'll have that story coming up. You're watching Queen City News Plus Live.
And welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live 317 on your Friday Eve as we take a live look outside. That's kind of the story of the past week and a half. A little bit of sunshine, a little bit of rain mixed in. Sounds like this weekend might be a little drier, so hopefully won't.
That's good news after
ruin
what
any
happened last
plans.
Saturday. But that rain happening right now over Lake Norman and Denver, so be careful up that way.
Hey, in California, they're warning residents to not dispose of lithium-ion batteries, and they sent out this video. This was in the city of Roseville. Sent out this video that we're about to show you. Not this
He's
one.
getting there.
Keep
Come on,
punching,
Kev.
keep punching
Keep
him,
punching,
Kevin, until
Kev.
you
There
get
you
it.
go.
We'll
Let's
get
talk
to
about
you.
it anyway. So basically,
It is
in
crazy video. Here it is.
Yeah.
So you can see that this fire starts to form as they dump more trash onto the pile. Here's the crazy thing, though. It marks the 4th truck fire since the start of the year for the city of Roseville Utilities.
Well, how dry and hot is it there? But also, it just shows you the nature of lithium-ion batteries, which can be found in a lot of different things. You got power tools, laptops, phones, e-bikes, all sorts
All
of
the yard
rechargeable-
equipment. You know,
all the
don't
yard
keep those
equipment.
batteries in the garage during the summer when it gets hot because they expand. We know that with
You know
all
what?
of our
I
drones.
just got a good tip from you right there because I do that right
Don't
now.
do it.
Don't do
Charge
it.
them in
right?
the house. Keep them in the AC.
Especially how hot it's going to get. But you can see how quickly that ignites, as we always hear about lithium-ion batteries on airplanes as well. So this is a really dangerous situation, and they're telling people to take care of your lithium-ion batteries and dispose of them properly.
Well, and it can be
drop them
so
off at a materials
dangerous.
recovery facility. We know we have the one down there at the Foxhole. It's one place.
There's one off
down
of
there in
16
Indian Land,
as well.
on the South
where,
Carolina, North Carolina
they
line.
have different areas where you can dispose of whatever item you have, including lithium-ion batteries. So just dispose of it the right way and make sure to keep the
So you don't end up
garbage
like that.
collectors safe out there.
Yeah.
What's our next story?
So this next story is
AI.
this is the
This is
scam,
crazy.
and this is the one we were teasing talking about. This his mom in California. She got a call from what she thought were kidnappers of her daughter, and it was very real. And they said they were going to do really bad things to her if she didn't hand over a lot of money. And this is all an AI fake scam here, fake scheme here.
So here are the as I'm reading this article, working in news, we know how to recognize all the red flags. She got a call from an unknown number, red flag, right? There was a male caller that
Never answer the phone unless you know who it is.
No, don't answer it unless you know who it is. There was a male caller claimed that her daughter was kidnapped by Mexican drug cartel after seeing something she wasn't supposed to. The AI portion of it was they completely copied her daughter's voice and put her daughter on the phone.
line.
She said, "I'm so scared. I love you." Had an absolute panic attack. So
Let's go ahead and listen to it.
let's listen to this. Is the mom just explaining her emotions as she's listening to this call.
I still shake when I even think about it, you know, demands, threats. He said he was going to sell my daughter for $20,000 or, you know, the boss would kill her and the rest of my family because it doesn't matter. The simultaneous feeling of absolute fury that we had been scammed like that we just fallen for that. And it was so good. Like I said, it was her voice. When you're a parent and you truly believe that your child is in distress like that, you do anything you can. I would have done anything to get her back.
Yeah, she wound up wiring $5,400 to Mexico from multiple locations, and then she was told she would be able to pick up her daughter at a local grocery store. When she went to see and get her daughter,
Wasn't there.
she wasn't there. And then when she called her daughter, she was fine. She was sitting at work.
She was at work.
Yeah. And
so
just
obviously multiple things. Don't answer calls from numbers you don't recognize. This particular article recommends having, it sounds silly, but having a code word that you as a family use. And if the person doesn't say the code word, then you know it's a scam. Shouldn't pick up the call to begin with. Don't answer phone calls from numbers you don't know.
Oh, I have this conversation with my wife all the time. I said, "Why are you answering that if that's something you don't know who it is? Don't answer it." And she goes, "Well, it could be something for real estate that my wife is doing. All it could be a lot of different things." I'm like, "Yeah, it's just usually
you never, and then
80%
you miss the
of the
one
time
phone
it is
call that you've
not
been waiting for.
Right." Well, then you
It's
can
a
always
tough
pick
call.
up when you're listening to it. But hey, this next story is really wild. You know, this is a CIA guy who was busted, former CIA, ex-CIA, who had 303 gold bars in his house worth millions of dollars. How he got those and why he got those, that's a mystery. And what is he was doing with that in his Virginia home in his basement?
He's accused of stealing. It's $40 million worth. I think you
40
mentioned
million,
that.
yeah.
Worth of gold bars from the federal government. He was a CIA official with top secret level clearance. His name is David Rush. He was obviously arrested and charged with criminal theft of public money. I mean, but yeah, he had the stash at his home, and the accusation is that he requested and received a bunch of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work-related expenses. That was right there in the affidavit. So it's like requested and received. Who did he request it to? And is work-related expenses?
It poses a lot of questions here because are you really getting paid gold bars for your expenses, and the government approves
Definitely
that?
not at Queen City News.
Or was it somebody else in on this? Was it the U.S. federal government that was involved with this? But they also found a lot of Rolex watches. They found $2 million in U.S. currency to go along with everything. It's a crazy story.
That's not it, though. That's not it. So he also appears to have lied about his
who he was,
education and military background. He claimed to be a Navy pilot and that he graduated from Clemson University and in South Carolina, as we know, and another institute in New York. Instead, he had enlisted in the Navy in 1997, served in the U.S. Navy Reserves from 2004 to 2015, and was honorably discharged as a lieutenant. So he's never a pilot. And he apparently did not go to either of the colleges that he claimed he went to.
This is a great caper. And I want to see a movie made on this to understand exactly how he acquired all this money, or like a Dateline, something like that.
Right.
Documentary to understand how the great heist was.
I want to know the background of all of it. Who did he request that he get the gold bars from, and who gave it to him? Because it doesn't sound like he went into some vault and took them for himself.
No, he went through some serious
Allegedly, of
high-level
course.
channels to get those gold bars, because you don't see those floating around every day.
Wild. Absolutely wild. Hey, we got to take one more quick commercial break, but when we come back, the best spellers in the nation are going to duke it out tonight, not literally, in the Scripps
With their
National
words.
Spelling Bee. And we got a semi-local kid who's in the mix. We'll tell you about it in a sec.
I'm going to eviscerate you with my words.
best young spellers in the English language are going to compete head-to-head tonight.
Yes.
The Scripps National Spelling Bee. It's been going on for the past couple of days. Tonight is the finale. It is a century-old tradition, 3-day competition, and it actually ended in a 2-way tie several times. I learned this today, and an 8-way tie in 2019. But the really cool thing, and I'm going to let you say his name because you know how to, Brian,
Yes.
is we have a local kid in the competition.
Yeah, he's somewhat local. It's Kushi Gadamakala, and he is from the Raleigh area, but he is sponsored through the Carolina Panthers, and that's how he is there. And he is going to be one of the finalists tonight, and he is a middle school student at Carnegie Magnet Middle in Morrisville. And so we're looking forward to Kushi Gadamakala. She is going to be doing some spelling of some really crazy words tonight, as we always know when they have this. But they have to do it in 90 seconds. And this is always a fun time to watch because we'll have
I don't
fun
care
with this
how
on
much
Queen City
time you
News
would
at 10.
give me. There no chance.
Yeah.
I could have all day to spell the words that they spell. It's
And how they break
really
it down
impressive.
is really what's interesting too. Can you say it in a sentence? Can they break down the origin?
The
of it?
origin,
Latin,
and I
or
think the
was it-
origin is usually the giveaway for them. They don't study how to spell the words; they study all the backgrounds on words, which is fascinating. First place, 52,000 roughly in cash. Second place gets 25K.
Oh, looking forward to that. We'll have more on that on Queen City News at 10 tonight. Thanks for watching on Queen City News Plus Live today.
Have a nice afternoon.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCM Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're examining the most vexing of specimens, TV reporters. TV news. It's a team sport. Life of deadlines, discomfort, and occasional danger. Careful who you do it with. Not that news crews have a choice. Reporters and photogs are thrown together at random. It can all make for a very long day. And sometimes, you come away with a lifelong friend. And more work stories than anyone wants to hear. And joining us to discuss all that is an esteemed panel of broadcast journalists, some of whom I've known for an awful long time. Let's start on the very end with Queen City News business correspondent Taylor Young. Taylor, how you doing?
It is an honor to be here, Stuart.
Oh, I don't know about that. Joining us also is veteran photojournalist Terry Allen, who's been around more times than I can count. Terry, how you doing?
Doing great, man. It's great to be here. It's an honor for sure.
No, I don't know about the honor, but I'm honored for our third guest because it's a dear old friend of mine, and that is Fox 8 WGHP longtime reporter and morning anchor Shannon Smith. How you doing, Shannon?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking me to do this. It's great to be able to talk to y'all.
Well, I'm glad you were available because you're a perfect candidate, along with Terry and Taylor, to talk about news crews. You know, people watch TV news and they watch the product we put on the air and they don't think much about those of us who do it, and that's just fine. But this small forum is where we can talk all about that. And like you guys, having spent a lifetime in cars I didn't own with people I barely knew at situations I didn't really want to be at, that kind of leaves a mark. Shannon, tell us, and we're just going to jump into the deep end. What do you hope for in a photojournalist when you're assigned one that day?
Well, that is a big question. I mainly do feature reporting now, so I've had the joy of being able to have the same photographer every day that I work. And when I don't get to work with him now, I am super spoiled because we have built this dynamic that we don't have to talk as much. We don't have to kind of tell each other, hey, do this, shoot this, this is what I'm thinking. All of those things. It's just natural. So now when I do have, Jeff has been on vacation for several days, and when I do have a photographer that I'm not used to, it's like being a new kid in school and meeting somebody and thinking, oh, are they going to think that I don't know what I'm doing? Am I going to think not what is their video going to look like in the end. It is a little bit scary and intimidating. And I don't know if any of y'all know this. When I first started at Fox 8, my very first interview, they used to make you on an interview, go out with a photog and shoot a package. I was not ready for that in that interview, but I get in the car with who else? Stuart Pittman. And he's like, hey, I'm nervous, right? Because it's an interview. I'm thinking, am I going to get this job? I think I was 24 at the time. And Stuart's like, we got this. And just really put me at ease. And it was his joking, same old self. And we talked a little bit about the story. And then the day just kind of ran along. And that, I think, is what you hope for most in a photographer. You want somebody who knows the skills to get the job done, is pretty laid back, and is willing to contribute to the story, not just say, I'm going to shoot some pictures and put them over whatever your words are, that you are a team.
That's well put. Terry, on the flip side, as a longtime photojournalist, what do you hope for in a reporter when you're assigned to someone that day and you may know nothing about them or the assignment? What's your undying hope?
I would say a lot of the same things. You definitely want to have that confident person with you. Generally we got into this business because we're all gregarious type people. We all like to get along and stuff like that. And we all like to be with other folks. But yeah, I like someone that's in there that's confident, knows what they're doing, and has confidence in me that I know what I'm going to do. And we're just going to go out there and have some fun. We're not going to overthink it.
Right.
Go out there and just enjoy the day together.
And that can happen regardless of the assignment. You can have a good day at a lousy assignment. Taylor, we've talked a lot offline, and you've really given me some thinking points about the relationship between a photographer and a reporter.
Yeah.
Not always, but very often is boy-girl. And you use one word that I thought wrapped it up, especially when I think of Shannon, and that is sibling. Talk to me about that.
You are spending hours upon hours, especially if you're traveling or you work with them a lot. Think about how much time you spend together in a car. And yes, you can talk about your story, talk about your assignment, but eventually you're going to be like, what's your favorite kind of music? What's your favorite kind of food? And I think to go back to your original question, like for me, I think the most important, aspect of a photographer, for me, it comes a little bit down to personality. Like, can we just hang out together? We don't need to fill silence, right? But can we just kind of, vibe? We are seeing each other in the best and in the worst, light. It's very stressful sometimes. A lot of times you're just sitting around doing nothing. But you really develop that brother-sister-sibling relationship, just kind of going through the ropes together.
Well, I have to agree. Go ahead, Terry.
And just piggybacking on what Taylor just said, that vibe is really, it really helps, because a lot of times you're pairing up with someone you've never worked with before, and then you get with that person and you find out you have certain things in common, and you're talking about music and you're talking about this and that. Yeah, you're going to talk about the story.
Sure.
But you want to get to know each other.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you're going to be spending hours and hours and hours, and you're going to be in stressful situations. So you got to get to know that person, man, and have some fun and just enjoy being together.
And a lot of time there's like an age gap. You're from different parts of the country. There's a lot to learn about each other too.
And that's a very good point, the age gap. My first newsroom, I was the youngest newsie in the room. Now I'm the oldest.
I hear you, brother. I hear you on that one.
So when I go out with a lot of the reporters, they're a lot younger than I am. And the good thing is I have kids that are in their 20s, so I kind of know what's up.
Yeah.
So and I'm still kind of in tune to what's happening. So
still hip.
Yeah, exactly right. So we go out and we have a great time together, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I agree a lot with him.
That's part of this business, though, is when you're doing something different every day, and you're never working towards this real long-term, or not very often long-term goals. You're day in and day out, and you can lose a sense of what day it is, or a month can go by and you've done 30 stories and you're like, wow, it makes time go by so fast in a good way, and sometimes not such a good way.
How many photographers over 25 years would you say you have worked with? And I know there's no way to know that number, but you've got guys and ladies there who have been there forever, and you have some who come and go. I've got to think it's a cast of dozens at least.
Oh, definitely dozens. Definitely dozens. And in the beginning, I was just general assignment. So it was whoever was working with me and paired up with me that day, you went out and certain, I think certain photogs get their favorites, reporters get their favorites. And it was always funny as the meeting's going on, you see people kind of going in and jockeying, like, where are you? Oh, what time are you going to be live? Because that's a big thing too. If you're in the early show or the late show, so you're kind of jockeying for who's your reporter, who's your photographer, and so many things go into that. It's not all like, what's your story? Where are you going? What time are you going to be live? And then if you can count on that person to deliver what you need to do at the end of the day, but also, I mean, think about how many times you have to pivot when you're doing general assignment, not only from story to story, but interview to interview. You need somebody who's like gonna be there with you and ready to twist and turn. And if things go all downhill, that they'll be like, okay, that sucked really badly. How can we make this turn around quickly? And I think that more than anything is the person you need with you beside you. And if they're having a moment, you're the one that lifts them up. And if they're having a moment or you're having a moment, they do the same for you. It's so important because you can rabbit hole in a minute.
Very true. It is like a marriage. It's like a marriage. I'm not sure marriage is a word, but certainly Shannon didn't ask for this, but she has seen me at my best and my worst. I mean, she and I often, when I'm writing about TV news, I use the phrase homicides, hurricanes, and Hollywood. And Shannon, you and I have done all three of those times. So when you've covered that gamut of things with the same person, you get to know them whether you want to or not. And we're going to talk all about it and delve even further into it in just a moment when we come back. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. And this week, we're talking about the anatomy of a news crew, photographer, the reporter, and everything in between. Joining me to do that is longtime reporter Shannon Smith, longtime photojournalist Terry Allen, and somewhat longtime reporter Taylor Young. How's everybody doing? Doing great.
We're doing
great.
Lovely. We had such a good time talking about news crews because that's what all of us here do in a different realm of some sort. But I wanted to play a game. I want to play a game called Reporter or Photog. Some of it's obvious, some of it's not, but I wrote it in 5 minutes, so what are you going to do? So I'm going to read a line, and I want you guys at any time to join in with what you think it is and why that is. So, reporter or photog can never remember to bring their phone charger cord.
Reporter. Guilty.
Yeah. I can't tell you what it's like to be in charge of 64 different components, all of which are vital to the mission, and the reporter can't remember their one thing they have to bring.
And we are always on our phone.
I know that's unfair, but I have loaned so many phone charger cords to reporters. And the IFB cord, how about that one? Ooh, that's a tougher one. Reporter or photog? Former Glee Club member.
Reporter.
We are a reporter.
Yeah, reporter. There's a little performer there that shines through even before you get to the mission. Almost done here because I'm running out. Photog or reporter? Insist on stopping for food no matter how far behind you are in the day. Now, I got to say something about that one. Now, Testify, I'm kind Terry. of I'm the one that I always like to get the job done first before I eat. Sure. So I have a lot of reporters that say, "Come on, man, let's go eat. Let's go eat." And I'm Right, like, right. "Man, we got to get it done first, you know." Yeah. But I understand you got to eat. I had one reporter, bless her heart, she's a sweet lady, and man, we would be in the middle of everything just crashing around us, but it's like, man, I gotta have lunch. Yeah. And I'm like, Amy, come on, we gotta go. You know? But it's all good. It's all good. I would say reporter.
Reporter. I think you're right.
See, I would say photographer.
Okay.
It's like for me, like if I haven't logged or started writing, I'm not eating that day.
I love that. I love that. I'm mission first.
Yeah, but then I'm grumpy.
I'll eat at home that night. Let's make slud. I'm all about making slud.
I always carried snacks because I needed to eat at times, but I'm mission first as well. I think that was very personality driven. I mean, I know reporters who are on hard deadline, and before they go log, they have to go chat with everybody in the newsroom. That seems so rude because I'm like, talk to me. I'm mission focused, you know. So I think that's personality. Stuart, you laugh because I think you know who I'm talking about.
I think I do, but I'm going to move on to reporter or photog. Saves press passes.
Photographer, yeah.
Photographer. That's a photog thing, man. We all have them. Don't come to my garage.
I've got thousands of them.
Yeah.
And my wife's like, "Oh, T, come on."
I know. It's our only currency. You know.
I started saving them because I work with photographers who started saving them. I'm like, oh, is that a thing that we do?
Mm-hmm. Exactly right. Right.
All right. Last question on photog or reporter. A history of inappropriate shoes.
Inappropriate what?
Shoes.
Reporter.
Shoes?
You're covering a flood, and all they're got is a pair of pumps. You ever been there?
Yeah, guilty.
Maybe I'm just using my own personal history, but I have loaned many a rain boot to a news reporter who didn't know we were going to the flood and is dressed like they're going to a cocktail party. But again, that's just my own personal trauma, and I'll move past that. I don't think it was you, Shannon. So, Shannon, I do think we covered a flood one time where a dam wall broke behind like a Walmart and it flooded an apartment complex. And why I spend time remembering that, I don't know, but I know you were there. So congratulations.
I forget more and more of the things that I've covered. And I think photographers, if it's photog reporter, and y'all tell me if you're wrong, my photographer, Jeff, is 10 years older than me. Right. And he'll bring up something and say, do you remember? And I cannot remember it at all, but he can give me the visual images of what it looked like when he was there. And I think maybe it's the edit bay time of looking at the video, looking through the lens at it. But his memory of stories is so much better than mine.
What's the worst thing, Taylor and Shannon? What's the nightmare trait of a photog? We're not naming names. We're not talking about anybody specific. But what is the one thing that you might see in a photog that instantly makes you worry?
I'll go. I would say, you get paired up, you get in their car, and they just don't want to be there. I think attitude is huge. Like, you can have a bad day. I'd say I'm pretty tolerant with that. But the minute you are like poo-pooing a story that maybe I was assigned, like, sir, I did not choose this.
Yeah.
We are in this together. I think just a lack of teammate mentality can really make or break a day big time.
I love the way you said that, because I know that with certain reporters, Shannon, you included, Taylor, we haven't worked together as much in the field, but I know me and Shannon can roll up on anything, and knock it out, because we have. And you're right, the attitude, the teamwork. You haven't got to be, thrilled about the fact that you're going to cover city council all day to not make it a less than miserable day.
Mm-hmm.
We all have had fun at unfun situations, and I don't know about your reporters, but we photographers don't get paid a fortune, so you better have fun. You better enjoy your day. Otherwise, go sell shoes.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my old man speak for the day.
I agree totally with Taylor on that one. The worst thing that you can ever have is when you get in the car with someone and they're starting, oh man, this sucks. This is that and the other.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's go out and try to have fun. Let's get this thing done.
Yeah.
Or if you both think the story sucks, then you can have some.
You can just laugh.
And then you can laugh about it. And you can have fun with that.
Make this work today. We're making some chicken salad, right?
Right. You can roll with that. And then it turns out to be a fun day. And then you get to the end of your day and you see your package, you see everything air, and you're like, dang,
We did that.
we did that.
Yeah, yeah.
We made that work. So, yeah, it's all good.
I'd rather say, as someone who doesn't leave the newsroom much anymore, I see reporter photog teams go out and come back, and I'll see people that just started here, and I'll see a photog who's been here forever, a friend, the new reporter. And within like 3 days, they're high-fiving like best friends. And I get that because they're going out and having adventure, coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's a fun thing to watch, especially when you haven't got to pick up heavy in the process.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about this job is that, you know, you meet people that you meet new folks and you go out and you have fun with them. You go out there and you complete your mission.
Sure.
And it's just fun. And I just, been doing this for so long and I could do it for another 40 years, easily. I mean, I just love it so much.
I'll give you about 10. I don't know if I can report more.
I had a reporter once, she had this habit of asking like literally 30 questions. I kid you.
Yeah.
And this was back in the day before the digital stuff. This was back in, we were all linear.
Sure.
And, we would have to take the tape back to the office. We didn't even have editing in the trucks at the time. This was so long ago. Take the tape back, and she would have to transcribe everything. She's transcribing all of this stuff. Clock is like tick, 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 tick. It's nighttime. The clock has got a face on it, and it's like a cartoon face, and it's like, oh, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. And it's like, I'm like, come on, So that's my thing. Asking so many questions when all you need is maybe just several questions and get it done.
Well, I've got more questions for all of you, but we're going to have to take a quick break, and we'll come right back and get to it. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. This week, we're talking about the anatomy of the news crew, the reporter, the photographer, and everything in between. Joining me to do that is longtime reporter anchor Shannon Smith, veteran photojournalist Terry Allen, and business reporter Taylor Young. How you guys doing?
We're lovely.
Doing great.
I have so enjoyed this conversation because we really didn't have to plan it. I just knew that if we got some veteran photog and veteran reporters around, like at a crime scene, the stories just go back and forth.
That's the truth.
Who here hasn't, stood on the side of the road telling war stories? I mean, that's most of what we do. Speaking of war stories, though, I really want to talk to Shannon for just a second because Shannon, I've been doing this since 1989. I've worked with a ton of reporters. I don't know that I've worked with any reporter individually as much as you and I work together. Is that fair?
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, we've been in about every kind of news story you could cover, from Hollywood to death in the woods.
We really have. I know that you started in general assignment, and in general assignment at a media market, it's all crime, grime, and conference rooms, and we did plenty of that. We then stumbled into American Idol, and you and I got to go to Hollywood many times and go right to the corner of Hollywood and Vine and interview Simon and Randy and Paula and all those people. And that's back when American Idol was the biggest thing on the planet. I don't think people who didn't live through that might not understand just how big it was. Shannon, what do you remember about all that? There's us meeting Britney Spears.
I'm watching the pictures go by. There's so much. I mean, I am from South Carolina and had never, look at that face.
Wow, look at that.
Wouldn't maybe a bad day, but I had never been out to Hollywood, and I had these expectations of glitz and glamour, and you quickly learn it is all smoke and mirrors. And many of the people are in Hollywood for reasons that they just need to be on screen and loved by many. And so to be doing that with Stuart was great. We have found ourselves in situations where we're around thousands and thousands of people, or we are all by ourselves, like I said, in the middle of the woods trying to get something done. There was a tight deadline. We were working nights for some reason way back in the day. And we had to drive our equipment back because we couldn't get a live signal. Had to drive our story back. And I was driving the live truck as Stuart is trying to edit, driving through like the hills of North Carolina. I'm really surprised you survived that. But I mean, we could give you some serious dirt and write a couple books on the stars that appeared on
American Idol.
This was X Factor,
Yeah.
and also American Idol.
Well, until you have walked into a stadium full of 70,000 people, all of whom A, want to be on American Idol, and B, are convinced you're Simon Cowell's personal camera crew.
Yes.
To be swamped by that it was incredible. I wish I was taking notes. There's just no better way to get to know the world, the good, the bad, and the ugly, than to grab some camera equipment and go out with a deadline and someone you barely know. It's been what I've spent my entire life doing, so I don't know anything else but that. Terry, are there any overall lessons or things you would tell people, or someone asking you about what it's like to run around with a reporter all day?
I would say just have an open mind, have a great attitude, and just be yourself. You have a great opportunity to get to know a person.
Sure.
And I think the worst thing you can do is leave this planet without broadening your horizon and your perspectives on things. And that's how you do that, is by getting to know someone. And then you're getting to know someone who's in the same business that you are in.
Sure.
And that you have a lot of the same likes and a lot of the same goals and aspirations. I mean, I don't know about Taylor and Shannon, but I think maybe we all got into this business so we could maybe change the world somehow, and so we all kind of have that in us. So I would just say, get out there, have fun, enjoy yourself, enjoy what you're seeing. I mean, a lot of times you're going to see some really bad things, and we've all seen it, but just kind of make that work in your life personally.
Well, like I said, there's no better way to get to know the world than to put it on TV 30 seconds at a time. Taylor, you haven't been doing this quite as long as the rest of us, but you've got a lot in. Well, that's all. That's that back.
I think for the viewers who aren't in the business, I know you see the reporter, the anchors, right?
Right.
But so much of it is the people behind the scenes that you work with. And yeah, I mean, you're just spending so much time together. And I think I will forever be appreciative of, when I look back at my 11 years, I think about the photographers I worked with. They may, especially as a super young reporter, you're so nervous. I remember my first live shot. I don't remember what my story was. I know which photographer I worked with because they helped me through a panic attack. But so yeah, I think it's one of the funnest, best parts of this job.
Well, I would say so, because the technology and the deadlines and even the subject matter can get a little old. But the people you do it with really make a difference. Shannon, in closing, any imperial wisdom you have for what it's like to be a member of a news crew? You're still doing it every morning. I know that.
I still go out every morning. I think, you guys made really good points about the teamwork. And I think if you don't love what you're doing every day, you're doing a disservice to those around you. And Stuart, you used to say all the time, I get to go out and be the eyes for people watching this later, and you get the firsthand perspective. And I think you can never take that for granted, the opportunity that we're given as journalists to see the story firsthand, to meet the people firsthand, to witness history in moments when it's happening. And you do get this great bond with people when you go through either the trauma of the day or the celebration and the adrenaline high of getting it all done. And so if you're not loving what you're doing with all of that packaged up, you probably need to be doing something else.
Yeah, if you don't like being part of a news crew, man, you're going to hate it. Because even if you even if you love it in theory, man, some days can be a drag. But as I said before, the thing that news has done for me is it's made me learn about people. It's hard to judge and hate people up close. And when you're part of a news crew, you get to go to the good, the bad, and the ugly all in one day. And if that doesn't teach you something, you're not paying attention. But I hope you're paying attention because this has been so good for me. Journalism is in a lousy place right now. But if people would understand the level of commitment and care that goes on at the local level, they'd watch their news more and give it more credit. End of my sermon, end of the episode. Taylor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll see you in the office. Terry, you're on the assignment desk. Stop sitting me places, okay? I've had about enough of that.
All right, you got it, brother.
And Shannon, we need to talk and hang out, and you bring your lovely family to Charlotte, and let's break bread together because you and I have spent more time together than some married couples. So thank you, and we will be in touch. And thank you for watching Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. We're going to come up with a brand new episode for next time, and I'll be as surprised as you as to what it's about. See you then.
Murders has now been on authorities' radar for a long time. His lengthy criminal past on the opposite side of the country.
After a whole week of off and on rainy and stormy conditions, the drought conditions overall have improved across the area. But here again today, we're tracking a few spotty showers and some heavier batches of rain as well. I'm tracking, though, some drier days ahead as we head into the weekend. Pinpoint weather forecast coming right up.
And today marks 1 week since Kyle Busch's death. Some new details that we're now learning about his health through new reports from his death certificate. Well, good afternoon to you. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now with breaking news out of York County. Just into our newsroom right now, crews have now rescued a missing swimmer on Lake Wiley and are now performing CPR. The search started this afternoon in the area of Little Allison Creek. Officials got a call about a swimmer who jumped off of a boat and then didn't resurface. This is the second water rescue operation on Lake Wiley within the last week and a half. So a body was found in the water last week. Queen City News, of course, will keep you updated on the swimmer's condition, both on air and also online. Let's talk about the weather outside. Take a live look here now over Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte. So showers continue to pop up all across the region, including right here in the Queen City. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, just moments ago, it was just pounding here over our studio. And I was like, what is that? That's rain? Yes,
That's
we're
rain.
seeing it, right.
I know, once again, another day of it, but not everywhere. So yesterday, all those showers and storms are mainly focused, at least at the start of the afternoon, heading into early evening, more north and west of Charlotte. Today, they've been popping up more across the Charlotte metro here, and definitely more few and far between compared to days past. And so a lot of us just sticking with the dry conditions here on this Thursday, late afternoon, but it is not so dry. We're tracking some heavy rain moving over West Charlotte, now to southwest Charlotte there, just the south and west of Uptown. So heads up, friends, in Pineville. Some of that is headed your way. It's moving right along the river, some of that heavier rain too. We've had a heavier shower moving over Kings Mountain, dropping to the south and moving kind of near the Clover, South Carolina area eventually. And yes, a little more shower activity off to the east. A lot of that has fizzled though, coming out of Cabarrus and moving into Union County. So really not much more expected for the rest of this evening. All of these will continue to drop off to the south, and so staying largely dry for a few hours as this cold front continues to move across the region here. So the showers and storms lining up along that boundary. And coming up tomorrow, we're tracking some overall drier conditions. But how long will that last as we head into the weekend? Check it out in a few minutes.
All right, Tara, thanks so much. So the man accused of the infamous Sun Drop murders in Concord, no stranger to law enforcement. Even though the case went unsolved for nearly 2 decades, authorities say thousands of miles away that the suspect now has stayed on their radar. So Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has a closer look at his criminal past.
Microfilm stored at the Cabarrus County Public Library depicts the terror felt in Concord in the aftermath of the Sundrop murders. Headlines of the double homicide at the Sundrop bottling facility captured the front page the day after it happened in June 2008, and the alleged shooter remained at large until last week.
I called patrol officers and had them come and place him into custody. He was out standing by the roadway.
Detective Sergeant Josh Paulus was in the area when 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was picked up by police in Port Angeles, Washington. Their database shows he had about 288 contacts with police since November of 2011. 14 of those times he was arrested, and twice those arrests were for felonies.
I just know about that first contact in 2011, which was actually me as a patrol officer. I was the first one to contact him. The majority of our calls with him include yelling and screaming and making some sort of disturbance. In my own interactions with him, he's been able to kind of self-regulate and talk with police.
At the library Thursday, we found photos of Talbert in 3 yearbooks. He graduated from Mount Pleasant High School in 2002, 6 years before the killings of Donna Barnhart and Daryl Knowles.
I don't know that they had any idea of who they were dealing with other than a very mentally ill man who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has been in and out of the jail for various reasons.
Brian McLean is the editor of the Peninsula Daily News in Port Angeles. He says he was covering a separate murder case last Friday when he heard Talbert's case coming up next.
My jaw dropped because of the connection and because of the serious nature of the charges, for sure. At his court appearance last Friday, he was very disheveled, very difficult to understand, mumbled quite a bit.
McLean says he learned Talbert was picked up in a field across from a facility that houses homeless people. Talbert had been staying there but was kicked out and living on the streets.
I'm happy that we were able to help resolve some of that for your community.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
The death certificate for NASCAR legend Kyle Busch reportedly revealing now that he had pneumonia for days to weeks leading up to his death. So according to The Athletic, Busch's pneumonia progressed into sepsis, which then caused an abnormal clotting throughout blood vessels in his body. The NASCAR driver's family says that his health just deteriorated rapidly. The death certificate lists Busch's cause of death as natural causes. Busch died last week at the age of 41, just days before he was expected at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600 weekend. A 2311 racing employee now accused of hitting someone while driving a golf cart. Ivana Howell, who you see right here, charged with felony assault with a deadly weapon leading to serious injury. Police say that the crash happened Sunday before the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Howell has since been suspended by NASCAR. Charlotte Network school leaders say platform and server disruptions impacted end-of-year testing today. So they're now working to be able to fix the so impacted students so they can be able to resume their tests tomorrow. An updated testing schedule will be sent to families of students affected by today's disruptions. So the debate over data centers has now made its way down to York County. Leaders now recommending a pause on any future projects until at least 2027. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from neighbors who hope officials listen to their concerns.
Just sick at our stomachs that the beauty that we had here is now all this metal and steel. It's not what people wanted. These were people's forever homes. This is my property right there.
Chris Thompson understands that there is not much she can do anymore to fight the QTS data center being built near her neighborhood in York County.
We understand that, data centers are coming, but they don't need to be in residential areas. There's got to be a better place for them.
Thompson says she's at least encouraged by the York County Council Planning and Zoning Committee, which on Wednesday night.
I second that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Voted to recommend a 9-month moratorium on future data centers, but will still need to be approved by the entire county council next month.
I feel like that it will be definitely a majority.
District 7 Council member Debbie Cloninger believes a moratorium will give leaders a chance to do more research on the impact of data centers and time to wait on any new state laws pertaining to data center development that could be approved by South Carolina lawmakers.
This is a very critical business that we don't need to make any more mistakes on.
As for the current QTS project near Lake Wiley, structures that the company has not yet gotten permits for would be affected by a potential moratorium.
We were under the understanding that it would be one building, and when it came up, more buildings, we were all shocked.
QTS tells us the project is in alignment with local requirements as it relates to water use and energy demand, and that it's committed to, quote, ongoing transparent engagement when sharing how the project is designed. In York County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Well, Mecklenburg County commissioners are now set to be able to meet again next month to continue working out any possible changes to the next county budget. So in a tense meeting this morning, discussions were held over livable wages for county employees, including calls for more funding for Charlotte Medic. Commissioners will meet again June the 2nd for a final vote on the budget proposal. Charlotte area transit system officials want to be able to know what they should focus on over the next year. So the agency held its second public meeting today where CATS leaders discussed their priorities for the bus system over the next 5 years. And they asked riders to share what they think are most immediate needs. Well, officials offered some ideas like higher frequency service, improvements to bus stops, and the expansion of CATS microtransit. New polling now shows the GOP primary for South Carolina's next governor is in a dead heat. So 3 of the leading candidates are now separated by less than 1%. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, these latest numbers give the lieutenant governor the lead.
South Carolinians, today is day 1 of my campaign for governor.
New polling out this week from Atlanta-based the Trafalgar Group say Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette has a slight lead over 2 opponents in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. Of the 1,200 Republican voters surveyed from May 21st to the 24th, 19.9% support Evette. 19.4% plan to vote for Attorney General Alan Wilson, while 19% want millionaire businessman Ron Reddy.
It is so wide open right now that anybody, it's like a horse race, can win by a nose here. Just stick that nose out at the right moment.
York County Congressman Ralph Norman came in at 15.9%, while Charleston area Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a support of 14.5% of the respondents surveyed. Other candidates sit in the single digits, like State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who came in at 2.3%.
There's all kind of earned media things that can happen. And then, of course, we can't, last-minute attacks. This is when they tend to happen, and last-minute spending.
Early voting in South Carolina is already underway with primary day set for June 9th. With so many candidates vying for the seat, a runoff is highly likely. If no one gets more than a majority of the vote, the top 2 candidates will face off on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Well, the activity on radar isn't, quite as widespread as the past several days. Just some spotty hit or miss showers showing up in parts of the Piedmont. And I'm tracking overall some drier conditions ahead for tomorrow. But how long will that last? What part of the weekend will involve another round of showers and storms? We'll check it out next.
All right, Tara, and staying with weather is the recent rain helping ease the ongoing drought conditions. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman has the very latest and an update on the U.S. Drought Monitor with water restrictions still in effect across the area. And recent North Carolina graduates call on lawmakers to invest in opportunity. Why they say there is not enough of it in the Tar Heel state. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:11. 88 degrees outside here in the Queen City. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. So new college graduates in North Carolina now urging lawmakers to address the high cost of living as they enter the workforce. Many say that they're just walking into an economy that feels harder to navigate and opportunities are harder to reach. A recent Bank of America survey found 42% of Gen Z workers say they're living paycheck to paycheck. At the same time, new college grads now facing a tougher job market. According to the Economic Policy Institute, unemployment for young college grads climbed to more than 5% this spring.
Today's graduates are entering an economy where rent, groceries, and healthcare costs continue to rise. Student debt weighs heavily, and many entry-level roles are disappearing or becoming harder to access.
So graduates now want lawmakers to invest in affordable housing, education, healthcare, and economic policies. And they say they would help their generation succeed. Republican lawmakers say that tax cuts and lower regulations will help create economic opportunity. North Carolina officials are now marking the first African-American hospital in the state with a historical marker. Ceremony, you see right here, to designate the site was held at the Ebenezer Baptist Church on West Sugar Creek Road this morning. It's opening in 1891. The health care center stood at the corner of Mint and Graham Streets and could only treat 20 black patients at a time. But it paved the way for others to be opened in different communities. Officials tell us why marking the hospital is so important to the state's history.
Well, I'm just overwhelmed with the interest in this highway marker. Good Samaritan Hospital was an important institution in this state, impacted thousands of people over its 70 years of existence. And this is an opportunity for us to commemorate it, to celebrate it, to recognize it, and allow people to enjoy this moment, a moment that is long overdue.
And the hospital building was torn down in 1996. It's now the site of Bank of America Stadium in Uptown. The recent rainfall is now making an impact on one of the worst droughts that we've seen in this century. So meteorologist Andrew Brightman takes us through the latest update from the U.S. Drought Monitor.
Well, some of you may have noticed that over the past 7 days, we've seen a decent amount of rainfall here around the Carolinas, generally about 3 to 5 inches of rain here across the central Carolinas just over the past week. And that has been very beneficial. Our latest drought monitor that came in earlier today is showing massive improvement. Still seeing most of the region under either a severe or extreme drought, but this is still a marked improvement here, especially as you get down towards the upstate South Carolina, some of the areas where we saw some of the heaviest rain. But you do notice we still have large expanses of the central Carolinas still under that extreme, that tier 4 out of 5 drought here. And let's talk a little bit about why. The drought relief we have seen, almost 5 inches of rain so far for the month of May. Now you compare that with the first 4 months of the year. Basically, if we pick up any heavy rain this weekend, we could equal the first 4 months in just a 31-day period. And those first 4 months were more than 8 inches below average. So we've made some progress. We're about 1.5 inches above average here for the month of May. But we have so far to go to really get us to where we need to be in terms of rainfall. And another way to look at it here, the rainfall deficit over just the past 365 days, even with the rainfall that we have seen here across the central Carolinas, still need about another 10 to 15 inches of rain. And as we get down into portions of the Sandhills, some of the areas where they're still in that extreme drought, that tier 4 out of 5, need an additional 20 to 25 inches, maybe even more of precipitation just to get us back to where we should be. So while we have seen some improvement with the latest drought monitor, still have a ways to go to getting ourselves out of this drought.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that. Taking a live look here over Uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Look at this. So the rain, not quite as widespread as yesterday, but we are still seeing showers lingering in our area. It looks beautiful from here, but it's like you wait 15, 20 minutes and this change is coming. All right, let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. So Tara, we've already had a dry end to the work week, but we know the rain is in this forecast, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so we still have a couple more rounds to go as we head into the weekend, but you know what? A couple of dry days to talk about for part of the weekend too, and one of those days is tomorrow. Okay. And yeah, so I'll tell you what day of the weekend is going to be the wetter half coming up. So we still have another system that's going to be headed in.
Well, it's the last day of school for some people I know
Oh,
tomorrow.
that's
So
right.
some schools are getting out, so it's a good thing for weather-wise.
It's going to be a good day to maybe take a dip in the pool too, because it's still going to be quite warm tomorrow before temperatures do turn a little bit cooler by the end of the weekend. So yeah, maybe hitting the pool to celebrate the last day of school for a lot of those kids out there across the region tomorrow. But as we look live right now, West Charlotte Tower camera, we still have a lot of sunshine. You know, a little while ago, it was a different picture. We had some heavy rain moving through, maybe still some of the leftover raindrops showing up, trying to show up on the camera lens before they dry up. But as we look around on radar, as expected, the showers, any thunderstorms, much more few and far between here today. So most of us nice and dry here on this late Thursday afternoon, but where we still have some pockets of rain, lighter though compared to earlier, it was a little bit heavier, is moving over Kings Mountain and dropping to the south and getting into Clover, South Carolina, down that stretch of 321. We still have some moderate to still heavy at times rain down part of the road there heading into the Steel Creek area, southwest Mecklenburg County. A little bit of rain closing in on Pineville right now. All of those showers are dropping to the south, and that's about it. So as Andrew was talking about, I mean, we look back over the past 7 days, anywhere from 2 to as much as 6+ inches of rain. Some of those higher totals showing up over parts of South Carolina, as well as on up toward the foothills too. And we've had some off and on flooding issues. So how has this helped with lake levels? So we've been checking this past couple of weeks, and Full Pond is considered right there along the Catawba River chain at 100 feet. And so we're looking at these numbers, how many feet below Full Pond. And Lake Norman, past couple of weeks, it's been about 6 feet or so below Full Pond. Now it's improved. We have a little more water filling up there. It's still running about 5 feet below Full Pond. Mountain Island Lake is down to about 4 feet below Full Pond. Lake Wiley 3, Lake Hickory there, and Lake James about 1 to 2 feet below Full Pond. So again, things are improving out there, but it looks like as we fast forward into next week, we have a little more of a drier stretch ahead. And so yes, still more rain is needed overall, as Andrew was talking about. 83 degrees, warm degrees right now in the Queen City. We got a north breeze at about 15 miles per hour, 16 or so miles per hour. So that's that wind shifting more out of the north and ushering in some drier conditions for tomorrow. Look at this, hot temperatures around 90 degrees down to South Carolina, mid and upper 70s up in the mountains. If you want to do some grilling out for dinner time tonight, most of us looking nice and dry, mostly sunny until the sun goes down after 8 o'clock, with temperatures staying generally on the warm side, mid to lower 80s. So we do have some drier days ahead. Again, one of those days is tomorrow, as this front that's pushing through right now slides just to our south and kind of stalls. And so we'll be right on the edge of the drier conditions, and still all of that moisture streaming in from the south and still creating some heavy, perhaps flooding rain over sections of Georgia and parts of the deep south. So tomorrow we're looking at lots of sunshine, high temperatures warming back up into the low to mid 80s. But the difference is it will feel a little less humid briefly before that moisture and humidity level is back on the rise for Saturday. So that's going to be the wetter half of the weekend for some of you. Let's check things out on Futurecast. So what's happening? Another front heads in from the north, and with that stalled front to the south, that's going to squeeze out more areas of downpours and a couple of scattered storms. So by Saturday morning, little rain is possible, mainly over our South Carolina communities. Right here along Highway 74 south, that's going to be the best zone for seeing some of those heavier showers and storms into Saturday afternoon. And this is going to be a much different story, though, and a drier picture as we head north and west and up through the mountains and the foothills. But Sunday is the drier half of the weekend. So the 7-day forecast shows drier conditions tomorrow, watching out for more areas of rain on Saturday, drier and a little bit cooler for Sunday. Highs only around 80 degrees as we kick off the new month of June, but with drier weather overall next week.
I cannot believe it is almost June, Tara. All right. Okay, so a North Carolina high school principal gets an unusual wake-up call. How his students pulled off the great senior prank. Yeah, gotta hear this one. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. As we count down to America 250, it's a golden opportunity to check out a historic gold mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Reed Gold Mine is the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States, and today many school groups take field trips at the mine where a 17-pound gold nugget was found by a little boy in 1799. So students get a sense of the dark conditions mine workers endured.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
And we saw a small sample of gold fever as kids pan for precious metals. Look at that. So you can watch Spirit of America 250 on Queen City News tonight at 10.
You got me. 100% got me.
A unique wake-up call in Guilford County. So seniors from Northwest Guilford High School pranked their principal on their last day of classes by sneaking into his home before the first bell. Video shows the students approaching the home early in the morning wearing their PJs. So it's a wake-up call that administrators now will never forget. Wow. All right, new polling shows a tight race in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. Which candidates are now separated by less than 1%? And York County leaders joined the list of local officials considering a pause on new data center projects. Why they're now raising issues with the facilities. Watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Now for 30, the man accused of the infamous Sun Drop murders in Concord, no stranger to law enforcement. So even though the case went unsolved for nearly 2 decades, authorities thousands of miles away say the suspect has stayed on their radar. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has a closer look at his criminal past.
Microfilm stored at the Cabarrus County Public Library depicts the terror felt in Concord in the aftermath of the Sundrop murders. Headlines of the double homicide at the Sundrop bottling facility captured the front page the day after it happened in June 2008, and the alleged shooter remained at large until last week.
I called patrol officers and had them come and place him into custody. He was out standing by the roadways.
Detective Sergeant Josh Paulus was in the area when 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was picked up by police in Port Angeles, Washington. Their database shows he had about 288 contacts with police since November of 2011. 14 of those times he was arrested, and twice those arrests were for felonies.
I just know about that first contact in 2011, which was actually me as a patrol officer. I was the first one to contact him. The majority of our calls with him include yelling and screaming and making some sort of disturbance. In my own interactions with him, he's been able to kind of self-regulate and talk with police.
At the library Thursday, we found photos of Talbert in 3 yearbooks. He graduated from Mount Pleasant High School in 2002, 6 years before the killings of Donna Barnhart and Daryl Knowles.
I don't know that they had any idea of who they were dealing with, other than very mentally ill man who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has been in and out of the jail for various reasons.
Brian McLean is the editor of the Peninsula Daily News in Port Angeles. He says he was covering a separate murder case last Friday when he heard Talbert's case coming up next.
My jaw dropped because of the connection and because of the serious nature of the charges, for sure. At his court appearance last Friday, he was very disheveled, very difficult to understand, mumbled quite a bit.
McLean says he learned Talbert was picked up in a field across from a facility that houses homeless people. Talbert had been staying there but was kicked out and living on the streets.
I'm happy that we were able to help resolve some of that for your community.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, the death certificate for NASCAR legend Kyle Busch reportedly reveals that he had pneumonia for days to weeks leading up to his death. According to The Athletic, Busch's pneumonia just progressed into sepsis, which then caused abnormal clotting throughout blood vessels in his body. The NASCAR driver's family says that his health just deteriorated rapidly. The death certificate lists Busch's cause of death as natural causes. Busch died last week at the age of 41, just days before he was expected at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600 weekend. Let's take a live look here now over Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte right now. Showers that continue to just kind of pop up all across the region, including right here in the Queen City area. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center now. So Tara, how long is this rain going to stick around?
Well, not much longer, really. The showers and any storms that continue to maybe pop up here and there, and they're definitely more few and far between today. They'll come to an end a little bit earlier compared to, say, last night when they hung on through about 8 to 9 o'clock for a lot of you, those of you that did see some of those heavier showers and storms last night. But there's really not much out there right now. So that live picture we were just looking at, it looks like that over most of our neighborhoods. The only spots of rain that we're picking up now on the radar imagery down through Pineville and that stretch of 485 that's dropping to the south. A little bit of spotty rain around the Fort Mill area, a couple sprinkles around TKK, and that is just about it. And even these heavier showers you can see around Florence, South Carolina, Sumter, all of those are moving away from our area, dropping to the south as a cold front continues to head in from the north and now pushing just off to our south. So any additional showers or an isolated storm will just pop up here maybe over the next couple of hours and fade away and continue to drop away from our area later on tonight. So largely dry overnight. We're stuck with some leftover clouds, but tomorrow is overall looking like a drier day with some slightly less humid air filtering in too behind this front. But how long will that last? We have the return of some showers and storms in parts of our area for part of the weekend. We'll check it out. I'll show you a timeline of my Pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you, Tara, for that. So the debate over data centers right now has made its way down to York County. Leaders are now recommending a pause in any future projects until at least 2027. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from neighbors who help officials listen to their concerns.
Just sick at our stomachs that the beauty that we had here is now all this metal and steel. It's not what people wanted. These were people's forever homes. This is my property right there.
Chris Thompson understands that there's not much she can do anymore to fight the QTS data center being built near her neighborhood in York County.
We understand that, data centers are coming, but they don't need to be in residential areas. There's got to be a better place for them.
Thompson says she's at least encouraged by the York County Council Planning and Zoning Committee, which on Tuesday night.
I second that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Voted to recommend a 9-month moratorium on future data centers, but will still need to be approved by the entire county council next month.
I feel like that it will be definitely a majority.
District 7 Council member Debbie Cloninger believes the moratorium will give leaders a chance to do more research on the impact of data centers and time to wait on any new state laws pertaining to data center development that could be approved by South Carolina lawmakers.
This is a very critical business that we don't need to make any more mistakes on.
As for the current QTS project near Lake Wiley, structures that the company has not yet gotten permits for would be affected by a potential moratorium.
We were under the understanding that it would be one building, and when it came up, more buildings, we were all shocked.
QTS tells us the project is in alignment with local requirements as it relates to water use and energy demand, and that it's committed to, quote, ongoing transparent engagement when sharing how the project is designed. In York County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
And Mecklenburg County Commissioners now set to be able to meet again next month to continue working out any possible changes to the next county budget. So it was a tense meeting this morning. Discussions were held over livable wages for county employees, including calls for more funding for Charlotte medics. The commissioners will now meet again on June 2nd for a final vote on the budget proposal. Charlotte area transit system officials want to be able to know what they should focus on over the next year. So the agency held its second public meeting today where council leaders discussed their priorities for the bus system over the next 5 years. And they asked riders to share what they think are most immediate in terms of their needs. Officials offered some ideas like higher frequency service improvements to bus stops and the expansion of CATS microtransit.
Going to be rolling out increased microtransit zones in the area throughout Mecklenburg County to help bring people closer to transit and improve mobility throughout the county.
As CATS officials gather feedback, they will have more public meetings to discuss proposed improvements starting in the fall. So new polling now shows the GOP primary for South Carolina's next governor is in a dead heat. 3 of the leading candidates are separated by less than 1%. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, these latest numbers give the lieutenant governor, Pamela Evette, the lead.
South Carolinians, today is day 1 of my campaign for governor.
New polling out this week from Atlanta-based the Trafalgar Group say Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette has a slight lead over 2 opponents in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. Of the 1,200 Republican voters surveyed from May 21st to the 24th, 19.9% support Evette. 19.4% plan to vote for Attorney General Alan Wilson, while 19% want millionaire businessman Ron Reddy.
It is so wide open right now that anybody, it's like a horse race, can win by a nose here. Just stick that nose out at the right moment.
York County Congressman Ralph Norman came in at 15.9%, while Charleston area Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a support of 14.5% of the respondents surveyed. Other candidates sit in the single digits, like State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who came in at 2.3%.
There's all kind of earned media things that can happen. And then, of course, we can't, last-minute attacks. This is when they tend to happen, and last-minute spending.
Early voting in South Carolina is already underway with primary day set for June 9th. With so many candidates vying for the seat, a runoff is highly likely. If no one gets more than a majority of the vote, the top 2 candidates will face off on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Well, today, congrats are in order. Queen City News chief investigative reporter Jody Barr was honored with an Edward R. Murrow Award for his probe into questionable policing in McBee, South Carolina. Also tonight, a new investigation, 15 months in the making.
I just think they don't understand what they're looking at, and they don't go deep enough, and they basically arrest off of a hunt. I call it the indict, then investigate.
Yeah.
That happens a lot. You have cases where you find something out 6 months in, we should never have arrested this person. We can't prove this case. What do?
We're here to say enough. If you're going to try to exploit children, we're coming for you.
Mr. Wilson, why do you refuse to talk to us about your child predator investigations?
And according to Chief Investigator Jody Barr, the Attorney General made crimes against children his highest priority. He proudly sends out news releases when his office makes an arrest, but he doesn't want to talk about what happens after. How many actually get convicted and serve time? How many innocent people get labeled child predators when they didn't do anything wrong? Jody Barr has the answers tonight on Queen City News at 10. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Right now your time is 4:40, 82 degrees outside of the Queen City, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. I have a breaking news update right now. Sad news to report out of Lake Wylie. Authorities say they were unable to save the swimmer who was recovered from the water. Crews started searching around 2 this afternoon when they received a call about a swimmer who did not resurface after jumping off of a boat. So divers were able to locate the swimmer and officials performed CPR, but the person did not make it. This is the second drowning death on Lake Wylie within the last week and a half. The U.S. and Iran now reportedly have an agreement to extend their ceasefire and start nuclear talks, but White House officials say President Trump has yet to sign off on the deal. Gabriela Caracciolo now is following the developments.
This week, both countries have accused the other of violating the ceasefire. Still, sources say a tentative deal has been reached pending the president's approval.
The teams have been going back and forth.
Filling in at the White House press briefing, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent didn't directly confirm the tentative agreement between the United States and Iran.
Everything depends on what the president wants to do.
White House sources say the deal would extend the ceasefire by 60 days and start talks on Iran's nuclear program. But President Trump still needs to sign off.
It is a multifaceted agreement, and nothing is going to be on the table until we see the Strait of Hormuz open and the Iranians agree that they have to turn over the highly enriched uranium and that they can't have a nuclear program.
Congressional Democrats are skeptical the pending deal will go through.
I think there have been a series of false starts. It calls attention to the fact that
we were never quite sure what the plan was. And I think that the series of announcements, 6 in total, as to the fact that there's an agreement that has been reached, only to have that agreement walked back.
Meanwhile, the U.S. accused Iran of an egregious violation of the ceasefire after firing missiles towards Kuwait overnight. CENTCOM says it was the latest in a series of launches posing a threat to Gulf partners and the Strait of Hormuz. The Treasury Secretary also says he believes oil and gas prices, as well as inflation, will quickly fall after the conflict is over. I'm Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation, Washington.
As prices in the U.S. now continue to climb amid uncertainty about the end to the fighting with Iran. The U.S. Commerce Department reports that inflation grew 3.8% in April. That's the highest the personal consumption expenditures index has been in almost 3 years. Prices for March only grew 0.4%, which is lower than the jump seen when the fighting with Iran started, but it's still higher than what the Federal Reserve wants it to be. A former CIA officer now accused of stealing more than $40 million worth of what you see right here, gold bars from the government. David Rush was arrested and charged last week. Officials say that Rush also lied about information on his government applications, including his degrees in his military service. He also claimed he was a pilot when he applied for promotions. Officials say they found gold, money, and luxury watches when they raided his home. Let's talk about what's happening here in the Queen City. Take a live look here over uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. So the rain, not quite as widespread as yesterday, but we're now seeing showers kind of lingering in our area from this vantage point right here over uptown. Looks gorgeous outside. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, as I said earlier in the show, moments before we went on, it was just pounding here, and then now it stopped. So it's kind of like hit and miss.
That's been the story, I feel like, so many days here lately where you go from sunshine to downpour real quick. But most of us seeing the sunshine out there today. So so showers and storms, much more few and far between. And tomorrow, even drier. Yeah, it's looking like a dry finish to the week.
Just muggy.
Yes, just still a little muggy outside, definitely, and quite warm to really, frankly, kind of hot out there, too. Some temperatures up around 90 degrees here today, but we've got 82 outside of our studios with the rain. Yes, we're talking about some drier conditions ahead for tomorrow, but it will be returning as we head into at least part of the weekend, half of the weekend. We'll talk about that coming up. Let's talk about the rain that we picked up over the past week. Some hefty numbers here, upwards of 2 to 3, even as much as 6 inches of rain reported over the past 7 days around, say, Chester, South Carolina. We had some higher totals. You all living in southern Lancaster County, you know what I'm talking about. Parts of Chesterfield County, as much as 8+ inches of rain. Those numbers ranging from about 2 inches to close to 4 inches around the mountains and foothills, and about close to 3.5 inches around the Queen City. So this has improved the overall drought situation. Now we still have pretty decent footprint of level 4 out of 5 extreme drought conditions here, with not as much rain that was picked up compared to other neighborhoods here over the past week or so. Mountains included in that, where you see the red, parts of Cabarrus County off to the east along Highway 74. But now we're down to level 3 out of 5 drought conditions. So obviously the drought is still in place, but we have seen some improvement over the Queen City, good part of the Piedmont, and with those much higher rainfall totals down to parts of South Carolina. As we look around on the radar right now, things are mostly dry, where we do have a few fizzling showers here, and really it looks like most of that has gone poof. A couple of leftover sprinkles there to the west of Marvin and down toward Indian Land, South Carolina. That's it. All of those are pushing off to the south, and even these heavier showers have been moving through a couple storms around, say, Florence, South Carolina, that I-95 corridor. Those are moving farther away from our area and drifting to the south as this front also pushes a little bit to the south and in that same direction here. So notice behind it, we're tapping into some drier conditions on the water vapor satellite imagery. That orange lava looking color, that's indicative of the drier air in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. So that is on the move, and we'll feel that and see that into tomorrow. Hot one though out there today. We did make it up around 90 degrees earlier in the Queen City. We've got still a hot 91 in Lancaster, South Carolina. We're now down to 83 after that shower moved through the Charlotte area and right over the airport there. 88 degrees, hot afternoon in Hickory, 89 in Morganton, and only in the mid to upper 70s up in the mountains. Later on this evening, staying warm, still kind of humid out there, but mostly clear and mostly dry. And if you're thinking of hitting the pool as we fast forward into the weekend, tomorrow is looking like a great day for it. Not as muggy, still warm, 85 degrees. Then the humidity is back up with the rain chances returning, maybe a few storms in the mix as well for Saturday, but not everywhere. Sunday is the drier and cooler, less humid half of the weekend. High temperatures only up into the mid 70s. So we check out Futurecast, and any additional spot showers or an isolated storm will quickly move out later on this evening. So again, most areas stay dry, blazing sunshine on the way for tomorrow, just a few scattered clouds, but then clouds are back on the move real quick after that. So by Saturday morning, turning mostly to more partly cloudy to the north, and the best chance of rain on Saturday will be near the Queen City south, especially over South Carolina east along Highway 74 and closer to the lingering front. So again, staying dry farther north and west you go, up through the mountains and foothills and much of the northwest Piedmont too. Sunday, as I said, is the totally dry half of the weekend if you do have some outside plans. And as we advance into next week and those first several days of June, looking like we're getting back into a dry stretch. So obviously the rainfall amount here in the forecast coming up for the next 5 days, not nearly as much as what we've seen lately, only a few hundredths of an inch to maybe close to a half of an inch or so, especially with those heavier showers and storms over South Carolina for Saturday. Headed out to NASCAR race Cracker Barrel 400 firing up at Nashville Superspeedway Sunday at 7 p.m. They're watching for the chance of an isolated thunderstorm nearby with that temperature around 80 degrees. Our highs will be around 80 to kick off the new month of June and looking drier.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. North Carolina high school principal gets an unusual wake-up call. How students pulled off the great senior prank. You're watching Queen City News at 4, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. So as we count down to America 250, it's a golden opportunity to check out a historic gold mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Reed Gold Mine is the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States. Today, many school groups take field trips at the mine where a 17-pound gold nugget was found by a little boy in 1799. Students get a sense of the dark conditions mine workers labored in.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
And we saw a small sample of gold fever as kids pan for precious metals. Look there. Watch Spirit of America 250 on Queen City News tonight at 10.
You got me. 100% got me.
That's what you want to hear. You got me. All right, so unique wake-up call in Guilford County. Seniors from Northwest Guilford High School, they pranked their principal on the last day of class by sneaking into his home before the first bell. This video, look at this. It shows the students approaching the home early in the morning wearing their PJs. So it's a wake-up call, of course, administrators would never forget. All right, shifting gears to a live look here over at Nashville Superspeedway, where stock car racing is taking center stage this weekend. The Cracker Barrel 400 returns to the Music City Sunday, and our Around the Track team is gearing you up for race day. You can catch our newest episode first tomorrow on the Queen City News Plus app at 7 or Sunday at noon right here on Queen City News. On Queen City News at 5, new polling shows a tight race in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor, which candidates are separated by less than 1%. And York County leaders joined the list of local officials considering a pause on new data center projects, while they're now raising issues with the facilities. And at Queen City News, we take pride in producing the best journalism in Charlotte and some of the best in the country. So once again, we've been honored by the Radio Television Digital News Association with 2 Edward R. Murrow Awards for excellence in video and investigative reporting. Congrats to the Queen City News team and to Jody Barr. As we proudly say, Queen City News remains the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, the man charged in the Sundrop murders has been on authorities' radar all along his lengthy criminal past on the opposite side of the country.
We're looking at the latest check of the drought monitor, and we have seen quite a bit of improvement all over the region after a week of off and on downpours. Today, we're a little bit drier outside overall, and I'm tracking drier conditions ahead for part of the weekend. What half of the weekend is going to involve, though, more wet weather? We'll take a look in a few minutes.
And today marks 1 week since Kyle Busch's death. The new details we're learning about his health through new reports from his death certificate. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now with breaking news out of York County. Authorities say they were unable to save the swimmer who was rescued from the water. Crews started searching around 2 this afternoon when they received a call about a swimmer who didn't resurface after jumping off a boat. Divers were able to locate the swimmer and officials performed CPR, but the person didn't make it. This is the second drowning death on Lake Wylie within the last week and a half. The man accused of the infamous Sundrop murders in Concord is no stranger to law enforcement. Even though the case went unsolved for nearly 2 decades, authorities thousands of miles away say the suspect has stayed on their radar. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has a closer look at his criminal past.
Microfilm stored at the Cabarrus County Public Library depicts the terror felt in Concord in the aftermath of the Sundrop murders. Headlines of the double homicide at the Sundrop bottling facility captured the front page the day after it happened in June 2008, and the alleged shooter remained at large until last week.
I called patrol officers and had them come and place him into custody. He was out standing by the roadways.
Detective Sergeant Josh Paulus was in the area when 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was picked up by police in Port Angeles, Washington. Their database shows he had about 288 contacts with police since November of 2011. 14 of those times he was arrested, and twice those arrests were for felonies.
I just know about that first contact in 2011, which was actually me as a patrol officer. I was the first one to contact him. The majority of our calls with him include yelling and screaming and making some sort of disturbance. In my own interactions with him, he's been able to kind of self-regulate and talk with police.
At the library Thursday, we found photos of Talbert in 3 yearbooks. He graduated from Mount Pleasant High School in 2002, 6 years before the killings of Donna Barnhart and Daryl Knowles.
I don't know that they had any idea of who they were dealing with other than a very mentally ill man who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has been in and out of the jail for various reasons.
Brian McLean is the editor of the Peninsula Daily News in Port Angeles. He says he was covering a separate murder case last Friday when he heard Talbert's case coming up next.
My jaw dropped because of the connection and because of the serious nature of the charges, for sure. At his court appearance last Friday, he was very disheveled, very difficult to understand, mumbled quite a bit.
McLean says he learned Talbert was picked up in a field across from a facility that houses homeless people. Talbert had been staying there but was kicked out and living on the streets.
I'm happy that we were able to help resolve some of that for your community.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
The death certificate for NASCAR legend Kyle Busch reportedly reveals he had pneumonia for days to weeks leading up to his death. According to The Athletic, Busch's pneumonia progressed to sepsis, which then caused abnormal clotting throughout blood vessels in his body. The NASCAR driver's family said his health deteriorated rapidly. The death certificate lists Busch's cause of death as natural causes. Busch died last week at the age of 41, just days before he was expected at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600 weekend. Taking a live look now over Independence Boulevard in East Charlotte. Showers continue to pop up across the region, including in the Queen City. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So, Tara, how long is this rain actually going to stick around?
Well, they're moving out a little bit earlier tonight. That is where they have managed to develop, and we haven't seen much here so far today. A couple of spotty downpours over parts of the Piedmont and the Charlotte Metro north of town. They kind of drifted to the south a little bit earlier, and most of those have since fizzled, but this shower is hanging on for a little bit longer here, and it's actually gotten heavier just on the west side of the river there, heading south of Fort Mill and kind of paralleling that stretch of Highway 21 and I-77 as drifting to the south. That is it. So just a couple little tiny isolated spot showers, still a possibility, especially over South Carolina communities. Otherwise, we'll keep it mostly dry for the rest of this evening. Just some leftover clouds out there. All of this as the front continues to push off to the south, and we're already feeling some slightly drier air, less humid air working in from the north. On the water vapor satellite imagery, that drier air is showing up with that orange lava looking color. So we're going to see and feel that tomorrow. Lower humidity, dry weather to wrap up the week. But how long will it last as we head into the weekend? We do have another rain chance on the way. We'll check it out. My pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
All right, Tara, thanks. Authorities in Lancaster County say 2 people are dead and 4 others are hurt after an overnight crash. It happened at the intersection of West Rebound Road and Rock Hill Highway in the town of Lancaster. Troopers say a pickup truck and sedan were involved in the crash. Vincent Rosales and Miguel Valdiva were pronounced dead at the scene. The others involved were hospitalized, but troopers say they do not know their condition at this time. 2311 Racing employee is accused of hitting someone while driving a golf cart. Ivana Howell is charged with felony assault with a deadly weapon leading to serious injury. Police say the crash happened Sunday before the Coca-Cola 600 at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Howell has since been suspended by NASCAR. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders say platform and server disruptions impacted end-of-year testing today. They're now working on a fix so impacted students can resume their tests tomorrow. An updated testing schedule will be sent to families of students affected by today's disruptions. The debate over data centers has made its way down to York County. Leaders are recommending a pause on any future projects until at least 2027. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from neighbors who hope officials listen to their concerns.
Just sick at our stomachs that the beauty that we had here is now all this metal and steel. It's not what people wanted. These were people's forever homes. This is my property right there.
Chris Thompson understands that there's not much she can do anymore to fight the QTS data center being built near her neighborhood in York County.
We understand that, data centers are coming, but they don't need to be in residential areas. There's got to be a better place for them.
Thompson says she's at least encouraged by the York County Council Planning and Zoning Committee, which on Tuesday night.
I second that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Voted to recommend a 9-month moratorium on future data centers, but will still need to be approved by the entire county council next month.
I feel like that it will be definitely a majority.
District 7 council member Debbie Cloninger believes the moratorium will give leaders a chance to do more research on the impact of data centers and time to wait on any new state laws pertaining to data center development that could be approved by South Carolina lawmakers.
This is a very critical business that we don't need to make any more mistakes on.
As for the current QTS project near Lake Wiley, structures that the company has not yet gotten permits for would be affected by a potential moratorium.
We were under the understanding that it would be one building, and when it came up, more buildings, we were all shocked.
QTS tells us the project is in alignment with local requirements as it relates to water use and energy demand, and that it's committed to, quote, ongoing transparent engagement when sharing how the project is designed. In York County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners are set to meet again next month to continue working out any possible changes to the next county budget. In a tense meeting this morning, discussions were held over livable wages for county employees, including calls for more funding for Charlotte Medic. Commissioners will meet again June 2nd for a final vote on the budget proposal. Charlotte area transit system officials want to know what they should focus on over the next year. The agency held its second public meeting today where CATS leaders discussed their priorities for the bus system over the next 5 years. And they asked riders to share what they think are most immediate needs. Officials offered some ideas like higher frequency service, improvements to bus stops, and the expansion of CATS microtransit.
We're going to be rolling out increased microtransit zones in the area throughout Mecklenburg County to help bring people closer to transit and improve mobility throughout the county.
As CATS officials gather feedback, they'll have more public meetings to discuss proposed improvements starting in the fall. New polling shows the GOP primary for South Carolina's next governor is in a dead heat. 3 of the leading candidates are separated by less than 1%. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, the latest numbers give the lieutenant governor the lead.
South Carolinians, today is day 1 of my campaign for governor.
New polling out this week from Atlanta-based the Trafalgar Group say Lieutenant Governor Pamela Abbott has a slight lead over two opponents in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. Of the 1,200 Republican voters surveyed from May 21st to the 24th, 19.9% support Abbott. 19.4% plan to vote for Attorney General Alan Wilson, while 19% want millionaire businessman Ron Reddy.
It is so wide open right now that anybody, it's like a horse race, can win by a nose here. Just stick that nose out at the right moment.
York County Congressman Ralph Norman came in at 15.9%, while Charleston area Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a support of 14.5% of the respondents surveyed. Other candidates sit in the single digits, like State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who came in at 2.3%.
There's all kind of earned media things that can happen. And then, of course, we can't, last-minute attacks. This is when they tend to happen, and last-minute spending.
Early voting in South Carolina is already underway, with primary day set for June 9th. With so many candidates vying for the seat, a runoff is highly likely. If no one gets more than a majority of the vote, the top two candidates will face off on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Not as many showers and storms certainly out there today. Most of us staying dry. We've got that drier weather sticking around for tomorrow, but then the rain chance returns for part of the weekend. What weekend will involve the rain? What weekend is looking like the drier half? We'll check it out next. My Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And is the recent rain helping to ease the ongoing drought conditions? Meteorologist Andrew Brightman has the latest update on the U.S. Drought Monitor, with water restrictions still in effect across our area. And recent North Carolina graduates call on lawmakers to invest in opportunity, why they say there is not enough of it in the Tar Heel State. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. New college graduates in North Carolina are urging lawmakers to address the high costs of living as they enter the workforce. Many say they're walking into an economy that feels harder to navigate and opportunities are harder to reach. A recent Bank of America survey found 42% of Gen Z workers say they're living paycheck to paycheck. At the same time, new college graduates are facing a tougher job market. According to the Economic Policy Institute, unemployment for young college graduates climbed to more than 5% this spring.
Today's graduates are entering an economy where rent, groceries, and healthcare costs continue to rise. Student debt weighs heavily, and many entry-level roles are disappearing or becoming harder to access.
Graduates want lawmakers to invest in affordable housing, education, healthcare, and economic policies. They say that would help their generation succeed. Republican lawmakers say tax cut and lower regulations will help create economic opportunity. A new study reveals healthcare costs in North Carolina are some of the highest in the country. Wallet Hub researchers found households spend nearly 9% of their monthly income on out-of-pocket expenses. That's 7th highest in the U.S. and comes out to about $530 a month. South Carolina was ranked 41st on the list. North Carolina officials are marking the first African-American hospital in the state with a historical marker. A ceremony to designate the site was held at the Ebenezer Baptist Church on West Sugar Creek Road this morning. Opening in 1891, the healthcare center stood at the corner of Mint and Graham Streets and could only treat 20 black patients at a time, but it paved the way for others to be opened in different communities. Officials tell us why marking the hospital is so important to the state's history.
Well, I'm just overwhelmed with the interest in this highway marker. Good Samaritan Hospital was an important institution in this state, impacted thousands of people over its 70 years of existence. And this is an opportunity for us to commemorate it, to celebrate it, to recognize it, and allow people to enjoy this moment, a moment that is long overdue.
The hospital building was torn down in 1996. It is now the site of Bank of America Stadium in Uptown. The recent rainfall is making an impact on one of the worst droughts we have seen this century. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman takes us through the latest update from the U.S. Drought Monitor.
Well, some of you may have noticed that over the past 7 days, we've seen a decent amount of rainfall here around the Carolinas, generally about 3 to 5 inches of rain here across the central Carolinas just over the past week. And that has been very beneficial. Our latest drought monitor that came in earlier today showing massive improvement. Still seeing most of the region under either a severe or extreme drought, but this is still a marked improvement here, especially as you get down towards the upstate South Carolina, some of the areas where we saw some of the heaviest rain. But you do notice we still have large expanses of the central Carolinas still under that extreme, that tier 4 out of 5 drought here. And let's talk a little bit about why. The drought relief we have seen, almost 5 inches of rain so far for the month of May. Now you compare that with the first 4 months of the year. Basically, if we pick up any heavy rain this weekend, we can equal the first 4 months in just a 31-day period. And those first 4 months were more than 8 inches below average. So we've made some progress. We're about 1.5 inches above average here for the month of May. But we have so far to go to really get us to where we need to be in terms of rainfall. And another way to look at it here, the rainfall deficit over just the past 365 days, even with the rainfall that we have seen here across the central Carolinas, still need about another 10 to 15 inches of rain. And as we get down into portions of the Sandhills, some of the areas where they're still in that extreme drought, that tier 4 out of 5, need an additional 20 to 25 inches, maybe even more of precipitation just to get us back to where we should be. So while we have seen some improvement with the latest drought monitor, still have a ways to go to getting ourselves out of this drought.
All right, so bottom line, we need more rain. Let's take a live look over uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. It doesn't look like it's raining over uptown right now.
Beautiful.
We have had some rain, just not as widespread as yesterday. Still seeing some of those lingering showers around the area. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins me now. Tara, it looks like kind of as we near the end of the week, it just gets like less and less lower rain chances.
Yeah. So, and it looks like tomorrow totally dry across the area. So it's been a while since we've been able to say that. but then pretty quickly after, say, tomorrow evening, it looks like that rain chance is going to start to return once again for the first half of the weekend. So there's the answer right there. What half of the weekend is the wetter half? And that's going to be Saturday. Sunday, it's back to dry conditions again. So it's a tale of a couple of fronts that we have that's going to be moving through the area. But yeah, nice and pretty and sunny right now and dry as we look live from our West Charlotte Tower camera. Just a few leftover clouds there in the distance, and it continues to be a mostly dry scan as we look around on radar. We have seen a couple little tiny spot showers, heavy at times, putting out some pretty heavy rain in spots, especially earlier, but they continue to fizzle as they drop off to the south. Just a few leftover sprinkles there, just kind of right along the river, moving past Rock Hill and Fort Mill there in South Carolina, and moving in that direction because that's how the front is moving, this cold front that's been dropping in from the north here. And that's going to sit and kind of stall to our south and keep the better chance of rain more south of us for one day tomorrow before it returns a little bit going into Saturday. So we're tapping into some overall drier conditions to wrap up the week. And Andrew, just showing you this map, I mean, another look at those widespread hefty rainfall totals from over the past week or so with these off and on downpours, as much as 6 to 8+ inches of rain. Some of those higher numbers showing up over South Carolina, especially southern Lancaster County and up through the foothills where we had some flooding problems earlier in the week, as much as 3 to close to 4 inches. We had close to 3.5 inches in the Queen City. So what has this been doing for lake levels? Well, Full Pond is measured at about 100 feet. And over the past couple of weeks, we were seeing these numbers a little bit higher below Full Pond. So these numbers are decreasing a little bit. Lake Norman is still showing up at about 5 feet below Full Pond. Mountain Island Lake, some improvement, still about 4 feet below Full Pond there. Lake Wiley, Lake Hickory, Lake James, all running about 1 to 3 feet below Full Pond. So again, some improvement, as has been seen with the drought conditions and the drought monitor, but still more rain, as we've been saying, is needed. 85 warm degrees right now. It got hot earlier today. We had a top temperature of 91 in Charlotte. We're still at 91 in Lancaster, South Carolina. 90 degrees, one of the hotter spots there in Wadesboro. Close to 90 for you all in Morganton, and mid and upper 70s up in the mountains. So this evening, staying mostly dry, mostly clear as well, with temperatures staying on the warm side, but starting to feel a little less humid out there. So we do have some drier days ahead. As I've been saying, one of those days is tomorrow with the front stalling just to our south and west. And so we get to tap in to the drier conditions, lots of sunshine to wrap up the week, high temperatures back in the low and mid 80s. And the muggy meter is dropping. So there's that lower humidity back in the comfy zone for Friday. But then that humidity, that moisture in the air is back on the rise again as the rain and storm chances return for parts of the area into Saturday. Check out Futurecast. Nothing too much happening tonight, just a few leftover clouds. Tomorrow, nice and dry and sunny, but here we go. By Saturday morning, clouds are back on the move from the south along with the front, and with that front kind of hanging out to the south, that's where the better chance of rain is going to be over our South Carolina communities. It could get quite heavy, maybe some stronger storms by Saturday afternoon. So Charlotte north, mostly dry for Saturday, but then that moves out and then all of us are dry for Sunday. So that's good news for the U.S. men's national team taking on Senegal Sunday afternoon, Bank of America Stadium at 3:30. We'll have some leftover clouds around, especially early on, but nice and comfortable temperatures. Those highs only in the 70s on Sunday with lower humidity again as well. In fact, we're going to kick off the new month of June on Monday. Overall drier conditions, small chance of a shower on Monday with those high temperatures right around 80 degrees. We'll be right back.
As we count down to America 250, it is a golden opportunity to check out a historic gold mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Reed Gold Mine is the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States. Today, many school groups take field trips to the mine, where a 17-pound gold nugget was found by a little boy in 1799. Students get a sense of the dark conditions mine workers labored in.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
We saw a small sample of gold fever as kids panned for precious metals. Watch Spirit of America 250 on Queen City News tonight at 10. New polling shows a tight race in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor, which candidates are separated by less than 1%. And York County leaders join the list of local officials considering a pause on new data center projects, why they're raising issues with the facilities. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. accused of the infamous Sundrop murders in Concord is no stranger to law enforcement. Even though the case went unsolved for nearly 2 decades, authorities thousands of miles away say the suspect has stayed on their radar. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone has a closer look at his criminal past.
Microfilm stored at the Cabarrus County Public Library depicts the terror felt in Concord in the aftermath of the Sundrop murders. Headlines of the double homicide at the Sundrop bottling facility captured the front page the day after it happened in June 2008, and the alleged shooter remained at large until last week.
I called patrol officers and had them come and place him into custody. He was out standing by the roadways.
Detective Sergeant Josh Paulus was in the area when 43-year-old Johnny Talbert was picked up by police in Port Angeles, Washington. Their database shows he had about 288 contacts with police since November of 2011. 14 of those times he was arrested, and twice those arrests were for felonies.
I just know about that first contact in 2011, which was actually me as a patrol officer. I was the first one to contact him. The majority of our calls with him include yelling and screaming and making some sort of disturbance. In my own interactions with him, he's been able to kind of self-regulate and talk with police.
At the library Thursday, we found photos of Talbert in 3 yearbooks. He graduated from Mount Pleasant High School in 2002, 6 years before the killings of Donna Barnhart and Daryl Knowles.
I don't know that they had any idea of who they were dealing with other than a very mentally ill man who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia and has been in and out of the jail for various reasons.
Brian McLean is the editor of the Peninsula Daily News in Port Angeles. He says he was covering a separate murder case last Friday when he heard Talbert's case coming up next.
My jaw dropped because of the connection and because of the serious nature of the charges, for sure. At his court appearance last Friday, he was very disheveled, very difficult to understand, mumbled quite a bit.
McLean says he learned Talbert was picked up in a field across from a facility that houses homeless people. Talbert had been staying there but was kicked out and living on the streets.
I'm happy that we were able to help resolve some of that for your community.
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Authorities say they were unable to save the swimmer who was rescued initially from Lake Wylie this afternoon. Crews started searching around 2 this afternoon when they received a call about a swimmer who didn't resurface after jumping off a boat. Divers were able to locate the swimmer and officials performed CPR, but the person didn't make it. This is the second drowning death on Lake Wylie within the last week and a half. Charlotte-Mecklenburg school leaders say platform and server disruptions impacted end-of-year testing today. They're now working on a fix so impacted students can resume their tests tomorrow. An updated testing schedule will be sent to families of students affected by today's disruptions. The debate over data centers has made its way down to York County. Leaders are recommending a pause on any future projects until at least 2027. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell heard from neighbors who hope officials listen to their concerns.
Just sick at our stomachs that the beauty that we had here is now all this metal and steel. It's not what people wanted. These were people's forever homes. This is my property right there.
Chris Thompson understands that there's not much she can do anymore to fight the QTS data center being built near her neighborhood in York County.
We understand that, data centers are coming, but they don't need to be in residential areas. There's got to be a better place for them.
Thompson says she's at least encouraged by the York County Council Planning and Zoning Committee, which on Tuesday night.
I second that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Voted to recommend a 9-month moratorium on future data centers, but will still need to be approved by the entire county council next month.
I feel like that it will be definitely a majority.
District 7 council member Debbie Cloninger believes the moratorium will give leaders a chance to do more research on the impact of data centers and time to wait on any new state laws pertaining to data center development that could be approved by South Carolina lawmakers.
This is a very critical business that we don't need to make any more mistakes on.
As for the current QTS project near Lake Wylie, structures that the company has not yet gotten permits for would be affected by a potential moratorium.
We were under the understanding that it would be one building. And when it came up, more buildings, we were all shocked.
QTS tells us the project is in alignment with local requirements as it relates to water use and energy demand, and that it's committed to, quote, ongoing transparent engagement when sharing how the project is designed. In York County, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Mecklenburg County Commissioners are set to meet again next month to continue working out any possible changes to the next county budget. In a tense meeting this morning, discussions were held over livable wages for county employees, including calls for more funding for Charlotte Medic. Commissioners will meet again June 2nd for a final vote on the budget proposal. Charlotte area transit system officials want to know what they should focus on over the next year. The agency held its second public meeting today where CATS leaders discussed their priorities over the bus system for the next 5 years. And they asked riders to share what they think are most immediate needs. Officials offered some ideas like higher frequency service, improvements to bus stops, and the expansion of CATS microtransit.
Going to be rolling out increased microtransit zones in the area throughout Mecklenburg County to help bring people closer to transit and improve mobility throughout the county.
As CATS officials gather feedback, they'll have more public meetings to discuss proposed improvements starting in the fall. U.S. and Iranian leaders have reportedly reached a tentative deal to extend the ceasefire between the two countries. In that deal, both sides would begin talks about Iran's nuclear program. According to the Associated Press, the ceasefire would be extended by 60 days. Tensions are rising between the countries, with Kuwait coming under fire following an American strike on Iran. U.S. military leaders are accusing the Iranian regime of violating the ceasefire. The extension is reportedly now in the hands of President Trump to sign off on it. We'll have more details on the negotiations coming up in about 5 minutes. New polling shows the GOP primary for South Carolina's next governor is in a dead heat. 3 of the leading candidates are separated by less than 1%. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, these latest numbers give the lieutenant governor the lead.
South Carolinians, today is day 1 of my campaign for governor.
New polling out this week from Atlanta-based the Trafalgar Group say Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette has a slight lead over 2 opponents in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor. Of the 1,200 Republican voters surveyed from May 21st to the 24th, 19.9% support Evette. 19.4% plan to vote for Attorney General Alan Wilson, while 19% want millionaire businessman Ron Reddy.
It is so wide open right now that anybody, it's like a horse race, can win by a nose here. Just stick that nose out at the right moment.
York County Congressman Ralph Norman came in at 15.9%, while Charleston area Congresswoman Nancy Mace has a support of 14.5% of the respondents surveyed. Other candidates sit in the single digits, like State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who came in at 2.3%.
There's all kind of earned media things that can happen. And then, of course, we can't, last-minute attacks. This is when they tend to happen, and last-minute spending.
Early voting in South Carolina is already underway, with primary day set for June 9th. With so many candidates vying for the seat, a runoff is highly likely. If no one gets more than a majority of the vote, the top 2 candidates will face off on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Today, Queen City News chief investigative reporter Jody Barr was honored with an Edward R. Murrow Award for his probe into questionable policing in McBee, South Carolina. Tonight, a new investigation 15 months in the making.
I just think they don't understand what they're looking at, and they don't go deep enough, and they basically arrest off of a hunt. I call it the indict, then investigate.
Yeah. That happens. That happens a lot. You have cases where you find something out 6 months in. Uh-oh, we should never have arrested this person. We can't prove this case. What do you do?
We're here to say enough. If you're going to try to exploit children, we're coming for you.
Mr. Wilson, why do you refuse to talk to us about your child predator investigations?
The Attorney General made crimes against children his highest priority. He proudly sends out news releases when his office makes an arrest, but he doesn't want to talk about what happens after that. How many actually get convicted and serve time? How many innocent people get labeled child predators when they didn't do anything wrong? Jody Barr has the answers tonight on Queen City News at 10.
Here on this Thursday evening, it's definitely a lot drier than it has been here lately. Most of us nice and dry across the region, including live here look in downtown Gastonia after we had a severe storm rolling through there last night. I'm tracking a dry finish to the week, but as we head into the weekend, will it stay that way? Got your pinpoint weather forecast next.
A former CIA agent is accused of stealing millions in a very unusual way. How prosecutors say he ripped off the federal government to the tune of $40 million. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. The U.S. and Iran reportedly have an agreement to extend their ceasefire and start nuclear talks, but the White House officials say President Trump has yet to sign off on the deal. Gabrielle Caracciolo is following developments.
This week, both countries have accused the other of violating the ceasefire. Still, sources say a tentative deal has been reached pending the president's approval.
The teams have been going back and forth.
Filling in at the White House press briefing, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent didn't directly confirm the tentative agreement between the United States and Iran.
Everything depends on what the president wants to do.
White House sources say the deal would extend the ceasefire by 60 days and start talks on Iran's nuclear program. But President Trump still needs to sign off.
It is a multifaceted agreement, and nothing is going to be on the table until we see the Strait of Hormuz open and the Iranians agree that they have to turn over the highly enriched uranium and that they can't have a nuclear program.
Congressional Democrats are skeptical the pending deal will go through.
I think there have been a series of false starts. It calls attention to the fact that we were never quite sure what the plan was. And I think that the series of announcements, 6 in total, as to the fact that there's an agreement that has been reached, only to have that agreement walked back.
Meanwhile, the U.S. accused Iran of an egregious violation of the ceasefire after firing missiles towards Kuwait overnight. CENTCOM says it was the latest in a series of launches posing a threat to Gulf partners and the Strait of Hormuz. The Treasury Secretary also says he believes oil and gas prices, as well as inflation, will quickly fall after the conflict is over. I'm Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation, Washington.
Prices in the U.S. continue to climb amid uncertainty about an end to the fighting with Iran. The U.S. Commerce Department reports inflation grew 3.8% in April. That's the highest the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index has been in almost 3 years. Prices from March only grew 0.4%, which is lower than the jump seen when the fighting with Iran started, but it's still higher than what the Federal Reserve wants it to be. The U.S. Department of Justice is investigating the woman who won 2 civil cases against President Trump for sexual abuse and defamation. The new probe focuses on if E. Jean Carroll lied during a deposition as part of those lawsuits. She denied receiving outside legal funding, but it was later revealed a nonprofit backed by billionaire Reid Hoffman paid for some of her legal fees. 2 different juries awarded Carroll nearly $90 million. President Trump's lawyers argue Carroll's intentions must have been politically motivated since she concealed financial information. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes talks about what the investigation could lead to.
The only issue that would have is now will this be material to the underlying case, to the case where President Trump was found to be held liable for those 2 charges and now owed $83 million. That's going to also be a material question. Would the jury have ruled in that same favor had she not made this false statement? And that, I think, looking at this from the outside, that it would have an immaterial effect on the underlying case.
That full chat with Khalif is on our website, qcnews.com. The president is appealing the defamation case and will not have to pay until the Supreme Court rules on the case as a whole or the appeal. A former CIA officer is accused of stealing more than $40 million worth of gold bars from the government. This is an odd one. David Rush was arrested and charged last week. Officials say Rush also lied about information on his government applications, including his degrees and military service. He also claimed he was a Navy pilot when he applied for promotions. Officials say they found gold, money, and luxury watches when they raided Rush's home. Taking a live look over uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera now. The rain is not quite as widespread as yesterday. Still seeing some of those showers lingering in the area, but it sounds like tomorrow is going to be pretty nice. Here's Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane with the good news after, what, a week and a half now of rain?
Yeah, days and days of just those off and on downpours. So some of you are happy to hear that we do have some drier conditions ahead, but briefly. So tomorrow is looking mostly dry. Saturday, the rain returns, but only to parts of the area. And then Sunday, we're looking drier again to wrap up the weekend. And it looks like overall, fast forward into next week and those first several days of June, we're going to get back into a drier stretch. But I'll tell you what, all the rain that we have picked up, not seeing it right now as we look live from our West Charlotte Tower camera, but that has definitely put a big dent and seeing some nice improvement in the drought monitor updated earlier today. Check out over the past week. Yes, these rainfall totals, some pretty hefty amounts, especially down over South Carolina, as much as 6 to 8+ inches, especially over that southern part of Lancaster County. You all living down there know what I'm talking about. Western Chesterfield County too. Even the Chester area, downtown Chester, picking up about 6 inches of rain over the past week and had some of those higher numbers up toward the foothills where we had some flooding problems on Memorial Day. 3, 4, 5+ inches, close to 3.5 inches around the Queen City and a little more than that there, obviously off to the south. So around the Piedmont, we're now down to level 3 out of 5 drought status. Still looking at a severe drought where you see that orange on the map, and we still do have a pretty widespread footprint of extreme level 4 drought conditions over the mountains, parts of the foothills there, northwest Piedmont and heading east around Stanley County, parts of Cabarrus, Rowan County, and east along Highway 74. So bottom line is, yes, we still do need some more rain, but definitely some improvement after the past week of those downpours. Not seeing anything showing up on radar right now. It's a clean sweep. All of those spot showers that we had over parts of the Piedmont and the Charlotte Metro earlier have fizzled for now. We could still see something getting going, especially over South Carolina, closer to this front dropping in here and from the north over the next, say, hour or so. But overall, we're tapping into some of this drier air. It shows up on the water vapor satellite imagery. It shows us that moisture in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. So when you see that orange lava looking color, that's that drier air that's working in, and that means some slightly lower humidity coming up for tomorrow as well. Today, though, hot, humid. We made it up to 91 sizzling degrees in the Queen City. We're still at 90 in Lancaster, South Carolina. Sherrod, too, close to 90. 90 in Wadesboro and Richmond County, 89 for you all in Morganton. We've got the mid and upper 70s up in the mountains. Poolside planner, going to be some pretty nice weather for hitting the pool tomorrow. Sunday may be a little coolish out there, especially after you get out of the water. We go from 85 tomorrow and dry, lots of sunshine. Saturday is when we see the showers and storms returning for parts of the area, but Sunday looking pretty good. Just again, a little bit cooler with the lower humidity returning. So we check things out on Futurecast. Not too much happening out there tonight and tomorrow, just a few leftover clouds, but pretty quickly after, say, tomorrow evening, clouds are back on the move, heading in from the south, and with another front dropping in from the north, stalled front to the south, that's going to kind of put the squeeze play on us here. And basically from Charlotte south, we could see a few showers in the morning on Saturday, but look at this. Maybe some blossoming downpours and some stronger storms can't be ruled out, especially over the South Carolina communities, east along Highway 74, maybe southern Mecklenburg County Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, it's going to be a much different story. Drier conditions as you head north and west up toward the mountains and foothills. So that's just Saturday. Sunday, it is looking dry everywhere if you have some outside plans. So good news. And the rain chances, like I said, small chance of maybe a couple of showers there, isolated in nature to kick off the new month of June already, June 1st, and the start of hurricane season on Monday. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, definitely looking drier. And so the rainfall forecast, not nearly as much rain as what we were looking at this time last week, coming up anywhere from a few hundredths of an inch to maybe closer to, say, the half-inch range, especially over South Carolina with those higher rain chances on Saturday. So again, wrapping up the weekend, dry for Sunday, a little bit cooler. Highs around 80 degrees and mostly dry going into next week.
Looks good. Thanks, Tara. A North Carolina high school principal gets an unusual wake-up call. How his students pulled off a great senior prank. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
You got me. 100% got me.
Well, that's one interesting wake-up call. This is in Guilford County. Seniors from Northwest Guilford High School pranked their principal on their last day of classes. by sneaking into his home before the first bell. Look at this video. It shows the students approaching the home early in the morning, wearing their pajamas. It is a wake-up call the administrator will never forget. Shifting gears to a live look over the Nashville Super Speedway, where stock car racing is taking center stage this weekend. The Cracker Barrel 400 returns to the Music City on Sunday. Our Around the Track team is gearing you up for race day. Catch our newest episode first tomorrow on the Queen City News Plus app at 7 or Sunday at noon right here on Queen City News. Only on Queen City News Plus. With so much that goes into buying a home, more realtors are turning to artificial intelligence. On this week's episode of Turnkey, we discuss if the tool is helping or hurting potential buyers.
I want people to feel good about the house that they're living in. And I think that's the one thing that we're going to have this disconnect with AI and real people is AI can't walk through the house with you and see where there may be structural issues or, you know, possible weak spots in the floor that a buyer may not notice. And so I think that's like where we are going to need that human always.
You can watch the full episode of Turnkey right now for free on the Queen City News Plus app. Download it on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. On Queen City News at 6, new polling shows a tight race in the GOP primary for South Carolina governor, which candidates are separated by less than 1%. And York County leaders join the list of local officials considering a pause on new data center projects, why they're raising issue with the facilities. At Queen City News, we take pride in producing the best journalism in Charlotte and some of the best in the country. Once again, we have been honored by the Radio Television Digital News Association with 2 Edward R. Murrow Awards for excellence in video and investigative reporting. As we proudly say, you're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, the man charged in the Sundrop murders has been on authorities' radar all along. His lengthy criminal past on the opposite side of the country.
After a whole week of off and on downpours across the area, we're actually drier out there today, and I'm tracking some drier conditions ahead, just as we've seen some nice improvement in this week's updated drought monitor. As we head into the weekend, what half is going to be the drier half and what half will involve more showers and storms? Check it out in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And today marks 1 week since Kyle Busch's death. The new details we are learning about his health through new reports from his death certificate. Good evening, I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News